The term core refers to the fundamental concept of anything, while the phrase core Java refers to the fundamental concept of Java programming language. We are all aware that Java is one of the most well-known and frequently used programming languages. It is an object-oriented, simple, high-level programming language with applications in almost every domain. So here is a comprehensive tutorial that will teach you the fundamentals of Java programming and its application. This course will also assist you in understanding not only is it necessary to know how to program, but it is also necessary to know the different types of error that can occur while programming. Since understanding data structure is a must for building any computer solution, you will learn about Java collection and hashing in the next segments. As Java is an object-oriented programming language, it's critical to grasp the fundamentals of object-oriented programming, which will be addressed in the later subsection of this course. Last but not the least, Lambda expression in Java will also be covered. So without any further ado, let's get started right away. If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any new update or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoy this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video for any query or suggestions and I will respond to your comments. Now, very quickly, let me walk you through the agenda of today's course. In today's course, we are going to learn about object-oriented programming in Java, Java application, errors in Java programming, collection in Java, hashing in Java, multi-threading in Java, Lambda expression in Java.
Now we will see what is Java. Java is basically a widely used high-level programming language, right? Java is free and open source. It is cross-platform compatible and object-oriented, right? And Java programs are interpreted by JVM, that is Java Virtual Machine, which runs on multiple platforms. Okay. Now we will see what is the history of Java we have, how Java came into the picture, and why the language name is Java, right? So Java was designed for interactive televisions, right? But it was too advanced technology for the digital cable television industry at that time. And history of Java starts with Green Team. Okay, so Java team members are known as Green Team member, right? And Java project was initiated to develop a language for digital services such as set-top box, televisions, and etc. And later, Java technology was incorporated by Netscape. And that time, principle for creating Java was simple, robust, portable, platform independent. We will see what is that platform independent stand for. And the programming language should be secured, high performance, multi-threaded, architecture neutral, object-oriented, interpreted, dynamic, and distributed. These were the principles that time they have as a language. Okay. Then Java project was initiated by James Gosling and the Patrick Norton and Mike Sheridan in 1991. That is also in June 1991. Firstly, it was called by Green Dog by James Gosling and the file extension was .gt. After that, it was called Oak and it was developed as a part of Green project. And it was called Oak because why they end up choosing oak, right? Because oak was the symbol of strength and is chosen as a nationality of many countries like USA, France, Germany, etc. In 1995, oak was renamed as Java due to the trademark issues by Oak Technology. But why this they renamed their language name using Java? Because Java is an island of Indonesia where first coffee was produced called Java coffee. So that time they ended up choosing their language name as Java. And on the 23rd of January 1996, JDK 1.0 was released. So this is the history of Java we know, right? So now we will see why Java is so popular and why should you learn Java. So basically you should learn Java because Java is an object-oriented programming language, right? And Java is simple and easy to learn. If you are a beginner, if you don't have any idea about the programming languages, then you should go for Java, because the syntax the Java has, they are literally very simple to start with. And Java has many powerful development tools. If you are a software developer, then maybe Java can be your choice because of its powerful development tools. And Java is platform independent as well. When I'm talking about Java is platform independent, let me give you an example. For that, you can understand what actually I want to mean by Java is platform independent, right? Suppose you are building a program for a particular company, right? But that company is interested to buy your solution, but your solution is platform dependent. Maybe your solution is compatible to work on Linux or Windows or some other platform, right? But when you write your program in Java, you don't need to think about which platform you are working on, right? So basically, if your program is dependent on the platform, you need to change your program according to the platform. But for all the company, they are not using the same platform, right? So your program will not be used for all the companies, right? So in that case, if you write your program in Java, you don't need to think about the which platform they are using, right? Your program will be compatible with all the platform, like Linux, it may be Windows, it may be anything, right? This is how we call Java is a platform independent language. Basically, what actually Java does, it changes your code or convert your code to the byte code, okay? And all you need to have in your system to run a Java program, that is a Java virtual machine, right? That's all you need to just execute your program in any platform. And then Java is a versatile and secure. Yes, your Java language is secure because of object-oriented language. It is an object-oriented language and it actually converts your code to byte code. This is how Java is actually versatile and secure. So these are the main reason for that I can say you should learn Java. Now we will see why Java is actually getting the popularity. Because Java is the largest community for learners and the collaborators. Java is open source and free. You don't need to pay any single penny to buy Java, right? It is free. It is easy to learn and the flexibility of users is high. And Java has huge number of multiple open source libraries. So let me give you an example what type of a library I am talking about. Suppose you want to implement a list or a queue, right? Or some complicated data structure programs. So that time you don't need to write your program from the scratch. You can call Java Collection Framework, where you will get all the complicated data structure. They are already implemented in that framework, right? So these are the facilities we got when we start using Java. And Java has the great documentation supports. Suppose you don't have any accessibility for any courses or any other websites, right? So if you go for Java direct website, the official website, there you will get a great documentation. By looking at those documentation, you can understand Java, okay? And Java got popularity because of the career opportunity. If you learn Java, your career opportunity will be very high, because companies like Google, Uber, Pinterest, they are actually using Java because of its all the features, right? So these are the main reason because Java is getting a high popularity after so many days as well. And when I'm talking about Java is object-oriented programming, so object-oriented programming has some features like thinking, designing, coding, everything is as an object. So just let me give you an example. Suppose you have your bike and your bike is not working properly. So you took your bike to the mechanics, right? So mechanics will give you a form where you can actually note it down what are the parts is not working for your bike. So what are the objects for that scenario? What do you think? The car, the mechanics, the bike, the from, everything is an object, right? So Java deals everything as an object. So what you can do, you can create a class for your bike and the mechanics and the form, okay? And this and the create objects for each of the entities are process data. Okay? So by the creating classes and the objects, you can solve and develop the problem with less time and the less code as well. So create usable code and create a concise and easily understandable code can be done using Java as well. So, and the main features of object-oriented programming can supports inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, encapsulation, everything. Okay, and Java is actually like, you don't need to think when you are writing a code in Java, you don't need to think about the memory it used, right? So that memory is taken care by the JVM automatically. So developer doesn't need to think about the memory. So this is one more plus point for Java as well. Okay, and Java is robust since it deals with the everything as object and can handle any real-time problem with much easily. And Java is very secure. It cannot harm your computer when it runs, because it actually the code you are running for Java, it's a separate JVM. So these are the main basic reason you can say Java is getting popularity every day. And if we look at the statistics per year, that actually Java has the 2.2% of increasing users because of these features.
Now let me introduce you to what is Java. Although the kids from first standard to a working professional, everybody is aware what a Java is. But still, it's important to know Java is a high-level object-oriented programming language. And this is a programming language using which you can develop the simple to simple applications to a very complex application. Java is not only used as a tool, but also it's a platform. When I say Java is a platform, it means what? It means that Java provides a programming language as well as a virtual environment to develop the programs or the software using that programming language. Also, Java has a huge support of libraries and packages which are widely used in various fields to develop the software. Java is also a very powerful tool. There are different and many IDEs, integrated development environments, which supports Java. And using those integrated development environments, we can develop complex softwares on Java programming language. Recently, Java has celebrated its 25th anniversary. So it has become 25 years in 2021 since the Java was launched. And it is still counting. Not to mention here that Java is a programming language which has its reach in every field. Not just a simple standalone application of a desktop or a laptop, but also you can develop applications using Java programming that has reached to Mars. Few of the Java applications is very important to mention here. The first one I would like to mention is JMars. So JMars is a software which was developed for analysis of remote sensing. This is a software which is being used still by NASA to analyze all the planetary data. Next application I would like to mention here is Wikipedia search. So Wikipedia is like an encyclopedia for the people and by the people, which was developed in Java. That is, the search engine which Wikipedia uses was developed in Java. In 2014, the search engine underlying Wikipedia was developed or was enhanced, and that is using Elasticsearch. So Elasticsearch is also a distributed RESTful application of Java. Next application I would like to mention here is from the gaming field. That is Minecraft. So Minecraft is a video game which is developed for kids and adults, and it is quite famous among them because of its creative universe offered to the players. SmartThings. SmartThings is an application which is developed in the field of Internet of Things. So using SmartThings, just through your laptop or your desktop, you can control everything in the house. Starting from the lights and fans in the house to the locks, as well as all other security options available in the house can be controlled using this application SmartThings, which is developed in Java. So you can see here that from your house to the other planet, from a simple application to a distributed application, from the field of mathematics to the field of machine learning and artificial intelligence. Java has its application everywhere. Let's try to understand that now. Now let's talk about the desktop application of Java programming. That is, what are the different tools that you can run on a standalone desktop but can be developed using Java programming. So what is desktop tools first of all? All those applications or softwares that run on a single machine, that is on your laptop or a desktop, and is accessible only by a single user, are your desktop applications. The applications that you see in various shops that is being used by the person who builds the items, that is an application that is developed only to be executed on a single machine, which is being used by the shopkeeper. What are the different features of Java that is helping it develop desktop tools? And that is your platform independent and robust feature. Platform independence. Why is Java called as a platform independent language? Because of the support of bytecode. So bytecode is nothing but the conversion of .java file to a .class file by JIT compiler. The .class file which is developed can be executed on any machine. Although it is developed on any single machine, it can be executed on any desktop or any laptop because of its support of bytecode. And Java is also a robust language. Robust meaning it has a support of handling errors and failures. And that is only possible because of the two aspects of Java programming. One is your garbage collector and the other one is exception handling. The two programming features of exception handling and garbage collection makes Java a robust programming language. And these are the two features of platform independence and robust that helps us develop various desktop tools in Java programming. Now, what are the different APIs and packages which you have to use for development of a desktop tool? And that is AWT, Swing, and JavaFX. AWT stands for Abstract Windowing Toolkit. So it's a tool which is helpful, or it's a package which is used for developing window-based application. Or more basically, if I say, it is used for developing graphical user interface based applications. Swing and JavaFX both is used for developing user interface application or Windows application. Although Swing is a very old support given by Java, JavaFX is newly launched. There are various examples which we can see around when it comes to desktop tools which are developed using Java applications. For example, Acrobat Reader. The PDF reader which we use to read PDF files and handle all kind of operations on the PDF files is developed using Java programming. Various antiviruses are developed using Java. For example, Avira and Kaspersky. These are the antiviruses which are developed in Java programming. The media players which we use on desktop or on a mobile application are developed using Java programming. Now let us talk about the Java application related to mobile phones. That is, all the mobile applications are developed using Java programming. Now what is mobile applications? So all the applications or apps or the softwares or the tools that run on any given mobile phone or a smartphone are called mobile applications. Java helps in development of various mobile applications because of its two features. One is your portability and other is secure. Java is a portable language because of the support of bytecode. Java compiler compiles the code or any .java file into a bytecode. And this bytecode is a platform independent code, meaning it can be executed on any given machine. And the next feature of Java that helps it in development of mobile application is your secure. That is, Java is a secure language. Why we say Java is a secure language? The very first reason is that the virtual machine that Java uses for development of programs makes it actually very secure. And the second one is Java does not support the concept of pointers. So that avoids all kind of illegal memory accesses. So these two features helps Java to develop mobile applications. Now, what are the different packages and APIs provided by Java for developing mobile applications? That is your Android and J2ME. For any given Android mobile, that is the mobiles having Android operating system, the Android app development is not possible without Java programming. And why is this possible? Why am I only talking about Android OS and Android applications? Because the bytecode support, which I just talked about, is provided by Java, and this bytecode runs on a virtual machine called as DVM, that is Dalvik Virtual Machine. The support of the DVM for running the bytecode makes Java useful for development of any Android phones. And also, Java to Micro Edition is a package or a framework that is provided by Java for development of any smartphone related applications. There are various examples which we can see around when we open our mobile phones. The first one is the very basic app of calendar. While using calendar in your mobile, have you realized that it was developed in Java programming? But yes, it is developed. Netflix. Netflix is an online video streaming application. It has a web version as well as mobile version. The mobile app which is there for Netflix is developed using Java programming. Then there is an app called as Uber, which is used for renting and hiring cabs to move around in the city. So this application is also developed using Java programming. Let's talk about the enterprise level solutions related to Java applications. That is, what are the applications that can be developed at a larger scale using Java programming? So the enterprise level applications are nothing but the combination of various smaller applications. Suppose, for example, there is a company ABC. So in that company, there are various verticals. For example, there is a HR department, there is an accounts department, then there is a department which manages the house cleaning staffs. Then there is a department that manages the canteen and food related to the company people. So these four verticals, if we develop an application or a software to manage each of these four different verticals individually, and then combine them to become an application or a software for the entire company. So the software that is developed for the entire company having four smaller modules or four sub verticals, this is called as your enterprise level solution or an enterprise level application. So enterprise applications are larger multi-tiered applications that are developed at an enterprise level. The features of Java programming that helps develop an enterprise level solution are scalable, secure, and powerful. Scalable meaning the same Java application developed with the same architecture can be expanded from 1,000 people or 1,000 users to millions of users. Java provides that kind of a strong support so that it can be scaled to a larger number of users. Java is a powerful language. Why we say that? The strong support of memory management, automatic memory management that is provided by Java programming helps to improve the performance of the applications that are developed using Java. And hence it is called as a powerful language. There is a framework that is provided by Java for development of enterprise level solutions, that is J2ME, Java Enterprise Edition. So this is the API that is provided by Java for development of the powerful multi-tiered distributed applications. Various examples are there that has been developed using Java programming. For example, Myntra, Naukri, TripAdvisor. A very good example of scalable enterprise level solution is Naukri.com. So Naukri.com is an application that is developed using Java programming, which has been scaled to millions of users and is still being scaled further. Similarly, Myntra, every day thousands of users gets added to it. Still, the performance of the application remains intact. This is only because Java programming has been used to develop these applications. Now let's talk about the shared applications that are developed using Java programming. So what is distributed applications or what are shared applications? The applications or the softwares which can be executed on multiple different computers connected through a common network are called as shared applications or distributed applications. There are various strong features of Java programming that helps it develop shared applications. That is, distributed nature of Java. The extendable and dynamic nature of Java helps it develop shared application. When we say dynamic, it means what? That Java helps in creation of bytecode. That is, the bytecode which is executed or loaded at the runtime. And anything that happens at runtime shows the dynamic behavior. And this support of bytecode by Java programming makes Java a dynamic programming language. Java also helps in a distributed development of programs. That is, you can develop a software or a program that has various subprograms, and each subprogram can be developed and kept on different machines, but can be executed in a collaborated manner connected through a network. There are various APIs that are provided by Java programming that helps in developing these shared applications. That is RMI, Corba, and Gini. RMI is a remote procedure infrastructure. Then is Corba. Corba is a common object request broker architecture. These are the APIs provided by Java that helps in development of distributed applications. Gini is a Java intelligent networking infrastructure that helps to register and find distributed services with the mentioned specifications. So these are the APIs that one can use and develop distributed applications. If I talk about examples of distributed applications that have been developed using Java programming, there are many to mention. But few I'll mention it over here. That is, the different web browsers which we use to surf internet are all developed in Java. The air traffic control system. The air traffic control system is a shared or a distributed application that is used for controlling the aircraft movement. Now let's talk about the application of Java in the field of cloud computing. So what is cloud computing? So cloud computing is a delivery of services or resources to the end user. Services, it means the storage space, the server space, or any kind of service that can be provided to the user. And all this is done through the network. Now that doesn't mean that the data is stored somewhere in the network or in the air or a cloud. The data is stored or accessed from a remote server or any other computer which is referred as a node in the networks. Now how all that happens is a field of cloud computing, and there are different algorithms and different techniques that are used for running the whole technique of cloud computing. But how is Java helpful there? We know that there is a feature of Java that is called as write once, run anywhere. It means what? You can develop a Java application on one node or one computer and can be executed on any other machine. So this nature, as well as the distributed nature of Java, helps it to build applications that are relevant or useful in the field of cloud computing. Now, is there any platform or a package or an API that is helpful in developing cloud applications? Yes, Java has a application, or I can say a platform that helps to develop cloud applications, and that is Oracle Java Cloud Service. Oracle Java Cloud Service is a platform to develop and deploy cloud applications. It is also used for configuring and dealing with the Oracle servers. There are various examples that use the concept of cloud computing, and also Java has been used there to develop them. The examples are Netflix. Amazon, Twitter. So all these three examples which I told right now uses the concept of cloud computing to provide software as a service to the users. Java has certain features with the help of which we can develop applications that helps us build software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service. And that's the reason Java has been used widely in the field of cloud computing as well. Now let's talk about embedded system, which is also one of the application of Java programming. But before that, what is embedded system? So embedded system, as the name itself makes it very clear, the systems which are embedded into other systems, meaning various small systems or small softwares that are embedded or integrated into to make a larger software or a larger system is called as embedded system. The other name for embedded system is integrated systems as well. Now, how is Java helpful to build an embedded system? The two of the important features of Java programming, that is fast and robustness, helps build an embedded system. But before that, let me tell you the example of an embedded system. We see a lot of examples in day-to-day life around us for an embedded system. For example, in our car or any four-wheeler for that matter, there is a place or a scope to play music. That is one of the integrated system. Then there is a place where there is a touch screen where you can run maps to locate the locations. That is also one of the example of embedded system. Now, how is Java helpful there? Java is a fast language, and that is only because of JIT compiler, that is just-in-time compiler. And also, Java is a robust language. The exception handling concept of Java programming that makes Java a robust language, because it handles the errors and failures at the time of execution. So these two features help build an embedded system. What are the different APIs and packages that are provided by Java for creating embedded systems? So those are Java SE, Java ME, and also Oracle provides certain APIs with the help of which you can develop integrated systems. A very good example of where Java is used for developing embedded system is your SIM cards. For more than a decade now, we use SIM cards in our mobile phones, and these SIM cards uses a special type of JVM called as Java cards. So you can see how Java application has been useful in developing embedded systems. Initially, when Java was launched, it was launched with the purpose of using it to build embedded systems itself. Various other examples are there, like Blu-ray disc. Java is used to develop embedded system. In televisions also, to develop various integrated systems, Java programming has been used. Now let's talk about how is Java helpful in developing games. May it be a 2D game or a 3D game, Java can be used to develop both of these. Now, what is that feature of Java that helps in game development? That is, Java is a versatile language. It means what? That the game which is developed in Java programming can be executed or can be played on multiple platforms. May it be Windows, may it be any other operating system, or may it be a tablet or a desktop or a mobile phone. That's the reason Java helps in development of these games. Now, is there any package or API support that is provided by Java to develop 2D and 3D games? So yes, there is a lot. Few packages, I'm going to mention it here. That is your libgdx. So libgdx is a cross-platform game development engine which can be used for development of games. Then there is JMonkey engine. JMonkey engine is a newly launched, or you can say modern day engine which is used for development of games. And this is most famous or is being liked by the developers because you have to write very less code over here. So that becomes, or that makes it developer friendly. Various games which has already been developed using Java programming or using any of these packages and APIs are Mission Impossible 3, Asphalt 6, Minecraft. So all these are the example of those games where Java programming has been used. Java is not only having the application in the field of mobile app development or web app development, but also in the most demanding fields of artificial intelligence and machine learning. But what is artificial intelligence and what is machine learning? When the natural intelligence of human brain is incorporated into machines or computer, that's called as your artificial intelligence. All these concepts of neurons on which our human brain functions is being replicated to the machines. And that's how artificial intelligence is developed. Now, what is machine learning? For example, to make a human learn, we have to teach the human first. When we want to learn ABC, we have to teach a kid what is A, what is B, and what is C. Similarly, to make a machine learn and behave intelligently, we have to make the machines learn as well. And that is your machine learning. We try to make the machine learn first and then behave accordingly depending upon the learning data set. So these fields of, or you can say the complex fields of artificial intelligence and machine learning is also touched by Java applications. What are those features of Java that is helping AI and ML related softwares? That is your stability, speed, and cross-platform. So Java is a fast language. It's quite stable as well because of its features like the compiler it is using, the bytecode concept. Java becomes quite helpful in developing artificial intelligence and machine learning softwares. There are different packages and APIs that are used for developing artificial intelligence using Java. Few of them are DL4J. DL4J is an open source package for developing deep learning applications. Similarly, Apache Sparse M library is also a package available to develop or to work with artificial intelligence and machine learning. Various examples are there. If I talk about artificial intelligence example, AI-based chatbot that is called as EVA by HDFC Bank. These are developed using Java programming. Then self-driving cars also has some of the applications in Java. The example of machine learning is online fraud detection. There are various examples of machine learning applications where Java is being used. Now let's talk about the application of Java in development of high-performance websites. So now what is this web-based application? The applications which run on the concept of client and server are web-based application. There are some part of the application which runs on the client machine, and to execute or to use those websites on the client machine, we take the help of different browsers. And then there are some part of the application which runs on the server side or server machine. For example, to interact with the website, the complete look and feel of the website is loaded on the client machine. But whenever there is a request from a client and there is some response to be given to the client, this part is handled on the server machine. Now, what is that feature of Java that helps development of these high performance websites? And that is nothing but easy coding and high security. Java is a secure language because it doesn't provide support of pointers. And because of that, explicit memory access is restricted. And also, Java provides so many frameworks, or you can say the tools using which a website development becomes very easy. There are various APIs in the field of website development or a web app development that is supported or provided by Java. Some of them are Servlet, Struts, Java Server Pages. Then there are Spring, Hibernate. So all these are frameworks. In fact, Spring is a framework of frameworks because Spring provides the support of other frameworks like Hibernate, etc. There are various examples of these websites which has been developed using Java programming. Few to mention are Amazon. The website of Amazon, which we run or use on our laptop or a computer, is developed using Java programming. Similarly, the railway ticket reservation website, that is irctc.co.in, is also developed using Java programming. Moving further, let me tell you about the application of Java in the field of servers. Now, what is this server? So, a server is a platform, or you can say it's a dedicated collection of hard disk or a memory space that contains those applications or those softwares or programs that provide service as a response to the request from the user. User meaning the client machine. So server has all those aspects of an application which provides the response to any request that comes from the client machine. Now there are two different categories of servers. One is your web server, the other one is application server. Now, is there any difference between the two? So yes, obviously there is a difference between the two, and that is whenever a client request or a client machine request for any HTTP page, and that HTTP page is searched and displayed to the client machine. This is a work of a web server. But if any request from the client machine requires the business logic to be accessed or to be provided for any application, then that is done by application server. There are various examples of these servers which are developed using Java as a language. And those are Apache Tomcat, Glassfish. So these are the servers which are developed in Java programming. Now let us see how is Java helpful in developing scientific applications. That is, how is Java applicable in the field of science and mathematics? So scientific applications are those applications that require a huge mathematical data computation or huge scientific concepts to be implemented. Now, as Java is a fast and a secure language, it can be used in the field of science and mathematics. The high complex mathematical calculations that are needed to be done in a scientific applications or in a mathematical applications require the underlying software or a language to be portable, so that the values and those calculations that doesn't change by the change of the platform. And for development of the scientific applications in the front end as well as the back end, both the places Java can be used. The various packages and APIs that supports development of scientific applications are struts, JSP, and servlets. So struts can be used not only just for web development, but also for a front-end development of any application related to science and mathematics. Similarly, servlets can be used for a back-end development of these scientific applications. One of the very good example is Mathematics Laboratory. That's also called as MATLAB. So MATLAB is a very complex tool that is developed, or you can say a platform that is for developing scientific applications. We can develop the application related to fuzzy logic, neural network, and many more to mention using this MATLAB. And the coding or the development of MATLAB has been done using Java programming. So we can see how immense the effect of Java is in the field of science and mathematics. Now let's explore the field of aeronautics for Java applications. Now, Java applications are a lot in the field of aeronautics as well. When it comes to exploring space, Java is no longer behind. As long as in 2004, Java was the first programming language to be used for planetary related tool development. And Java was used for these application development because of its two of the important features, that is secure and reliable. Java is secure because it doesn't allow explicit memory references, and it's reliable because it doesn't bother the developers with the machine level codings. There are tools and frameworks that are quite flexible to be used for. The different packages and APIs that is developed for working in the field of aeronautics is Worldwide SDK. So Worldwide is a virtual globe developed by NASA. It's a virtual 3D globe. Worldwide SDK provides a complete software development kit for visualization of virtual 3D globe. Similarly, JMars is also one of the API or a tool basically that is used for exploring the planet Mars. The various applications have been developed and is being used in the field of aeronautics. US Aerospace uses JavaFX Deep Space Trajectory Explorer. And this is a tool which is developed using Java programming that helps in trajectory calculation, that is the path and orbit calculation for the spaceships. Similarly, to explore the red planet Mars, a software has been developed, and that is your Maestro Mars rover controller. So we can see that Java is widely used in the field of aeronautics as well, from as long as 2004 till date. Now, I'll talk about the application of Java in the field of big data. Now, what is big data first of all? So whenever we deal with larger chunks of data, or you can say a huge amount of millions and billions of data when it is analyzed and researched for further useful information, that is called as your big data. There are a lot of features of Java that supports the development of applications in the field of big data. That is, Java is a fast language. It is reliable. The garbage collection and memory distribution features of Java helps it to be one of the useful programming language in the field of big data. The different packages or APIs that is helping to work with big data are Apache Kafka, Apache Hadoop, Elasticsearch. So Elasticsearch is a search engine which is developed using Java programming, which is used by many companies nowadays to analyze a large chunk of data. The companies like Uber uses this Elasticsearch engine. Apache Kafka and Apache Hadoop are also the different frameworks or tools which are developed using Java for analyzing, storing, and working with larger chunks of data. The various examples using these APIs and packages where application has been developed in the field of big data are ETL applications, extract, test, and load. That is, when we take a raw data, those data has to be extracted, tested, and loaded for further analysis. And all these applications or tools for ETL, not all, but yeah, many of them are developed using Java programming. Wikipedia is one of the very good example which we use every day, and that is also developed by using one of the API and package, or that uses one of the API and packages that are developed in Java programming.
Now we will see how you can install Java. To installing Java, you need to go to their official website, that is oracle.com/java/technology/java-ac-downloads.html. This is the site you need to go to install Java. It's a very simple process. You need to just download the Java development kit according to your machine, right? That's all you need to do. And if you want to use a integrated development environment, then only you can use Eclipse. This is one of the best IDE you can say. And just to install Eclipse, what you need to do, you need to go to their official website www.eclipse.org, where you will get your machine compatible IDE. And one more thing, you need to remind that when you install a IDE, before that you need to have Java in your system. If you don't have Java in your system, that IDE will not support you to program on that particular integrated development environment. So this is the basic key you need to understand when you start working with any IDE. Now we will see our first program in Java. So our first program, like, we will just print a simple line using Java. So let's go to the Eclipse and we will see how can I write, how can I create a package, how can I create a project for Java, and how can we actually go for creating our first class in Java using Eclipse. Now we came to Eclipse and we need to make a project first. Before creating a class, you need to remember that you need to make a project first, and then only you are actually ready to create your own class. So creating a project, already I have created my project. You can see I have almost 3 projects in the like I have demo 1, I have Java collection framework, I have multi-thread. I already make my project, but I will show you how you can actually make your first project. So for that you need to go to file, and then you need to click on new, and then you need to click on Java project, right? And after that this form will come up that you need to give your project name. After give your project name, suppose demo 4, and you need to just click on next, right? And you can see there is a src folder. This is the source folder of your code, where actually in this source folder, whatever the class you are going to make, it will come under this source folder, right? Then what you need to do, you just need to write finish, right? And wait, so, okay, this is all you need to do when you start working with Java. And after that, what you need to do, you need to click on src when you try to make your first class, right? You need to click on src, and then you need to, so you will get a new one. Again, you need to click on new, and there you will get an option for class, right? So demo 1, this is my first class, or I can make first class. Please remember that when we start giving our class name, that always start with the capital letter. This is the convention we follow when we use Java. And then we will use public static void main. This is the main method for our program, where your program start executing. Your program start executing from the main method, right? So this is the main method you need to have in a Java when you start writing a program, right? Okay, now I'm going to write finish. Okay, so I already create my first class in demo 4 project. Under the demo 4 project, I create my first class, right? Now I'm going to print hello world. So I need to write system.out.println, and then I am going to write hello world. And after that, I'm going to write that semicolon, right? Let me execute. For executing, you need to use this button, right? You can see this is a play button, like a button, looks like play button. You need to click on that, and then you need to just write, like you need to just say that which class you want to execute. So for my case, I want to execute first class. Then okay, you can see I got the output, that is hello world. So this is how we use Eclipse to execute our Java program. Like if you want to store some data, right? So that time we need variables. So variable we are using to store our data. So suppose you have data 10, 20, 30. To store that, you need to use a variable concept. So variable is basically a temporary storage space or a container, you can say, right? So your 10 will be stored in the variable. Suppose A, right? 10, 20, 30, any name and anything, right? Anything can be stored in a variable. So there are the data types. When I'm talking about that, that variable can be a number, that variable can be a float, that variable can be a name as well, right? So we categorize the values in the Java variables, right? So those categories are known as the data types. So we have data types like int, we have data types like float, boolean. Boolean is a basically true or false value. And we have string that contains the name or a sentence, right? That sentence or a name comes under string. Now we will see that what is if statement, right? So basically when we work with multi-threading or any program, like any solution, that time we need some loops and some statements. So for that statements, we use if statement. So suppose there is a use case that if it's weather is raining, then I will sit inside, or else I will go out and play football, right? So basically you want to play football and the weather is rainy. So you say that if it's rainy, and if it's raining right now, I will sit inside, I will stay inside, because there is no point of going out and playing football because no one will be there. Otherwise, I will go out and play football. So this is how you can use if statement. And we will see how can we actually implement if statement in our program as well. Or there is one more example you can say, if I got a marks is greater than 70, then I will get a ice cream, right? But if my marks is not 70, my parents is not going to give me an ice cream. They will say, go and do the practice test, right? So this is how we use if statement, right? So here is a example you can say, I said if 20 is greater than 18, right? That's not possible. Again, I'm giving that if 20 is greater than 18, system.out.println 20 is greater than 18, right? So here you can say we will get the output that obviously 20 is greater than 18, right? Now I have two variables like int type variable, int x and int y. Int x is equals to actually holding 20 value and y is holding 18, right? So if I say 18 is greater than x, that's not possible because my variable y is containing the value of 18 and x is containing the value of 20, right? So I said if y is greater than x, then print y is greater than x. Else, this else part is basically when your condition is not matching. So in this case, my condition is not matching. Obviously, 18 is not greater than 20. My loop will come to else part and it will say x is greater than y, right? This is how we use if statement. So let's go to our code and let's see how we can implement it, right? So I'm using the same class over here. I'm not making the new class. So here I say int x is equals to 9, okay, right? And I am going to say int y is equals to 10, right? Now I'm going to use a if loop. If y, suppose x is less than y, right? That is obvious. Then system, then print system dot out dot println y is greater, right? Else, in the else part, basically when my condition is not matching, that time I am going to write system dot out dot println and I am going to write x is greater, right? So what I will do, I will just execute my program right now, okay? So let's see what output I will get. You can say it's saying y is greater. Now if I'm going to change the variable, so maybe I am saying x is 10, y is 9, right? So let's see what output I will get over here. You can see now my program is saying x is greater. This is how if loop actually works. And there is a one variation we have in statement, that is if else, if, right? So basically else if is used when you have a multiple conditions, right? Suppose marks is equals to 65, right? I said if my marks is less than 50, then I'm going to say this is a fail. Now we will see the looping statement. But why do we need looping statements? So basically, suppose, let me give you an example. Suppose you need to print 1 to 10, right? So if you don't use loop, you need to write 1 to 10 like system.out.println. So you need to write manually 1 to 10. But we use coding to solve our problems, right? We don't want to do hard works, right? So what we can do, we can use a loop. Loop statements are basically used to repeat a task multiple times, right? Your task, I want to like implement a for loop which can print 1 to 10 value for me. I don't need to do anything. I need to just specify till what number I want that output, right? This is how we use a looping statement. Okay, so there is a example you can see. There's a keep filling this bucket with the mug of water while it is not full, right? We use for loop, we use while loop, we use if else statement, right? So let's see how can you implement like or some of the like explanation about loop. Suppose keep repeating this song until you close the app, right? So I want to, suppose a song is actually very close to me and I love to hear that song multiple times. So if you don't use loop, you need to go and you need to play every time, right? But for using loop, you can say if I'm going to close the app, then only my song will be stopped. Otherwise, it will keep repeating the song. So I hope you understand why we use loop, right? And suppose a salary, get your salary credited at each end of end of each month, right? This is also a part of for loop, right? So every month, at the end of the month, you got your salary, right? So if you just use a system where you can say when the month end came, when the month end come, please credit the salary to all our employees. So what, you don't need to go for each and every month and just put down that salary to their account, right? What your loop will do for you. So there is a example of while loop. Okay, what I write, that if int x, that is my variable, equals to 1. While loop takes only one condition. So I said while x is less than equals to 4. When my now my x start with 1. I want when my x is less than equals to 4. Till that your loop will continue. System.out.println x. So please print my x, and then I will increment my x is equals to x plus 1. Every time my loop will execute and it will increment by 1 times. So my loop will go till x is less than equals to 4, right? Otherwise it will go for an infinite loop. We don't want our loop to be infinite loop. So we mention a condition for that, right? Now we will see a for loop. So for loop, what is the syntax for for loop? For for loop, we need to write int I, that our variable starts with 0 and it will go till less than 5, right? Till 4 and I plus plus. After every time it will, for every execution, it will increment it by 1, right? And then I will print I. This is how for loop works, right? Or if you want to increment your for loop twice or thrice, what you need to do? You need to write int I is equals to 0 and I less than is equals to 10, then semicolon I is equals to I plus 2 or I plus 3. Let's go to Eclipse and see how can we do that. So already I make my class. I'm not going to make one more. So if you comment something, if you want to comment something in Java, you need to use this symbol. So your that print statement will be commented. It will not get executed. It will get executed. It will not print anything, right? So let's see. Suppose we are going to use for loop for int I is equals to 0. I less than, maybe it will go till 5 and I plus plus. When my I is actually incrementing by 1 at a time, right? So I want to see system.out.println and then I. And you need to use semicolon. When you are using Java, please keep that in mind that always after your code line, you need to put semicolon, right? So let me just execute it. Yes, you can see I got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so my I actually executed till 4, that is less than 5. Now I want to increment my I is equals to I plus 2. So my I will be increment twice, right? Let's see what output we will get. You can see I got 0 to 4, right? This is how you can manipulate your I increment. This is the process how we can use our loops, right? So we saw while loop, we saw for loop, we saw if and if statement, and if you want to like just print a pattern, right? So you can say first one I got 1, second one I got 2, third one I got 3, and fourth rows I got 4 and 5, fifth rows I got 5th, right? But how can we do that? So in this case, we need to use a 2 for loop, right? First loop will go till 5, whatever the rows number you have. And the second for loop will go for the column, how many column you want, right? So first for loop will start with 0 and go till 5. I mean less than n, that is till 4. And then it will just keep on incrementing I plus plus. And the second loop, int j, it will start from 0 and it will go till less than I. Why? Because it will go till your row number, right? So it will go till less than equals to I and it will get incremented, that is j++. And I want to print star for each of the cases. This is the system.println star. This star over here is a string, right? It's not a character. I mean, it's a character or a string, you can say. It's not a int or float, right? And then for the second for loop, when we come out from it, we want to like print a space. So what we need to do, if you want to print a black line or a space, what do you need to do? You just need to write system.out.println, right? This is how we use our for loop.
Now I'll talk about introduction to a class. So what is a class? How is it defined inside Java program? So class is a user-defined data type. For storing various primitive data, there are already defined primitive data types in Java programming. For example, to define a number, there is an int primitive data type. To define alphabets, there is char primitive data type. Similarly, to define decimal numbers, there is float primitive data type. So, class here is used to define a user-defined data types. Let's try to understand this with the help of example. Whenever I say guava, apple are fruits, are a type of a fruit, or in other terms, I could say guava, apple, banana, grapes belongs to a class of fruit. So what is a class here? Fruit. And apple, banana, grapes, guava are all objects of that class fruit, right? Now, every class will have a certain property and a certain behavior. The example which we took right now, let's talk about that. So when I talk about a fixed behavior of a class, that is of a fruit, so what behavior it can have? That is, it grows from a seed to a fruit. So this behavior will be performed by or will be possessed by every object that belongs to that class. For example, apple belongs to a class of fruit. So it will also have that behavior of growing from a seed to a fruit. Okay. Similarly, every class will have certain properties defined. Properties meaning, for example, of a fruit, there can be a property that the fruit is eatable. No, a person can eat that. So that's a property. So every object of that fruit will have that property. For example, apple, banana, guava, all are eatables. So all belong to a class of fruits. Right? So now with this example, it's very clear that every class will have a behavior and a property, which will be possessed by every object that belongs to that class. Okay. So whenever I have to convert this example of fruits and its objects into programming, I will be using a concept of class to define this user-defined data type that is a fruit. So I can define classes in other terms also, like it is a process of binding the methods and data members together into a single unit. In Java, none of the implementation is possible without the help of classes. Any method definition or declaration, any variable definition or declaration is not possible outside a class. It has to be mandatorily inside a class. Let us talk about requirement of a class. What's the need of defining a class, or what is the usefulness of a class inside Java programming? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. So when I say a car, that is Maruti 800, is of a type car. WagonR is of a type car. Or I-10 belongs to the class of cars. So car is what here? A user-defined type. And all the examples which I gave for a car, that is Maruti 800, WagonR, I-10, these all are objects of that class car. Another example I'll take. Banana, apple, grapes are all of type fruit. These all belongs to a class of fruit. So what is a fruit here? A user-defined type. And what are all these apple, banana, guava? These are objects of that user-defined type fruits. So similarly, there can be multiple user-defined types. If you look around you or in the entire world, there can be multiple millions and billions of these user-defined types, right? So is it possible for any programming language to provide an inbuilt user-defined type for every kind of an object or every type of a class which is possible in the world? No, it's not possible. For any programming language, it's not possible. So what can be done is a support for creating a user-defined type can be given. And Java provides the support of creating a user-defined type by giving the concept of classes. So that's the basic requirement of a class, to define the user-defined data types or convert these user-defined types into a data type when it comes to programming. Programmatically also, classes helps us in many ways. That is, it eases the enhancement. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Suppose I have created a class here, car. Okay. There are some properties of this class car defined, that is, color of the cars. So initially, two colors are defined, black and white. Now suppose there are multiple objects created for this class car. Objects as in Maruti 800, Wagoner, I-10, I-20. Later on, after some point of time, the car company introduced a third color for all these cars. Apart from black and white, there's a third color introduced, suppose blue. Okay. So if there would not be a concept of class, then what you would need to do? You have to go and add to this object the third color, that is blue. So black, white, and then blue. Then go to the Wagoner object and add the third color blue. Then go to I-10, go to I-20. Individually to every object you have to add the third color, that is blue. But as we are lucky enough to have a concept of classes in Java, so we have defined a class car here. Okay. Now if the company wants to introduce a third color, that is blue, in this class itself, you can add one more property here, black, white, and blue. Automatically, all these objects will be binded with these properties. That is the third property newly added, that is blue color. You need not go to every object individually and add this color there. That's what I said right now, that enhancement becomes easy. Just a change at one place, automatically all the objects which are binded to this class will inherit or will be utilizing these changed properties. So that's one of the use of classes when it comes to programming. Also, maintainability and modularity gets improved with the help of classes. Maintainability meaning, as I gave this example right now, that when you have to add a third color to all the cars available here, you just have to go and add a third property of color, that is blue, inside this class, and automatically these objects will get that color, that is blue. This is called maintainability as well. Later on, after 10 years, after 15 years of developing any project, if something needs to be added, this modular approach meaning all the concepts are defined inside one module, and a change to that module brings a change to the entire objects, brings a change to the entire project. And that's what classes does here. It improves the maintainability and modularity of the code, of the project, of the software. Let's talk about the elements of a class. That is, what a class is composed of, what it consists of. So broadly speaking, classes consist of methods and variables, that is, behaviors and attributes. So a class will have a blueprint of the object, what object properties are going to be, what is going to be the behavior of that object will all be defined inside a class. So that's what class consists of: a method, which is also a behavior, and it consists of variables and attributes. So behavior is nothing but the action or the task that is going to be performed by the object. And variables and attributes is nothing but the data members that an object consists of. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Maruti 800, Wagoner, I-10, I-20 are all of type car. So car is nothing but a class here. Maruti 800, I-10, WagonR are nothing but objects here. Okay. Now, inside the class, we'll define a behavior, an action that will be performed by these objects, that is these cars, I-10, WagonR, Maruti 800, etc. What it can be, for example, let's have a behavior that is possessed by a car is we can drive a car. So drive is a behavior, is an action. Okay. Similarly, properties. So properties can be that the color of the car, the color that is black and color that is white becomes a property of those objects. Okay. So classes consist of these behaviors, the actions of the task, and these data members. Before defining any object, we design a class because class is a blueprint for the objects. So once a class is designed, it is represented with the help of UML diagrams under UML design diagram concepts, which helps to define or design very clearly what a class consists of. Now let's try to understand how is memory allocation done for the classes in Java. So classes have logical existence. They don't have physical existence in Java programming. What is the meaning of this? Try to understand this with the help of an example. When we define a class, now we know how to define a class. So class keyword, the name of the class, for example, car over here, and then define the property that is the color of the car over here, and we'll define the behavior that is we can drive a car. So till now, when you have defined a class car, there won't be any memory space allocated to this class. So when will the memory space be allocated to the class? When we create object of that class. How to create an object? The name of the class and then the name of the object. Name of the class, that is car, space, name of the object. You can give any name here, suppose C1 equals to new keyword. So new is again a keyword in Java programming, so it has to be used as it is. And then the name of the class. This is also called as the constructor for a class. End it with semicolon. So now C1 is an object for class car. If I take a realistic example, car, and I'll say I10 is equals to new, the constructor for the car. I10 is nothing but an object here for a class car. Now, when this object is created, then there will be memory allocation done for this class. That is, how will the memory look like? I10 will be pointing to a memory space, okay, which will consist of all the properties. So here only one property is defined, right? That is, one variable is defined, string color. So there will be only one property, that is color. So as it is of type string, so whatever memory space is required for a string will be allocated. So now after declaring or defining an object, that is I10, the memory space is allocated for this I10. So classes have logical existence. They do not have a physical existence. That is, memory space is not allocated as soon as you define a class. But when objects are defined, the memory space is allocated to it. Now, let's talk about how can we define a class in Java. That is, what is the syntax that is followed for defining a class. So, following is the syntax followed. That is, we'll use a keyword, class, without changing the spelling. As I said, it is a keyword. So keyword are those words which is predefined in Java, which have a special meaning in Java programming. So class is a keyword. Without changing the spelling, you have to use CLASS. After that, a space and then the name of the class. These angular brackets are not to be used. These are just for representation purpose. Then inside a curly bracket. So everything that this class will consist of should be enclosed inside these curly brackets. And what does a class consist of? All the methods and the variables. So all the method declarations and variable definitions should be given inside these curly brackets, which represents the complete class. Let's see this with the help of example. So I'll define a class car here and we'll define its property, that is the color, and define its behavior, that is we can drive a car. So how we can do it in Java programming? we'll use a keyword class CLASS without changing the spelling. Then there will be a space and then name of the class. For this example, I'm taking the name to be car. Then curly brackets will be open and at the end curly brackets will be closed. Here I'll have properties and behavior declarations, that is methods and variables declaration, because behavior is represented with the help of methods in programming and properties are represented with the help of variables in programming. So for a class car, suppose the property is color. So I'll define a string type color, okay, which is a property. Then I'll define a method that is drive. Okay. Other concepts like the implementation for this method, the other codes and blocks, all these has to be included inside this class. But importantly, these two, that is methods and properties, has to be defined inside a class. Now let's talk about the access modifiers that are applicable for classes. There are many access modifiers that are present in Java programming. Some are applicable to classes, some are applicable to objects, some are applicable to methods. So let's see what are all these and which of them are applicable for classes in Java. So the applicable modifiers for top level classes are public, final, default, abstract, and strict FP. Out of all these, public, final, abstract, and strict FP are the keywords which has to be used if you have to define a class to be public or final or abstract or strict FP. But default is not used as a keyword. When you don't define any access modifier for the class, by default it becomes of default type. So default is not a keyword to be used. For inner class, the applicable modifiers are private, protected, and static. Access modifiers that are used for outer classes are public, default, final, and abstract. So what are all these exactly? What do you mean by public access modifier? So whenever a class is declared as public, it means that class can be accessed from anywhere. Anywhere meaning the class can be accessed from other class in the same package. It can be accessed from its child class. It can be accessed from a class in the other package or the other module. That is, a class can be accessed from everywhere and a class is defined to be public. Similarly, default. Default is not a keyword to be used for access modifiers in Java. When we don't define any access modifier for a class, it becomes by default of type default. Whenever a class is defined to be of default access modifier, then that class can be accessed from any other class of the same package. It cannot be accessed from a class of different package. Next access modifier is final. So when a class is declared to be final, then that particular class cannot be inherited. That is, we cannot have a child class defined for the class which is defined to be final. And final is a keyword which has to be used before the class definition. Next access modifier that is used for classes is abstract. So when we define a class to be abstract, all its members, that is the methods, the variables defined inside that class, are defined to be either abstract or can be a non-abstract. But if a class is defined as an abstract, then its object cannot be created. Meaning, we cannot instantiate the class, as object is also defined to be an instance of a class. So that clearly states a meaning that object cannot be created for the class which is defined to be abstract. The methods which are defined inside an abstract class can be abstract, and if it is defined as abstract, then its implementation cannot be provided over there. The implementation for that has to be provided in a child class, which will extend that abstract class. So these are the access modifiers which are applicable for an outer class, or you can say generally a class is in Java. That is public, default, final, and abstract. Now let's see what are the access modifiers that can be used just for the inner classes. That is private. As private is a very restrictive access modifier, whenever a class is defined as private, the class cannot be accessed from anywhere. So if you define an outer class to be private, it cannot be accessed from anywhere. And that will not be of any use in programming. That's the reason private access modifier is not used for outer class, but it can be used for inner class. When an inner class is defined to be a private class, then that class can be only accessed within the outer class in which it is defined. Next access modifier is protected. So again, protected is also used for the inner class only. And whenever an inner class is defined to be protected, it can be accessed only within the outer class and within the child class of that outer class. Next access modifier is static. So generally a class is not declared or defined to be static. So we can say that a static access modifier is not to be used for classes, but for inner classes, static can be used. Next access modifier is strict FP. So whenever a class is defined to be strict FP, it means all the methods that are defined inside that class should follow a fixed standard, and that is IEEE 754 standard. Again, strict FP is also an applicable modifier only for the inner classes. Let's take an example and try to solve or code a question that utilizes the concept of classes in Java. So the problem statement or a question here is that a class has to be defined in Java using the syntax for defining a class. Then the class should have the name as student, and the properties of that student should be defined inside the class. And those properties are name, roll number, and marks for the 3 subjects of that student. Similarly, there should be 2 behaviors, that is 2 methods defined inside a class. That is your total marks of the student, and the next method that should be the grade calculation method. So the method that will return the grade of the student. Then there should also be a mechanism defined or inside a class that accesses the methods and properties of that class. That is how to define an object and how to access the properties and methods with the help of that object has to be also coded. So let's code this solution of this question. So I'm using a IDE IntelliJ. So as I said already that the name of the class and the file name of the class that has main method and the file name should be same. So as we have to create here a class that is having a name of student, so we'll have a class file, a .java file that will also have a name of student. So I will create a new class here that is student. Now, in this, I have to create the properties and methods. So let's first create the properties. Properties are created or implemented with the help of variables in Java programming. So inside this class, so you can see here that class keyword is already used and the name of the class is already created by just defining a file. So class student is already created for us. Curly brackets is there, which will encompass everything that this class should consist of. So inside this class, now I'm going to define a property with the help of variables. And what property it should have? As our problem statement says, that the class should have a property of name of the student, roll number, and the marks of the 3 subject marks for that student. So let's define it here. That is string name. So name is going to have a type string, then a roll number. So roll number. Let's have a by default roll number for the given student to be 10. Then we'll have marks for the 3 subjects. So let me name it as marks 1, marks 2, marks 3. Let's have a default value given to all these. So marks 1 suppose is 85. Marks 2 is having a default value of 87. Marks 3 is having a default value of 96. So these are the properties defined with the help of variables concept in Java programming. Now I have to define the behavior with the help of methods. So how to define a method? The return type for the method, and then we'll give a name of the method. So I'm going to give a name here, get marks, because we need to have a method that calculates the marks of the student. Let it have a return type of int so that I can define here directly return. So this return keyword will return the final value which I'm going to write after this. That is marks 1 plus marks 2 plus marks 3. So it will add all the values of these three variables and return as an output. Now the next function which we should have, a next method which we should have here as per our problem statement is your get grades. So get grades will calculate the grade. So I'm not doing any calculation here. Directly let's have a print statement. So in Java, the print statement is system.out.println. And in this, I'm going to print that student with roll number, the particular roll number which we have already defined. Student with roll number 10 is secured A grade. So I'm going to display or the print directly over here. So two of the methods are also defined, which are the behavior for the class student, and three properties are also defined, that is name, roll number, and marks. Now, to access these properties, to call these methods and behaviors, what we need? We need an object, because we know that class has logical existence. It will not have a physical existence until and unless we define the object for it. So let's do that. As we also know that there should be a main method defined inside a class. And as the name of this file is student.java, so the main method should be defined inside the class student itself. It's a mandatory requirement for Java programming. So I'll be having here public static void main. That's a main method. String argument. And in this main method, I will define objects for the given class. So let's say there's a class. So to define an object, what's the syntax used? Student, that is the name of the class, space, the name of the object. Suppose the name of the student is John. So John becomes the object here. The new keyword is used for defining an object, and after that, the default constructor. So this is the object created, that is John, for a given class student. Now, to access or call these methods, we use a dot operator. How the dot operator is used? The name of the object dot the name of the function. So get marks is the name of the function. The another function is John dot get grades. So get grades method is already displaying the following line, that is student with roll number, thus secured A grade. But get marks method is just returning something. It's not displaying or printing anything. So we have to enclose this method call inside system.out.println. Why? Because we want to display as an output what is the total marks secured. Right? Here, no need to enclose it inside system.out.println, because already inside the function, it is displaying a particular sentence. So this is how we access the methods, the behaviors defined for a class. Now, how to access the data members, how to access these properties, that is name, roll number, marks, that is also done with the help of dot operator. So John dot Suppose I want to know what is the marks for the first subject, that is marks 1. Now, as this John.marks1 is not enclosed in a system.out.println code, which is a syntax for printing or displaying anything in Java. So system.out.println John.marks1 will now print the value of marks1, which is by default given here to be 85. So it should display 85. Similarly, all other properties, if you want, you can access it from here. Marks 2, marks 3, roll number, name, everything can be accessed. Suppose you want to access the name. Let's give a default value for a name here, that is John. It has to be enclosed in a double quotes because it is of type string. And if you want to print here the name of the student, so you'll use system.out.println and then John dot name. This will print the name for the student, that is nothing but John. Let's execute this and see what's the output. So you can see here the output is the first line to be executed here inside the main method. So every Java program starts its execution from the main method. So first line of the main method is nothing but a creation of an object. So the object will be created. This will be done at the backend. The John will be an object which will be allocated memory at the backend. Next line is then system.out.println John.getMarks. So getMarks method will be called, that is over here, which will return the sum of the 3 marks, that is marks 1, marks 2 and marks 3, which is nothing but 85 plus 87 plus 96, that is equal to 268. And then this method .getMarks will print 268. Next line is John.getGrades. So it is going to call this method getGrades. GetGrades method is having a print statement which will display nothing but student with roll number, the particular roll number, secured A grade. So the same can be the output, that is student with roll number 10 secured A grade. Next line after that is John.marks1. What is the value of this property for the object John? That is nothing but 85. Marks1 has a value 85. So 85 should be the output over here. Similarly, John.name. So what is the value for this name? Value of the property name, John. So it should display John over here. So this is the output corresponding to the given code. So we have implemented the given problem statement, which was nothing but a class has to be defined with the name of student. There should be 3 properties, that is name, roll number and marks. And there should be 2 methods of behavior of the class, that is getMarks and getGrades. GetMarks should calculate the sum of the marks for the student, and getGrades should display or print the grade that is acquired by the student. And the second part of the problem statement was how to access these properties and methods. So we can access the properties and methods by the object of the class. So we'll create an object first, and then with the help of this object and dot operator, so object name dot and then the method name, or object name dot and then the property name will help us access the properties and behaviors, that is variables and methods that are defined inside the class student. Now let's talk about some of the coding standards and guidelines that has to be followed for classes in Java. Talking about that, whenever we define a class, we have to also define the name of the class. So there is a particular guideline to be followed for the name of the class. That is, the first letter of the name for a Java class should be capital letter. So it follows a camel case, meaning if there are more than one word concatenated together for the name of a class, the first letter, the first alphabet of every word will be in capital letter. White spaces are not allowed in the name of the class. So what characters are allowed? That is letters, digits, dollar symbols, and underscore. These are the characters which are allowed for name of a class. Now, few guidelines to be followed, which can be treated as a good programming practice, but they are not mandatory. They are not coding standards, but they are just guidelines, which, if followed, is a good programming practice. That is, in place of using the abbreviations, try using the full name for the name of the class. For example, if I use class and then class. As class is a keyword defined in Java, using it as a name of the class won't be a good programming practice. Although it is allowed, it can be used, but using the keywords as a name of the class is not considered to be a good programming practice. There are some other guidelines which needs to be kept in mind while dealing with classes in Java. So whenever we execute a Java code or a program, we always execute a .class file. When we compile the code, it gets converted to a .class file. And this .class file is later on executed. Suppose you have a file named abc.java. When you compile this, .class file is created, that is abc.class. If you have a different file name and a different class name that has main method, then it will throw an error because it will try to execute abc.class, which has been converted from .java file. But inside the class or inside the file, suppose you have named a class as XYZ, which is having a main method inside it. Then it will look for XYZ.class. But your file name was abc.java, so it has been converted to abc.class, which is a mismatch over here. And hence it will throw a runtime error. So it's highly recommended to have the same class name and the file name. At least one class that has a main method, that class name and the name of the file should be similar. That is because the .class file is executed in Java programming. Now I'll talk about inner classes. So what is an inner class? When we define a class inside another class, that is said to be an inner class. When do we use inner classes in Java programming? Whenever an object's existence is not possible without the existence of another object, there we use the concept of inner classes. Suppose there is a class A which has an inner class by the name class B. Class A contains class B. Then we use the concept of inner class. The relationship between the outer class and the inner class should be has a relationship, because the outer class contains or has the inner class. Let's see an example over here. Without bank, there can't be an account. Is it possible in real world that there exists a bank account without a bank? No, right? So there has to be a bank for an account to exist. So there is a has a relationship. Without bank, there can't be an account. Bank has an account. So here, bank will be the outer class and account will be the inner class. How is it defined or declared in Java? Class keyword and then the name of the outer class. Curly brackets is used to put the code that belongs to a class bank. And then inside, where there is an inner class, that is class account, it should be written inside the curly brackets of the outer class. It should be written inside the scope of the outer class. Then it is said that the outer class contains the inner class. So here class bank is defined. Then inside that, class account will be defined. Now, as we know that for every class, there is a .class file created in Java programming. So how does this concept works for inner classes? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. So here class bank is an outer class. Then there is class account, which is an inner class. This is the inner class. And class bank is the outer class. Dot class file will be created for both of these classes when this file is compiled. So how many dot class files will be created? One will be bank dot class and the other one will be account dot class. No, for a normal and regular class, account dot class would have been created. But here, as it is an inner class which is linked to the outer class, so dot class file for this is created in a different way, and that is bank dollar account dot class. That is the outer class name dollar, inner class name dot class. So these two class files will be created. Now, to compile a Java file, we use the code or a command that is java c, the name of the file. So here the name of the file is suppose bank.java. So it will compile well and it will generate two dot class files, bank.java, bank$account.java. Now to execute this, which dot class file should be used? Should I use java space bank or should I use java space bank$account? So you can use both. If I use java space bank to execute this Java file, then it will execute properly and it will give you the output. That is, there's a main method inside the class that is outer class bank. And there's a print statement here that is account created. It prints account created. So output will be account created. But if I try to execute Java and dot class file this time as bank$account, if I write that and try to execute, it is going to throw me an error. Why? It should not throw error, right? Because dot class file is generated for this class as well. But it is going to throw you an error because inside this class, that is the inner class account, nothing is there. It's an empty implementation. Main method is defined inside the outer class, that is class bank. And to execute or run any Java file, main method is mandatory because execution of a Java file starts from the main method. And this main method is defined in class bank, not in the inner class account. That's the reason when we try to execute Java space bank$account, it gives us a runtime error. So can we define this main method inside the inner class? If I define this main method inside the inner class, that is class account, then it should not throw a runtime error. But it will throw the runtime error then also. Why? Because inside the inner class, we cannot have a static member. This is a rule or a coding standard that is followed by Java, that inside an inner class, we cannot have a static member. And main method has to always be a static member. So we cannot have a static void main inside the inner class. Now, let's talk about the other aspects of our inner class. How can we access the members of our inner class outside that class? What are the members of a class? The methods and the properties, the variables and the methods are the members of any class. Similarly, inner class will also have these members, that is your methods and properties. So these methods and properties, how to access it from outside this class? There will be two areas from where it has to be accessed. One is from the static area of main method and the other one is from the non-static area, that is from any other method of the outer class. So let us see both of these. So first, we'll talk about how to access the inner class from the static area of the outer class. So let's see it with the help of this example, where there's an outer class defined class bank, and then there is an inner class defined class account. Inner class has one member, which is a method that is defined over here. Method name is print account name, which is just having a print statement, which is printing bank account name is ABCD. Then the method ends here and the inner class ends over here. Then there is a main method which belongs to the outer class bank. In this main method, now I have to access this method which is defined inside the inner class, that is print account name. So how can we access that? So to access this non-static method, in the static area, we need to have an object of this class in which the method is defined. And how to create an object for an inner class, there is a change or difference in the syntax. To create the object of the outer class, that is bank, we'll use a same syntax which we use for creating an object, that is class name bank, object name equals to new operator, then the constructor of the class, that is bank. So this B object will be an object of class bank, which is outer class. Now I have to create a object of inner class. To do that, we have to use a dot operator which will link the outer class and the inner class. So bank dot account, outer class, that is bank, dot inner class, that is account, space name of the object. Any name can be used here. I have used here A as in this example. So A is an object for inner class equals to, before using the new operator, it has to be associated with a dot operator and prefixed with the object of the outer class, which is B. So B dot new, and then the constructor here to be used is of the outer class always. So this is the syntax to create an object for the inner class. Outer class, that is bank, dot inner class name, that is account, space name of the object for the inner class equals to object of the outer class dot new and the constructor of the outer class. So this will create an object for the inner class. To call the method which is defined inside the inner class, we will use this object, that is A. So A dot print account name. Print account name is a method that is defined inside inner class. And hence this will execute and give you the output as bank account name is ABCD, because this method is having one print statement, that is bank account name is ABCD. Now, let us try to understand how can we access the inner class from the instance area of the outer class. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example again. The same example I'm going to take where the outer class is defined to be a bank. Inner class is named as account. Inside the inner class account, we have a print statement inside a method, that is print account name is a method which prints bank account name is ABCD. Now, outside this class, so the inner class ends here. Outside this class, we have a method, that is calling method, its name. In this, I have created an account object, that is the inner class object. And using this object, I can call the method which is defined inside this inner class, that is print account name. So to call a method of an inner class from a non-static area, also called as instance area of the outer class, we just need to create an object of the inner class. And its syntax is similar to creating object for any other simple class in Java. That is class name, object name equals to new operator, the constructor for the class. And using that object, we can call the method that is defined inside the inner class. Now, how can we call this inside a main method? The main method which is defined inside the outer class, to call this method inside the main method, we need the object of the outer class. So we'll create an object of the outer class, that is bank, object name equals to new, constructor of the outer class. And using this object B, we can call the method. And this method is defined inside the outer class, so it can be directly called with this object. So this is how in two stages we will be accessing the method which is defined inside the inner class from the instance area or a non-static area of the outer class. Nesting of the inner class is also possible, meaning not just a class can be an inner class of the outer class, but there can be one more inner class to already existing inner classes. And that is called as your nesting of the inner classes. The rules and regulations, the coding standards remains the same for all the inner classes. So for class C here in this example, the outer class is class B. For class B, the outer class is class A. So class B will follow all the rules and regulations of an inner class that is therefore in the Java. Similarly, class C is the inner class for class B, and it will follow all the rules and regulation coding standards which is there for an inner class in Java programming. Now let me talk about anonymous inner class. Anonymous inner class is the inner class without any name. Such kind of inner classes are useful when we have to use that particular class, inner class, only once. When that particular inner class has not to be accessed anywhere else apart from once, then we use anonymous inner class concept. It's for one-time uses. And it's an inner class which is not having any name. So as it is used only once, we can use it without defining a name to that inner class. There are 3 types of anonymous inner classes that exist. So anonymous inner class that extends a class, anonymous inner class that implements an interface, anonymous inner class that is defined inside arguments. Let's talk about one of these. Anonymous inner class that extends a class. Let's try to understand this with the help of example where there is an outer class defined by the name of bank. So public class bank. Inside this class, there is a method print account name, which is just having one single print statement, which prints bank account name is ABCD. Then there is the end of the method. Then there is the end of the class. After that, there is another class defined, class account. Inside this class, we have a main method. Now, inside the main method, I want to make use of anonymous inner class. But this inner class should be used while extending a class. Meaning, I'm going to create here an anonymous inner class, that is an inner class without any name that will extend the class bank. So if it extends a class bank, it means we can override the method that is defined inside this class. That method is print account name. Let's see how is it done. So inside the main method, I have created an object for the class bank. Bank, class name, that is. Next is your object name B1 equals to new. Constructor of the class, that is bank. Generally, we used to end it with a semicolon. But here we are not going to end it with semicolon. Because whatever we are going to define after this will be all part of this particular object and this particular class. As there is no name given to it, so this syntax bank B1 equals to new bank is nothing but here we created an inner class. But as it is not having any name, it's called as anonymous inner class. And its implementation is this part. That is, we have extended the class that is bank. So we can override the method print account name. So void print account name is overwritten here. And inside this, there is a different implementation given for it. That is bank account name is XYZ. And then we will close the inner class, which was started over here, will be closed over here. And then we'll use the semicolon. So this part is nothing but the definition for an inner class which is not having any name. Now to call this overridden method, we will be using just the object which we created just now. Bank B1. B1 is an object for the anonymous inner class. So B1 dot print account name will call this particular method, and to call the method print account name of class bank, we will have to create an object of the class bank, that is bank B2 equals to new bank, and this B2 is going to call the method print account name. And that's how we define an anonymous inner class that extends a class.
So today we are going to deal with these common errors that we have while we are programming in Java. Okay. The first thing, let's try to make this session as interactive as possible. if you can see over here, this is the first example. There may be an error. There may or may not be an error. Okay. So we are not sure if there is an error or not. Now let's try to debug this program and let's see what is an error. This is a simple class demo, and in this we have the main method, which is our driver function right over here. And in this we have defined two variables, and then we are printing out. Can anyone tell me what is the error or what will be the error in this case, or there will be no error? If you can see over here, this is number 1, right? And this is written as num1, and it is an integer number, and 10 is stored in it. So obviously the data type is there for both num1 and num2. So sum is not being defined, So the error that you will be getting is this error. So cannot find the symbol, and it says that sum, and the arrow will be pointing to this sum, and it will say that this sum we cannot find this symbol. And in this again it will say cannot find the symbol. Now why is it showing two errors? Because we are using it in two places. First is over here and second is over here. So that is why we are getting these two errors. Okay, is it clear, guys? Yes, exactly. Sum is not being declared. And the error, the type of the error is that you will be getting is cannot find the symbol. Okay, cool. So now let's move ahead with our next question. Okay. So what will be or will there be an error in this case or not? Okay, quickly. So we again have this class demo over here, and we have defined this driver function over here, and then we have these num1 and num2, and then we are adding them, then we are printing it. So the semicolon is not present at the end. Now you will be getting this error, which is stated as the semicolon expected, that this is expected, and the error is in this line, that is line number 5. So basically these are nothing but your lines 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So this 5 over here represents that it is in the line number 5, and this is the type of error that you will be getting. Okay, yes, correct. So far we have studied two errors. One is cannot find the symbol, which is obviously related to when you have not defined your variables. And then when you are getting this kind of an error, which is semicolon expected, obviously it should be quite obvious to you guys that the semicolon is missing somewhere, or okay, it can be anywhere, right? And plus the line number will also be there, so that it is easy for you to understand where the error is. Okay, done. Now let's go ahead and try to see if there is any error in this problem. Okay, in this program that is over here. The error that you will be getting is incompatible types, possible lossy conversion. Now what does this mean? Basically, this is something that I want to discuss in a little bit detail. So why is this is a possible lossy conversion? Why it is written this thing? Now, whenever you see this type of error, it means that there is a container which can store 8 liters of water, right? And there is a container which can store 4 liters of water. Okay. Now, if you want to, and this is a water, and there is a water, and it is full. This container is full, right? And we are trying to pour down this the water from this container to this container. Obviously, it will store 4 liters, but after that, it will overflow. Now, this is what we mean by possible lossy conversion. Now, why possible? Because there can be a case wherein in this 8 liter of whatever is the size of this, you have only occupied 4 liters of water. You have only stored 4 liters. And in that case, there will not be an overflow, right? So that is why it is a possible lossy conversion. And this happens when you are trying to, obviously now the size of double is much more, right? It is somewhere around 8 bytes, right? Of data that you can store in a double. And in integer, you can store 4 bytes. So again, you are trying to convert, right? Obviously, this is 10 and this is again a double. This is again a double. Now you are trying to store them inside this sum, which is of size 4. So that is why it states that this is a possible lossy conversion, and this is an incompatible type error that you will be getting. So you will be getting this error. So now this is the error that you will be getting on this line 4. So you will again state 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is where you are getting this error. Okay. So again, this is nothing but your name of the class, and then it is in Java, obviously. So demo.java is the name of the class, then line number 4, and this is the type of the error that you will be getting, and this is the line number and this will state that, okay, in this line, you will be having this error. You understood why it is known as possible lossy conversion. Okay, so over here, it is nothing but your conversion. So far, let me just do a quick recap. So first, we understood this cannot find the symbol, which is obviously when the variable has not been defined. Then we understood when something is missing, right? The semicolon is missing at the end. Then it will say this is expected, right? This is the second type of error. Then the third type of error is when you're trying to convert something and there is a lossy conversion, okay? That means some of the data might get, you might be losing some data, okay? So in this is a little bit much more, we are adding some function over here. Basically, this is one more method over here, which is sum, okay? And then over here, we have this driver method over here, which is our driver function or main method, right? And in this, we have defined two variables, and then we are calling this function, and then we are printing out that sum. How many errors we will be getting? We'll be getting two errors, guys. So first, obviously, one is that incompatible type, and then unexpected return value. Now, obviously, now what is happening over here? The return statement is written over here, but in this function, we have stated that this will not be returning anything. That is what we mean by void, right? So we have this parameters passed and we are returning this value, but we have stated that this is void. So this is the first error that you will be getting. And it is in line number 4. Why? Because there are some spaces over here. Okay, so this is line number 1, 2, and then 3, then 4. Okay. Now, the second thing that is there, the error that you will be getting is incompatible types. Void cannot be converted into integer. Now, this is where it gets a little bit trickier, right? So basically, you are expecting something to be returned over here. This is the first error, but it will return nothing. So here you will be having void. Now you are trying to convert this void into integer. This is the next error that you will be getting. So there will be two errors, right? One is the unexpected return value, and another is of void cannot be converted into integer. Okay, is this thing clear? And it also states, gives you this arrow kind of a thing. So you just have to change this thing. Instead of void, you should write integer. Okay, and in this example, you just change the return type of this to double. Okay, you just change the data type of this program into double. Then it will be sorted. There will be no error in this. And in the earlier example, just add the semicolon. You will not be getting this error. In the first example, so where it was saying cannot find the symbol, just declare your variable over here, right? Int sum. Okay, that's it. Okay. So this is something that it can be done easily, right? Okay, great. Let's move ahead with the next example. So now let's see. Non-static members cannot be accessed or cannot be referenced from a static method. And now you are accessing this method, which is a non-static. Now, why does this happen? What is the beauty of this static keyword? Static keyword is you don't have to explicitly create an object, right? Create an object. If it is a non-static member, you need to create an object, and then with the help of that object, let's suppose obj.sum, you need to call that. Okay. But over here, we haven't written that, or we haven't written anything which is static, right? We haven't written static over here, and we are directly calling this sum over here. Is it possible? Is it possible? No, because we need to create an object. Because static members, now when I talk about static members, it can be both data members, that means your variables, int a, b, c, both your data members as well as your member functions, that means obviously these methods, right? These are also known as member functions. So now the error that you will be getting is in line number 9, which is this line, and it will state that non-static method, that is this method which is having two arguments, cannot be referenced from a static context, which is your main method, which is static. So it will throw you an error, and there will be only one error. Okay. So now let's move ahead with the next example. Now over here we have this static method over here, and then we have another driver function over here. We have this sum method over here, and then same thing. And then it is having two arguments. It is returning something. Then we have another method over here, which is main method. In that we have defined two variables. Then we are adding them, right? And then we are printing out there is no other, or you can say there is nothing apart from this. There is nothing. Okay. And these are the two errors that you will be getting. Okay, unreachable statement, and after that it will state that missing return statement. Now let's move ahead with the next problem, which is this. Quickly, what will be the error? So we have this main method over here, and in this we have defined an array, and then we are looping around the array, and that's it. So let me just clarify one simple thing. If there is only one statement inside this for, then these curly braces are optional, right? So that is why I can write over here from here that this is the for loop. But if there is only one statement, I can, these curly braces are optional. If there are more than one statements, right? So let's suppose in this case there would have been again a system.out println I, and I have written only this thing, right? I have written only this thing over here, right? This curly brace from this curly brace over here. And if I haven't written anything, then those will not be optional. Okay, I have to explicitly mention these things. Okay, now what else? So there is an array which is over here, which contains 12, 45, 10 and 25. This is a static array. That means I have defined this whenever I am creating my array, right? And then what I am doing, there will be an indexing, right? We all know indexing starts from 0. Why? Because there's the name of the array represents its base address, right? Now I am looping around it. So I will say that whatever is at 0th of I, so the name of this array is num. So num of I, that means num of 0. So 12 will be printed. Num of, then I am incrementing it. And I am also checking the length of the array. So length of the array is nothing but 4. So I am checking, is 0 less than 4? Yes, it is. Is 1 less than 4? Yes, it is. Is 2 less than 4? Yes, it is. Is 3 less than 4? Yes, it is. Is 4 less than 4? No, it is not, but it is equal to. So now we only have 4 variables, right? So we only have 4 elements in the array, which is 12, 45, 10 and 25. And then we are trying to access one more element, which is why we get this error, which is known as array index out of bound. Okay, so this is the array that will be getting array index out of bounds exception. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 elements will be printed, and after that you are trying to access some element which is not there. That means you are trying to access this location which is not there. So this is why you will be getting, after printing these 4 elements, you will be getting these errors. Okay, you will be getting this error which is over here, which says that array index out of bound at line number 4. Okay, is this thing clear? At line number 4, not the index 4, at index 4. Okay, and it is present in line number 6, which is quite obvious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including this one, and then there is the 6th one. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is the line at 6. Okay, so in this case you will be having an error which is known as arithmetic exception error, because you are trying to divide something by 0. So if 0 is divided by anything, that is 0, that is absolutely fine. But if you are trying to divide a number by 0, that is something which is undefined. Okay, so that is why you will be getting an error. And now there is a simple hack for it, or you can say not a hack, but if you just write 2 over here and 1 over here, it will be sorted. You will get an output as, what will be the output, guys? In this case it will be 0. But if you want to work around this problem itself, then try to use a try catch block, and inside this try you try to write your statement which will be having an error. And if that is true, if that try block is executed, you go into the catch, because this won't be executed. You will be getting error. Your program will not execute as a whole, right? If there are any other statements, let's suppose here you want to print SOP hello, right? System.out.println, you are trying to print hello after this statement. It will not be executed because you got this error over here. But if you want to work around it and you want to print this statement, then try to use try catch. So here it is a simple thing that you are dividing something by 0 and which is undefined. So that is why you will be getting this error. Okay, so arithmetic exception error. Okay, is this thing clear? This is quite simple, and you might have faced this problem more often. Then yeah, most of you might have heard about this problem or have faced this problem when you are trying to divide something. And if you have read exception handling, then this is the most common example that everyone can think of. Okay, anyone can think. Okay, so now the next example, like void. These are all your class. These are all your keywords. If, else if. These are all your keywords. But what do you mean by literal? So literals are these curly braces, your double quotes, your this end of statement, semicolon, all of these things are these brackets, right? So all of these are your string literal, or not string literal, these are all your literals. Now what is happening over here? It is obviously, now here you can see the double quotes is missing. Now this type of error is known as the unclosed string literal. So you will see that the unclosing, that means you have an opening string literal but you don't have a closing string literal. So it will say that there's an error which is known as unclosed string literal. So this is the error that you will be getting, and a simple how you can rectify it, just put a double quotes over here and it will be sorted. Okay, is this thing clear? Is this type of error clear, which is known as the unclosed string literal? That means you have opened up your string but you're not closing it. What about if I instead of writing this double quotes, what if I remove this thing? So this will be again an error which will say that your answer has not been defined. Answer is not defined. Okay, and this will be another error if you remove these double quotes. Okay, this we have already seen, right? Let's move ahead with the next problem. Now this is a problem, and in this we have this class over here, and in this we have this driver method over here, and in this we have defined 10 and 20. Then we are adding them up and then we are printing them. Curly brace is missing, so there should be a curly brace over here. But what is the type of error that you will be getting? So it will be reached end of a while parsing. So that you have been parsing in this particular function, right? And then there is a parsing error. That means you have reached the end while parsing, but you could not find this curly brace. So reached end of the file is the error that you will be getting. So you reach the end of the file, and this while parsing means while traversing, right? So while traversing, now traversing means that one by one you are reading the lines, and at the end you can find this curly brace, and this is the error that you will be getting. Okay. So now let me give you one more example before concluding this session. So let's suppose you have this, I will talk about these examples over here. Okay. So you have this int a, and this is 10. Okay. There's an integer a equal to 10. And now what I'm doing, I'm writing SOP over here. That means system.out.println. So you wrote SOP, and then you wrote a plus plus. Then you have SOP, you have a minus minus over here. Then you have SOP, you have plus plus a. Then you have SOP a. So what will be the output? Int a has been defined as 10. What will be the output? You can write it in a single line. Okay. So whatever is the answer, 10, 11, 12, 13. So if you want to write it in a single line. So there will be possible 4 answers. Increment or decrement, it can be anything. Or post, that means after something, a plus plus. There's a difference. If there is a plus plus and there's a plus plus a, this means first increment and then assign. This means first assign and then increment. So now we have 10, right? This means post increment. So first assign the value, that means 10 will be assigned, and then in the next step there will be an increment. So it will be 11. A will be 11. Then again, this is first assign the value, then decrement it. So the value will be 11, and then it will be decremented back to 10. Okay. Then this is a pre-increment. That means first increment the value. That means it will be 11 and then assign. So 11 will be assigned. And finally, the value of A is being printed, which is nothing but 11. So 11 will be printed. So all of you who answered 10, 11, 11 and 11, you are correct. Okay. So you have this if statement over here, and value of A is 10 and value of B is 20. I wrote if A is greater than B and system.out.println hello, and then the if statement is done, and in this we have written SOP hi, and else SOP bye. It will only go to the next statement if and only if this statement would have been true. Only then it would have make sense to check the next statement. right? But in this case, it was false, so it did not check that. And since this entire condition is false, so it will print by. But if I change this thing a little bit, if I change a little bit of scenario over here, so I will just change this thing. Or works in this fashion that it will still go on and check both the conditions, right? So this is false. Okay, don't worry about it. Let's check the another condition. So it checked this condition and it returned a value which is true, right? And it printed out this hello. So hello will be printed. And this condition is true because it will return some value, right? And then it will print hi. And then the else part obviously will not be executed. So the output will be hello, hi. By will not be the output in this case, okay?
Now let's go ahead and understand what is object-oriented programming. So I have already informed you guys during the beginning of the session that Java is a pure object-oriented programming language. And I've also told you that all of us are surrounded with lots of objects. So when you look around you, whatever you see, all of them are objects. So when you see a phone, what is that? That is an object. When you see a bike, that again is an object. And when you see a dog, what is that? That is a living object. Now, if you want to implement all of these in the programming paradigm, you would need a object-oriented programming language. And that is where Java comes in. Now, object-oriented programming language has two main concepts, which are classes and obviously objects. So let's understand what are classes. So you can consider a class to be a template or a blueprint for real-world entities. Now let's consider this phone over here. So this phone needs to have a template or a blueprint. So when you look at a phone, whatever phone that is, that would definitely have a blueprint to it. Now, this template would again have two things. The first thing would be the property. Second thing would be the behavior. So a phone has certain properties associated with it. So those properties would be, let's say, the color of the phone, the cost of the phone, and the battery life of the phone. Now, apart from the properties, a phone would also have certain behavior associated with it. So the behavior could be, let's say, making phone calls, watching videos on the phone, or playing games on the phone. So whatever object you take, that object has a template to it, and this template again has two things. So that template would have properties and also a behavior. Now we've understood what exactly is a class with respect to the real world. Now let's understand what is a class in Java. So simply put, a class is a user-defined data type. So similar to the data types which we have in the programming language, which are int, float, and character and string, we have a user-defined data type. So that is, you have a data type which the user can create. So over here, mobile is a class which is nothing but a user-defined data type. Now, this user-defined data type, which is basically our class, has attributes and methods inside it. So these attributes are nothing but the properties of the class, and these methods are nothing but the behavior associated with the class. So color and cost are the attributes, and methods are basically playing game and making a call. Now we've understood what is a class. Let's understand what are objects. So objects are specific instances of a class. So if we take the example of a phone, then that phone would be the template or the class, and this phone would have a lot of brands, right? So Apple is an object of a mobile phone. Motorola is an object of a mobile phone. Similarly, Samsung is an object of a mobile phone. So these are specific instances of the class named as phone. So we have got the basic gist of object-oriented programming, and we've also understood what are classes and what are objects. Now let's go ahead and create our first class in Java. So till now we've been working with only one class, which is our main class, and inside that main class we would have the main function. Now we'll go ahead and create subsidiary classes. So these subsidiary classes will not have the main function inside of them. So what we're going to do is we'll create a class with the name student. Now, as I've told you, a class would have behavior as well as properties. So as you see over here, we have attributes inside this class. So the student will have a name, and the student would also, let's say, score certain number of marks in a particular subject. So these are the attributes of this class named as student. Now, apart from the attributes, as I've told you, a class would also have behavior associated with it. So that behavior can be denoted with the methods over here, right? So this behavior is nothing. So we'll just print out the name of the student and also the marks scored by the student. Now, this is our default class or the main class, which has the main function inside it. We have to create a second class over here. So this is our package test project. I'll right click on this. I'll click on new, and I'd have to create a new class. And by convention, the first letter of the class name should be capital. So I'll have capital S over here, and I'll give the name of the class as student. And I'll not check this because this class will not have the main function. So we have created our class named as student. Now, as I've told you, this will have certain attributes with it. So the first attribute would be the name of the student, which would be of string type. So string name, and let's say the name of the student is Bob. Now, similarly, Bob would have scored certain sort of marks in the math exam. So int marks, and let's say Bob has scored 75 marks. So we've got the attributes ready. Now I just have to show these details. So this would be a public function, and this function doesn't return anything. So public void, and I am naming the function as show details. So let me just write it properly over here. Show details, and this does not have any parameters. All it does is it prints out the name of the student and the marks scored by the student. So this will be system.out.println, and I'll add name of the student is. So the name of the student is stored in the variable name. Similarly, I'd have to print out the marks scored by the student, which would be system.out.println, and over here I'll type in marks scored by the student are, and over here I'll add in marks. So we have successfully created this. Now I'll go to the main class. Now if I have to call these methods or these properties from inside this, I'd have to create an object of this class. Only then I'll be able to invoke all of these. So let me go ahead and create an object of the student class. So I'll give in the name of the class, which is student, and I'll give the name of the object as obj. Now if I have to instantiate it, I'll just type in new student. So I have successfully created an instance or an object of this class named as student. Now with the help of this object, I can invoke the functions which are present in the student class. So obj.showDetails. All I have to do is click on run, and I'll be able to show the details of the student. So as we see, we have got name of the student as Bob and marks scored by the student are 75. Now let's see how can we take an input from the user. So till now we've been doing a lot of hard coding. Now let's see how can we take an input from the user and show it out. Now to take an input from the user, we would require the scanner library. So this is a class, scanner is a class, and we'd have to use this scanner class to take input from the user. So we'd have to create an instance of this first. So over here, this is the same student class which we have, and inside the student class, I am creating an instance of the scanner object. So now inside this, I'll type scanner, scan is equal to new scanner, and since I have to take the input, I'll type in system.in. So whatever input comes in, it will be stored in scan. Now, after this, I will give or initialize name and marks over here. So I'll just give in a blank for name, and I'll initialize the marks value to be equal to 0. And I'll have a new method over here. So in the last example, we had only the show details method. But now in addition to the show details method, we are also adding the get details method. So inside the get details method, I am taking the input from the user. So I'm taking the name from the user and also the marks scored by the user. So I'll print in enter your name, and with the help of this scan object which I had created over here, so this object would have the next line method. So I'm invoking this next line method, and whatever the user gives in, that will be stored in the name object. Now similarly, from the scan object, so if you have to store a string, then you'll use next line. On the other hand, if you'd have to read a input value from the user, then you'll use next int. So you'll type in scan.nextInt, and whatever marks or whatever numeric value the user gives in, that will be stored in the marks object. So this way you are reading the name of the student and the marks of the student from the external source over here, and just storing it in name and marks. And after that, this is pretty much the same. You'll just show out the details. So let's go ahead and so we've got the student class over here, and let me remove all of this. So our task would be to get the input from the user. So for that, we need the scanner class. So I'd have to import it. So input, I'll type in system dot. So this has to be util. So it seems like we have an error over here. So this actually has to be java.util.scanner. So we have successfully imported the scanner class. Now whatever inbuilt classes are there, so there are a lot of inbuilt classes provided by Java. So if you have to work with them, then you would have to import those classes. Without importing those classes, you can't really work with them. So now that you have imported the class, you have to create an instance of this. So let me go ahead and create an instance. So we have an extra brace over here. Let me also remove that extra brace. Right. So I will type in scanner as, so scan, which would be the name of this instance, is equal to new scanner. And since I'm taking an input, I'll just type in system.in. So I have created this instance. Now let me go ahead and initialize my two variables. So this will be string name, and I am just instantiating with a blank string, and I also have marks, and I'll instantiate marks with a 0. So we've got the name ready. We've also got the mark set over here. So now that this is done, I would have to go ahead and read the values, and to read the values, I would add the get details method. So I'll type in public void, and I'll name the function as get underscore details, and this doesn't really take in anything. All it does is reads the values. So I'll to feed in his name. So system.out.println enter your name. So this way I'm asking the user to enter his name and whatever value the user gives in. So that I'll be able to read with the help of scan.nextLine. So with the help of scan.nextLine, as I've told you, we will be able to read a string input, and I will store this in, let's say, name. So I have successfully read the name of the student. Now similarly, I would have to read the marks scored by the student. So let me put in system.out.println enter your marks. Now I will store this in marks over here, which is the same variable which I had created earlier. So this would become scan.nextInt. So I have read the name and I've also read the marks. This is set. So now it's time to go ahead and invoke the get details method from over here. So we've got show details already set. I would also have to add the get details. So I'll type in obj.getDetails. Now let me also add the show details method over here. So this will be public void. I'll add show details, and all I have to do is print in the values over here. So this would become system.out.println name of the student is name, and then I'd have to print out the marks scored by the student, which would be So I'll add marks of the student are, and I'll add in student over here. So this way I am able to read. So this is actually marks over here, not student. So let me change this to marks. This way I'm able to read the details from the user and also show it out. So we've got both of these set. I'll execute this now. Right. Now inside the main function, first we are invoking the get details method with the help of the student object over here. So now let me feed in the name of the student. So name of the student is Matt. Now I will also add the marks scored by the student. So let's say Mark is very good at studies and he has scored 97 marks. Now after this, since I've also invoked the show details method, I am able to put out the result. So what I see is name of the student is Matt and the marks of the student are 97. Now let's understand what exactly is a constructor and how can we work with a constructor. Now, many a times whenever we are creating objects or whenever we are instantiating values to our variables, it would be very easy for us to initialize the values directly at the time of creating the object itself. So I'll repeat it. Now let's say whenever we are working with a lot of values and there are a lot of objects, it would be easier for us to instantiate these values or initialize these values when we are creating the object itself. Now for this purpose, we have a special function named as constructor. So the difference between a normal method and a constructor is that a constructor would have the same name as that of a class. So over here, this is a special function and the name of this function is student. And as you see, the name of the function is the same as that of class. Now all this constructor does is initialize the variables of this class over here. So we've got two variables, s name, s marks. Now with the help of this constructor, I am able to initialize this. So as you see, we've got string name, int marks, and I am initializing these two values during the creation of the object itself. Rest is pretty much the same. So after invoking this, I'll just go ahead. So this is the difference between a normal method and a constructor over here. So let me just go ahead and create the constructor. So instead of get details over here, I'll remove this get details. So instead of get details, I have to add a constructor. So I'll type in public void. Now you also have to remember that a constructor will not have a return type. So no need of void over there. Public, and then the name of the function is student. And I'll add braces over here. So we've got these two initialized. Now let me remove this because I don't really need scanner over here. Right. So I would have int name. So this is actually string name over here. String name. And I have int marks. So these are local to this particular method over here. And I'm setting name is equal to name and marks are equal to marks. Now this seems confusing to you. Let me explain this. So here, this name and marks are the name and marks of this class. That is, these are local variables of this class. And this name and marks are local to this particular method over here. So to remove the ambiguity, I'll change this as n and I'll change this as m. So let me just put n over here and let me change this to be m over here. I've successfully stored whatever name is passed into this in this and whatever marks are stored into this. So this is how we'll get the details. Now let's go ahead and make the changes in the main class over here. So we've got the constructor set. We've also got this detail set. But how are we actually going to pass in values inside the student object? Now, till now, we had not used the methods with any parameters. So we had not passed any parameters inside these methods. This is the first time that we're actually passing in these parameters and initializing our values. So how do we pass in these values, or from where do we get in these values? So now, instead of scanning the values in the student class, we'll take the input from the main class over here. So that is why this would become import java.util.scanner. So now that I have this, I would have to create an object of this. So I'll type in scanner obj is equal to new scanner, and inside this I'll add in system.in. So I have got this. Now I'd have to go ahead and read in the details. So before that, let me just add in system.out.println because I have to tell the user to input his name. So I'll type in enter your name. Now when the user enters his name, I'd have to read it. So this is when I'll use the scanner over here. So let me actually change this to scan. That'll be easier to understand. So I'll add scan dot next line, and whatever result I get, I will store it in, let's say, string my name. So I've created a new string, and whatever name the user passes in, I'll store it over here. Now, similarly, I'll ask the user to enter his marks, system.out.println, and I'll ask him to enter his marks over here. So I'll just type in enter your marks, and this time I would need an integer variable. So I'll name this variable as my marks, and I'd have to give in scan.next int. So I've also read the marks of the student and I've stored it in int of my marks. Now it's time to instantiate our student object. So student, and I'll name this object as obj. So student obj would become new student. Now let me put in a colon over here. So you see there is an error. Let's understand what is that. Add arguments to match student, right? Change constructor this. Now this is because we have actually created a constructor inside the student class which takes in two parameters. So that is why we'd have to pass in those two values inside this. So the first is the name of the student. So I'll pass in my name. And similarly, I'd have to pass in the marks scored by the student. So I'll pass in my marks, right? Now you see that the error has gone. So we have passed in the name of the student and the marks of the student, and we'll just show out the details. Now let me print this out. Right. So let me add in the name over here. Let's say the name of the student is Julia, and Julia has scored 83 marks. And we are printing out the result. Name of the student is Julia, marks of the student are 83. So this is how we can instantiate our variables during the time of execution, during runtime, with the help of a constructor, right? As you see, we have created this constructor and we are passing these values during runtime. Now let's go ahead and understand the concept of inheritance in Java. Now let's understand the concept of inheritance in real world first. So let's say you have your father and you have your grandfather. I mean, obviously you would have your father and your grandfather. Now, what happens is you will be inheriting some features from your parents and also your grandparents. Now, this is a very simple example of inheritance that could either be, let's say, hereditary features. Now, let's say you look like your father, or maybe you look like your grandfather, right? So these are some of the facial features which you'll be inheriting from your parents. And if not the facial features, it may be monetary, right? So you might be inheriting some monetary benefits from your parents. This is known as inheritance. So basically, you are deriving some properties from your parents, or basically some set of features would be common, or if not common, they'll be similar between you and your parents. Now we'll take the same analogy and we'll apply it to Java. So inheritance in Java, what happens is one class derives the properties of another class. So this means that some properties would be same in two classes. This helps us in reducing code redundancy. Now there could be a lot of cases where we'd have to write the same code again and again. So to avoid that, what we'll do is we'll have one class where all of the common code is there and the other classes can inherit this parent class. So now that we know the concept of it, let's go ahead and work with an example. So over here we have a class with the name vehicle, and these are the attributes, and this is the behavior. So inside the attributes, the vehicle has cost and the vehicle has mileage. So this vehicle costs $234 and the mileage provided by it is 35, let's say 35 gallons per liter. And these are this is basically the method where we are printing out amp vehicle, and then we are showing the cost of the vehicle and the mileage of the vehicle. So this is pretty simple. Till over here, we've just created the parent class. Now we'll create another class which extends from the vehicle class. So we'll add public class car. So car is basically another class. We can call this the child class of the vehicle class, because this is inheriting the properties of the vehicle class. So we're just typing out public class car extends vehicle. And apart from the properties which the vehicle class has, this will have its own properties over here. So this has color and this has tires. So I'm setting the color of this car to be equal to blue, and I'm setting the number of tires for this car to be equal to 4. And inside this class, I'll add a new method called as car details, and I'll print out all of these details over here. So I'm printing out I am a car, color of the car is color, which is basically blue, and then I'm printing out the number of tires in the car, which is stored in this object, which is 4. Now, you might be thinking that we'll be only able to have access to these attributes and this method with the object of this class, but you're actually wrong. Now, if we create an instance of the car class, we'd be able to work with the attributes and the method of the parent class as well. So this extends keyword over here, right? This helps us to have access to the methods and the attributes of the vehicle class if we extend it publicly. So this is a public class and this is also a public class. And when this car class extends this vehicle class, this would inherit all of these properties of the vehicle class. So let me go to Eclipse and let me show you. So this is our main class over here. Let me go ahead and delete the previous class. We don't really need to work class now. Now I will go ahead and create a new class. I'll click on new class and let me name the class as vehicle. So again, since this is not a main class, this will not constitute the public static void main argument. So I have created this new class over here. Let me add in all of the features inside this. So the vehicle would have cost associated with it. So I'll add cost, and let's say the cost of the vehicle is $350. And also this would have a mileage associated with it. So I'll add int mileage is equal to, let's say this would provide me 40 kilometers per gallon. And after this, I'd have to just show out the result. So I'll add a public method over here, public void show. The name of the method would be show vehicle details. And this would not take any parameters. I would just print in some result over here. So this would be system.out. Let me add in print ln, and this will basically print out I am a vehicle. And after printing this out, I'd have to print out the cost of the vehicle and also the mileage of the vehicle. So system.out.println, I'll add the cost of the vehicle is, I'll add in cost over here. Similarly, I'd have to add the mileage of the vehicle. So this would be, let me change this over here. Let me just add in mileage. The mileage of the vehicle is, I'll just change this to be equal to mileage. So we've got the cost and we've also got the mileage. So both of these are set over here. Now it's time to create our child class. So again, I'll right click on this, new, I'll create a new class and I will name this class as car. I'll click on finish. Now this is our child class, and this child class would extend from our parent class, which is vehicle. So I'll add public class car extends vehicle. Now that this is done, I'd have to add its own attributes and its own method over here. So it would have a color associated with it. So string color is equal to, this is a blue colored car, and it would have the tires attribute with it. So I'll add int tires is equal to 4. That would mean this car has 4 tires, and I'll just add a new method. This doesn't return anything, so this would be public void, and I'll name the method as show car details, and this would not have any parameters. This will just print in some details over here. I'll add system.out. Let me add in println over here, and I'll just be printing out I am a car. And after this, I'd have to type in system.out.println. I'd have to show the details of the color and the number of tires. I'll add the color of the car is stored in this color variable, and then I'd also have to show the number of tires. Let me change this over here. So the number of tires are, let me just add in the tires variable over here. So I have created the parent class, which is the vehicle class, and I've also created the child class, which is the car class. Now I'll go to my main class over here, and I'll create an instance of my child class. So let me add car. The name of the instance is obj. So car obj is equal to new car. Now all I have to do is invoke the methods. So I'll type in obj.show. So as you see, since this car class has inherited from the vehicle class, we have access to both the car details method as well as the vehicle details method. So first I'll just show you the car details method. Let me run this. Now, as you see, since car details method is actually a part of the car class, we are able to print out all of this. So this just shows I'm a car, the color of the car is blue, and the number of tires are 4. Now I'll comment this out, and instead of this, I'll show you obj.show vehicle details. Now let me run. Now, even though this vehicle details class is not explicitly stored in the car details class, we are able to invoke it because we are extending the vehicle class with the car class. So that is why we've got the result. I'm a vehicle. The cost of the vehicle is 350 and the mileage of the vehicle is 40. So this is the basic concept of. Now let's see how can we use constructors in inheritance. So we'll be working with the same vehicle class over here, and we've got these two attributes, cost and mileage. Now, instead of having the details with get details or hard coding them, we are having a constructor over here. So constructor obviously has the same name as of the class. So we've got vehicle over here and we've got vehicle over here, and we will initialize the values with the help of this constructor. So these values C and M. So C goes into cost, M goes into mileage, and this way we'll be able to initialize cost and mileage. And this is the same over here. This is the same show vehicle details. Now we have the child class, which extends the parent class, and it has its own attributes over here, which are color and tires. Now, since this extends from the vehicle class, from this car constructor will have to pass in the values into the vehicle constructor. Now this public car over here, this would take in 4 parameters. This would have 4 parameters because this extends the vehicle class. So let me just clarify. This vehicle class has 2 variables and this car class has 2 variables. But since also extends the vehicle class, this would have 4 parameters in total. So the first parameter inside this car class would be the cost of the vehicle. Second would be the mileage of the vehicle. Third would be the color of the class. And then fourth would be the number of tires of this car. Now the first 2 parameters which we get will pass it into the super method over here. So this super method helps us to transfer or pass in these values to the parent class. So whenever we have to pass in values from the child class to the parent class, we'll use this super method. So this way we are able to pass in the cost as well as the mileage of the vehicle through this super method. Now since these two are set, we would also have to initialize the color attribute and the tires attribute. So we'll pass in these two. So I am passing in the value of call into color, and similarly this value which is stored in ty will go into tires. Now since all of this is set, we can go ahead and show the details of the car as well. So this is how we can work with inheritance with an instructor. So let's do all of this as well. So over here, let me go to the vehicle class, which is our primary class over here. Now I'd have to, instead of hard coding this, I'll set the value of cost to be equal to 0 initially. And I'll also set the cost of the mileage to be equal to 0 initially. We already have the show details method. Now let me go ahead and create a constructor over here. So I'll add public because this is a public constructor. This will not return anything. And this will have the same name as that of the class. So public vehicle. And this takes in two parameters. So the first parameter is int c and the second parameter is int m. Now I'll have cost is equal to c. So whatever value is in c, that will get stored into cost, and whatever value is in m, that will get stored into mileage. So we've got our constructor ready in the vehicle class. Similarly, we'd have to create a constructor in the car class. Now, as you see, we have this error over here because we have to add the constructor. Since this car class extends the vehicle class, it is necessary that you would have to have a constructor inside the car class as well. So what Eclipse does is it gives you all of these prompts. And with the help of that prompt, you can automatically create this super method in this car class over here. Right? Now, we have created this constructor car. And this has these two parameters. Now, apart from these two parameters, I'd have to add or assign values to color and tires as well, because these are variables which are only unique to the car class over here. So let me pass in these values as well. So I would have string and call. Then I would also need to take in the number of tires. Now, once that this is done, I'd have to store the value of color, and I would also have to store the value of tires. So let me keep it to be ty over here, and I'll add in tires and I'll store the value of ty inside this. So I've got this set. So we've got errors over here because we've got it 2 times. I have deleted that. So we have a constructor inside our parent class and we have a constructor in our child class. And with the help of the super method, I am able to pass in the values of the parent class through the child class. And we've got the rest of the things to be set over here. Now I'd have to just get in all of those values. So over here, I would have to need the scanner class again. Let me just delete all of this over here. So I'll type in scanner. Scan is equal to new scanner, and since this reads the input, so I would need the system.in inside as the parameter. Now after this is done, I'd have to get some values. So I would need the cost of the vehicle and the mileage of the vehicle first. So I'll type scan dot, this would be next. Now before this, let me just add a line over here. So system dot out dot println, and I'll ask the user to of the vehicle. So I'll add enter cost of vehicle. So this will be stored in, let's say, vehicle cost, and this is integer. So we've got this ready over here. Scan dot, this has to be next int, not has next int. We've got this set. We've still got an error. So this has to be small int, I believe. Let me change this properly over here. 8 quick fixes. Let me actually see what is the error. This is next int. Now this is set. So this has to be small. So you'd have to take care of the nomenclature properly over here. So in next int, n is small and I is capital. Now similarly, I'd have to get the mileage of the vehicle. So over here, this would be enter mileage of vehicle. And I'll change this as vehicle mileage. So we've got the cost of the vehicle. We've also got the mileage of the vehicle. Now I'd have to get the color of the vehicle. So this would be color of, this is actually color of the car. So I'll change this to enter color of car, and this is actually string. So I'll type in string and I'll change this to car color. And this would be next line over here. So we've also read the color of the car. Now it's time to get the, what else is left? So we've got the number of tires present in the car. So I'll change this to enter number of tires in car. I'll delete all of this and I'll change this to car tires. Right. So the reading of all of the values is done. Now it's time to invoke the constructor. So to invoke the constructor, I'd have to create an object out of it. So this will be car obj is equal to new car. And since this takes in 4 parameters. So again, as you see, we've got an error over here because this would take in 4 parameters. Let me add in all of those 4 parameters. So we've got cost, mileage, color, and number of tires over here. So the first would be vehicle cost. Next would be vehicle mileage. After this, we've got car color, and then we've got car tires. So we've passed in everything. Now it's time to just print out the values over here. So this would be obj dot show car details and obj dot show vehicle details. I'll just hit enter and let's see what do we have over here. Right. So enter cost of vehicle. I'll set the cost of vehicle to be 600. Mileage of vehicle is, let's say, 70 kilometers per gallon. And then we've got enter color of car. So why do we have an error over here? So color of car, let me set it to be blue over here. So we've got an error. Let's check what exactly is the error over here. So enter color of car, scan dot next line, which would be stored over there. And then we've got enter number of tires in car, which we are. So basically this has to be next and not next line. That is what was causing the error. Go ahead and click on run. So I'll set the cost of the vehicle. So let's say the cost of the vehicle is $700. I'll set the mileage of the vehicle. So let's say the car gives around 50 kilometers per gallon and the color of the car is blue. And I'll also set the number of tires in the car. So this car has got 4 tires in the car. Now through the help of the constructor, I'd added all the details. And since we are invoking show car details, this is what we have first. I'm a car. The color of the car is blue and the number of tires are 4. After that, we're also invoking the show vehicle details method, which gives us I'm a vehicle. The cost of vehicle is 700. And
now let's understand the special type of inheritance in Java, which is known as multi-level inheritance. So in multi-level inheritance, as you can see over here, we have the parent-child, grandchild relationship. So let's say we start off at the top over here, parent. Then some of the features of the parent would be inherited by the child. Now let's say the child has a grandchild. Then some features of child would be inherited by grandchild. So what is happening is there is a flow of features from the top to the bottom. Now, since the child has features of parent and since grandchild is inheriting features of child, this would mean that grandchild would also have features of parent. So this hierarchy which you see over here, this is known as multi-level inheritance. Now, we'll implement multi-level inheritance in Java. Now we'll see how to implement the concept of multi-level inheritance in Java. So we'll start off with the parent class over here. So the syntax is pretty much the same, public class parent, and this would have the attribute name. So string name, and initially we'll keep it as blank. Now we'll have a constructor over here, public parent, and we'll assign the value of name through this constructor. After that is done, all we are doing is showing out the name of parent over here. So this is simple till now. All we have done is created the base class, which is parent. Now we'll create a child class over here, class child, and this child class extends from the parent class. And this will have its own attribute, which is age, and I'm initializing the value of age to be equal to 0. And since parent class has a constructor, that is why you definitely need to have a constructor in your child class as well. Now you'd have to pass in 2 parameters inside this constructor. First would be for the name of the parent, second would be for the age of this child class. So string n, which will pass to the super method, and the super method will help us in passing this value to the name of the parent class. And since we've got the age over here, we'll pass in this a into the age over here. Now that we've set the age of this child as well, we'll just go ahead and show the age of this child. And after this is where the third step comes in. So now we have the grandchild class, which extends from the child class. And this has its own attribute, which is the gender. And since the child class has a constructor and the parent class has a constructor, you definitely need to have a constructor for your grandchild class as well. And this takes in 3 parameters. First parameter is for the name of the parent. Second parameter is for the age of the child. And third parameter is for the gender of your grandchild. So the first 2 parameters will pass in through the super method over here, and the third value will assign it to gender. Now all of that is done. We'll go ahead and just show the gender of grandchild. So we'll put out gender as gender. So we'll go to Eclipse and let's work with all of this. So my first task would be to create the parent class. So I've got this package over here. I'll right click on this, select new, and inside this I'll select class. So I'd have to create the parent class over here, and this will not have public static void main. So I've got my parent class. I have to go ahead and create a new variable. So this would be name, and with the help of this, I'd be able to assign a name to the person. Now I'd have to create a constructor for this. So I'll type in public and then I'll type in parent. This obviously doesn't have a return type. Now this constructor will take in a value. So that value would be a string. So string s, and all I have to do is name is equal to s. So this is how I am assigning a value to the name of this. So now that this is done, I just have to show the name of this person. So this would be public void. I'll give the name of the method as show name. And this will not have a parameter. All this does is prints out the name of the person. So system.out.println, and inside this I'll type in the name is, and I'll add the variable name over here. So this is how I print out the name of the person. Now that this is done, I'd have to create the child class. So I'll right click on the package over here, new, and I need a new class. And I'll give the name of the class to be equal to child. And this child class would extend from the parent class. So public class child extends parent, and we have this error over here. So let's see what exactly is to be done. Implicit super constructor parent is undefined. For default constructor, must define an explicit constructor over here. Let's see what can be done over here. So seems like we have to create an explicit constructor. If I click on this, we have the option add constructor child string, right? So we have set this over here. Now we have to make modifications into this constructor. Now before this, as we've seen in the presentation, this child class will also have another attribute, which is age. So I'll set or initialize this age value to be equal to 0. And this will take in 2 things. First is the name, and then this will also have age. And in super, we are passing in S, which will directly go to the parent class. Now, after this, I'll have to assign the age value. So I'm passing in A into age. So we've got the constructor ready for the child class. Now it's time to create a method to show the age. So I'll add public void, and the name of the method would be show age. And I just have to print out the age. So system.out.println, and inside this I'll type in the age is, I'll give in the variable which is age. So I've got the parent class ready. I've also got the child class ready. Now it's time to go ahead and create the grandchild class. So I'll have a new class over here, and I will name this class as grandchild. I'll click on finish, and we'll have our class ready over here. Now this grandchild class would extend from our child class. So I'll add child over here. Let me click on this, and we'll have a constructor ready. Add constructor grandchild. Right, so this has automatically created the constructor for us. Now this would already have an attribute which is actually gender. So I'll have string and then gender, and initially I'll just assign it to a blank string. And this constructor over here would take in 3 parameters, name, age, and then we would also need another string variable g. So we've passed in these 2 into the super constructor. So S, which is the name, would go to the parent class. A, which is age, will go to the child class. Now for the grandchild class, I am assigning the value of g into gender. This is set. All I have to do is create my show method. So public void, and this time I'd have to show the gender. So this would be public void show gender. And inside this, I'll just print out the value of the gender. So I'll type in system.out.println. And inside this, I'd have to write the gender of the, or let me just keep it simple. The gender is, and I'll have the variable ready over here. The gender is gender. So all of this is set. So we've got our 3 classes ready. We've also implemented the code for multi-level inheritance. All I have to do is go to the main class over here, and I would have to create an object for the grandchild class. So this is the grandchild class. I'll have to create an object. I'll name the object as obj, and this is my new object which is ready. So seems like we have an error. Let's see what the error is. Right, now we have all of these instructors over here. So that is why we'd have to pass in values. So let's say the first is the name. Let's say the name of the person is Annie, and then we've got age. Let's say Annie is 25 years old, and then we've got gender. So Annie is female. So we've got all of this ready over here. Invalid character constant. So let me keep it in double quotes over here. So if it's a string, you'd have to keep it in double quotes. So this is something you'd have to remember in Java. So again, since this is a string, you'd have to keep it in double quotes over here. So you've got this set. So again, seems like we have an error. This is not really required over here. Let me select this over here. Let's see what happens. We again don't really need this. Let me just go ahead and remove this over here. Right. So we've got all of this set. Public grandchild, this is public as well, and this is public as well. All of this is set over here. Now I'd have to use this method. So obj dot, I'd have to show the age, and similarly I'd have to show the gender, and I'd also have to show the name of it. So I'll add name. Now let me click on run, and let's have a glance at the result. So seems like we've got some error. Let's see what that error is. Now whenever we are creating an object, it is necessary that we use the new keyword over here. So that was the error. Now I'll click on run. So as we see, we have the result. The age is 25, the gender is female, and the name is Annie. Now, this is again hard coding. Now let's take input from the user over here. So if we have to take input from the user, then we would need the scanner object. So I'll type in scanner. I'll create an object of this. This will again become new scanner. And since we are taking input, we'll have to pass in the parameter system.in. Now I would add a print statement for all three of these. So I'll type in system.out.println. So starting off, I would need the age of the person. So I would actually need the name of the person first. So I'll type in enter name. And this I'll store in scan.next. So this has to be small n over here, and this I am storing in, let's say, my name. So I'll add string my name. So in my name, I'm storing the name of who this person is. Similarly, I would need the age of the person. So I'll type in enter age. And over here, I would need int. And in this, I'll have my age is equal to scan dot. I'll have next int. This is also set over here. And then finally, I'd have to take the gender of the person. So system.out.println, I'll have enter gender. And this again will be a string. So string my gender, and I am storing the gender inside this. This would become scan.next. So I've got all three of this set over here. Now I'd have to, now that I've read all of these values, I'd have to pass in those values inside this constructor over here. So first I'd have to pass in the name, which is stored in my name. Then I'd have to pass in the age, which is stored in my age. And then I'd have to pass in the gender, which is stored in my gender. So all of this is done. I'll click on this. So we have executed this. I'd have to start off by giving the name of the person. So let's say the name of the person is Jennifer. And Jennifer is 18 years old. And she is obviously female. And we've got the result. The age is 18, the gender is female, and the name is Jennifer. So this is how we can work with multi-level inheritance. Now let's understand the concept of abstract class. So till now we've worked with general classes, and we've seen how to implement the concept of inheritance with these general classes. So there's a specific type of class in Java which is known as an abstract class. So let's understand what is that. Now many a times it happens that we would want to show only some specific parts to the user and hide out all of the important parts. Now because we wouldn't want the secrets for the user to know. Now, in that cases where we want only some of the parts of the code to be known, that is where we require some sort of abstraction. So the concept of abstraction in simple terms is you show only the parts which are required, and whatever parts are supposed to be hidden, you keep them to be hidden. So that is the concept of abstraction. And that has given rise to something known as an abstract class. So when you work with this abstract class, you can't create objects of this abstract class. So that is one important point of this. And this is how this abstract class looks like. So this over here is same class, and then you give the name of the class. But before the class, you'd have to add the prefix abstract. And when you add the prefix abstract, this makes this class abstract. And inside this, you can go ahead and add either normal methods or abstract methods. So if it's an abstract method, then again, it's the same over here. It says that you'd have to add the keyword abstract. Now, if there are abstract methods inside your abstract class, then these methods have to be overridden in whichever class inherits this abstract class. Now, the point to note over here is, since you can't create an object of this abstract class, this, if you want to work with this class, this has to be inherited by some other class. Only then you can inherit the features of these, or you can work with this class. So this is the basic idea behind this. Now what we are doing over here is we are creating another class called as cat, which extends this abstract class animal. Now, as you see over here, we've got this abstract method animal sound, and we override that method inside the cat class. Now what is overriding? So in simple terms, in inheritance, if we inherit a method from the base class, then if we change whatever is written inside the base method, then that is known as method overriding. So over here we have taken or inherited this animal sound method and we are overriding this method. Now similarly, what we've done over here is there is another class known as dog which extends this animal abstract class. Now over here you see that the animal sound made by a cat is meow, and over here you see that the animal sound made by a dog is pow pow. So this is the basic difference. So your abstract class over there gives you sort of a template which can be used by multiple classes. So let's go ahead and implement this in Eclipse. So my first task would be to create the abstract class. So I'll go to this test project, I'll right click this, new, and this has to be a class. Now over here, you would have to check the abstract box over here, and I'll give the name of this class. This would be animal. So I have successfully created this abstract class with the name animal. Now inside this, I would need the abstract method. So since this is a public method, I'll add public, and this is an abstract method. So I'll add abstract. So public abstract void, and the name of the method is animal sound. And this doesn't take anything. This doesn't also require a body. All you do is put in a semicolon over here. Now, important thing to keep in mind over here is an abstract method does not have a body. So the body for an abstract method is given inside the class which inherits this particular class. So we've got our abstract class. Now it's time to create two more classes. So the first class, we'll name it as cat. So this will be a public class. Now this class extends the animal class. So public class cat extends animal. So as you see over here, we have to add the unimplemented methods. Now, whenever you have or whenever you extend an abstract class, it becomes a necessity that you implement these methods over there. So basically what you do is you type in public and then you add abstract. Now after this you add void and then you type animal sound and then you give in the body of it inside this. Now since you are actually extending it, you don't have to give in the abstract keyword over here. So this is important, guys. So the abstract keyword, it comes in only the abstract class. Whichever class inherits this abstract class, inside that, this doesn't have to be there, right? So we have done this. Now I'd have to override this. So I'll just type in system.out.println and I'll give in the animal sound over here. So cat makes the sound meow. So we've got this ready. Now let's see what is the error over here. Add unimplemented method. So it's the same thing over here. I'll just delete. We do not require this. So everything is set. Public void animal sound. So this was the error over here. So we had to keep it capital S over there and there was no underscore over here. So the name of the method was animal sound. Right, now similarly we'll go ahead and create another class. So I'll have new and then I'll select class over here. Now this, I'm naming this class as dog. I'll click on finish over here. Right, again this would be extending. It is extends animal. Now since this extends animal, which is an abstract class, we'd have to give the definition inside this. So it would be, let me write it properly over here, public void animal sound, and let me give in the body over here, system.out.println, and I'll give in the sound made by a dog inside this. So this is also set. So I've got both of this ready over here. Let me see if we have made some error again. Animal sound, this is set, abstract class animal. Let me go over here. We have added the unimplemented methods over here. So, but still this has to be a capital, right? So guys, make sure that you're taking care of the proper caps lock or small case over here. So all of this is set. These two classes have inherited from the abstract class. Now it's time to create an object of those two classes. So what we'll do over here is I will start with the cat class, create an object of it, name the object as C. So this will be cat C is equal to new cat. And with the help of this, I will invoke animal sound. Now similarly, I will create instance of dog. So this will become dog D is equal to new dog. And again, I'll have D dot animal sound. Now let's just run the entire code and let's see what do we get, right? So first we are printing out the animal sound of a cat, which is meow, and then we are printing out the animal sound of a dog, which is pow pow. So this is how we can work with an abstract class. Now after abstract class, we have a similar concept which helps us with abstraction, which is known as an interface. As it is stated over here, an interface is a completely abstract class. So when it comes to an abstract class, a simple abstract class, you can have abstract methods or normal methods. But when it comes to an interface, you can only have abstract methods. You cannot have normal methods inside it. So all of the methods, whatever methods you have in an interface, all of them have to be overridden by whatever class implements this interface. So this is the basic idea behind an interface over here. So instead of writing class, you have the keyword interface. So you put in public interface phone, and inside it you add in all of the methods which have to be overridden by the class. Now you can consider an interface to be a basic template which can be used by multiple classes. So this becomes a basic template over here. Now once we have a basic template ready, I will go ahead and have a new class which can implement this. So over here, the name of the class is iPhone, which implements phone, and I am overriding those three methods. So as you see over here, I'm overriding the cost method, the color method, and the battery life method, and I'm just printing out all of these three things. So let's go ahead and work with an interface in Java. I'll have to delete all of this. Let me delete these three animal classes over there, and let me also remove out the stuff. Now it's time to create a new interface actually. So new interface, and I will name this interface as phone. I'll click on finish. Now as I've told you, an interface can only comprise of abstract methods. So over here, a phone, what does a phone have? So a phone would have cost. So this would be public void. I'll add cost. A phone would have color. So I'll add public. Let me make it color, public void color. And then a phone would also have a battery life associated with it. So I'll add public void. Let me type in battery life over here. So I've got all these three things set. So now that I've got my interface, it's time to implement this interface. So here I'll create a new class, and then I'll name this new class as iPhone. And this iPhone is basically implementing the phone interface. Now it's important that you understand the difference between what is happening in the interface, in the inheritance, and in the implementing over here. So when you're inheriting a class, you add the keyword extends, and when you're implementing an interface, you add implements over here. So this is the difference which you'd have to understand. Public class iPhone implements phone. So now that you have this, you would have to override all of the methods. So the first method over there was public void cost. And then we had the second method, which was public void color. Again, you'd have to have the body over here. So you'll have it this way. And you also have color. And after color, you would have battery life. So let me put in battery life over here. So I got all of these three methods set. So I have overridden. Now I have to add the body inside this. So let me just type in system.out.println, and inside this I'll add cost of iPhone as $600. Inside this I'll type, let me write in the println properly. So this becomes color of iPhone as, let's say, blue. And then we've finally got the battery life over here. So system.out.println, and then let's say the battery life of iPhone is 15 hours. So we've got this iPhone, which is implementing phone. Now it's time to create an instance of iPhone. So I'll go to the main class over here, and inside this, let me have my iPhone class, and I'll create an object of it. I'll name it as IP. Here I'll type in new iPhone. I've got this set. Now with the help of this, I can invoke all of the three methods. So here I'll put ip.batteryLife. Then I've got ip.color. After that, I've got ip.cost. So I've got all three of these things set over here. Now let me hit run, and let's see what is the result over here, right? So this is how we can work with interfaces. So the result is battery life of iPhone is 15 hours, color of iPhone is blue, and then the cost of iPhone is $600. Now we'll see how can one class inherit as well as implement. So here we'll start with this class named as person class. So person class, this has two attributes, which is the name of the person and then the age of the person. So initially we'll set the name to be blank, the age to be equal to 0, and then we'll add a constructor over here. So this constructor basically assigns the value to the name and the age of this person. Now that this is done, we'll go ahead and print out the details of the person. So the name of the person is this and the age of the person is this. So we've got the person class ready. After this, we'll go ahead and create an interface with the name father. So public interface father, and then this will have one abstract method, which is task. So we've got a class ready. We've got the interface also ready. Now it's time to create our class known as man, which would extend the class and also implement the interface over here. Now this you have to understand, because we are inheriting, we are doing two things over here. So the first thing is we are inheriting a class, and the second thing is we are implementing a method. Now normally if you want to extend two classes in Java, that is not possible because Java does not allow multiple inheritance. Guys, I'm repeating it. Java does not allow multiple inheritance. So to overcome this, what Java provides you is something known as interface. So when you want to do something which is similar to multiple inheritance, instead you can extend one class and implement an interface. So this is something you can do in Java. So over here, this man class extends the person class and implements the father interface. Now that this is done, we have another attribute inside this man class called as salary, and I'm setting it to be equal to 0. And since this extends the person class, which has a constructor inside it, I have a constructor over here with the name man, and the first two attributes over here go into the super method. So N over here would go into the name of the person, A over here would go into the age of the person. Now that these two are set, I would also have to set the salary of the person. So for that, I have int s, and I'm assigning s to this variable salary. So I've got all of this to be set. And since this is also implementing the father interface, we'd have to override the method which is present in this father interface, which is task. So a task of a father is to earn money. So all of these things are happening in this man class. Let's go ahead and work with this. Now again, let me delete these two from over here. This is done. I'd have to create my first class. So new class, and the name of the class is person. So this is a public class, obviously, and inside this, we've got a lot of things going on. So first, we'd have to set the name of the person. So string name, and initially I'll set it to be a blank. And after this, I'd also have to set the age of the person. So I'll set the age to be equal to 0. Now that this is done, I will use a constructor because I'd have to initialize the values of name and age. So I'll have public person over here, and I'll have, let me add in some parameters inside this. So I'll have a string parameter s, and I'll have an int parameter a. So I am assigning the value of s into name, and I would also assign the value of a into age. So our constructor is also ready. Now it's time to show the details. So public void show person details, and this does not take in any parameters. All it does is show the details. So let me print out. So the first detail would be the name of the person. So I'll type in the name of the person is, I'll have the variable name over here, and then after this I'd have to print out the age of the person. So I'll print out system.out. This would be println, and here I'll add the age of the person is, I'll just have age over here. So I've got this entire class ready. Now it's time to create my interface. So I'll click on new and I'll select on interface. Now I will name this interface as father. So I've got my father interface ready, and inside this I'd have to create an abstract method. So this would be public void task, and all I do inside this method would be, well, we actually don't have to do anything inside this since this is an interface. I just have to create an object like this. Now we will go ahead and have another class, new class, and I'll name this class as man. Now this man class would extend the person's class. So extends person, and this would also implement an interface. So implements father. So we've got both of this set over here. Now we need a constructor over here, right? So I'll add public man, and inside this we would need the super method over here. So this takes in 3 parameters actually. Now we would also have the salary of the man. So let me just set int salary is equal to 0 initially. Now this man constructor would take in 3 parameters. So the first would be the name of the person, which would be string s. Next would be the age of the person, which would be int a, and then next would be the salary of the person. Let me just put it to be s, which would be int s. Now out of this, I'll just pass in s and a inside the super method. So this is also ready. Now let me actually change this to, let's say, SA, so that we have a clear distinction between both of them. Right. So now that we've got both of these set, it's time to also assign the salary over here. So inside salary, I am adding SA. If you guys have confusion, I'll just repeat it. Since this person class is extending the man class and there's a constructor inside, sorry, it's actually the opposite. Since the man class is extending the person class and there's an constructor present inside this person class, we'd have to override that constructor. And to do that, we would need this super method. So the first 2 parameters go into the super method. So the name goes over here, the age goes over here, and the salary, which is unique, this attribute is unique to this man class, so that I'm passing in over here. So now that the constructor is set, I would also have to override the method which is present in the father interface. So this is public void task. So let me just add public void task over here, and inside this, let me just set in the task. So here this would be system.out.println, and inside this I'll add in earn money. So this is also set, and after this I just have to go to the main class over here. Let me delete all of this, and I'd have to create a new instance of man. So I'll have man m is equal to new man. This is set, but then again, since this has a constructor, I need to add in the values of the name of the person, the age of the person, and the salary of the person. So let me have my scanner class ready over here. So I'll type in scanner scan is equal to new scanner, and in this I'll put in system.in. So now that this is set, I just would have to give in the instructions to the user so he can give me the details. So system.out.println. So I'd have to start off by getting the name of the person. So I'll type enter name, and this I'll take through next, and I would have to store this somewhere. So this, remember, has to be small, and I'd have to store this. So I'll store this in, let's say, my name. So I've taken the name from the user. Now similarly, I'd have to take the age from the user. So I'll type in system.out.println, and inside this I'll type enter age. Now that this is done, again I'd have to use scan. So this time it will be next int. Let me put it to be small n over here, and the result which this gives out would be stored in, let's say, my, this would become age. This is also done, and then I would have the final print statement system.out.println, and inside this I would ask for the salary of the person. So I'll type enter salary, and this would become scan.nextInt. So this would be scan.nextInt, and I will store this in int, and I'll name the variable as my salary. So all of this is set properly. Now after this, I just have to pass in the value. So the first value would be the name of the person. So I'll pass in my name, and then I'd have to pass in the age of the person, which would be my age. And then I'd also have to pass in the salary of the person, which would be my salary. Again, all of this is set. Now that this is done, I would basically have to print out the details of the person. So let me just go ahead and also invoke the tasks over here. So I'll type in m.task, and then after this I would also have m.showPersonDetails. Now I'll click enter, and let's see the final result. So first I'd have to add in the name of the person. So let's say the name of the person is Raj. Raj is 28 years old. He's 18 years old, sorry. And let's say he earns around $20,000 or $200,000. Seems like he's rich. So since he's a man, and he's actually a father at the age of 18, so that's interesting. And he earns money, that is his task, which is, so this method, basically we are invoking it from the interface, and the name of the person is Raj and the age of the person is 18.
Now we will discuss what is collection framework in Java. So, why do we need collection framework, right? So collection frameworks provides you an architecture to store and manipulate the data. You can imagine it is a container for your object where you can store your objects, right? And collection framework is basically a combination of class and interfaces. Later in the session, we will see what is interface, okay? And it has a various classes like array, stack, vector, hash set, and interfaces. It also has some interfaces like list, set, and queue, okay? We can do various performance like sorting, searching, insertion using this collection framework. Okay, so yeah, this is all about what is collection framework. Now we will see why do we need a collection framework, right? When let me give you an example. Why do we need collection framework? Suppose you have a data that is already, you know the length of the data, so you can initialize an array for that. But if you don't have that, like the number of the data, the size of the data, that data is like dynamic, okay? So how can you use that? For using array, you can do that, but this is very costly and your program becomes slow, right? But using collection framework, you can add some data to your list or set or queue dynamically, and it will not decrease the speed of your data, the speed of your program, right? So this is why collection is one of the main reasons we use. It actually provides you the dynamical addition of data in your program, okay? Or not even addition, it will like provide you addition, removing, searching, delete, everything. All the features you can use using this collection framework. Basically, it's a container again. So in that container, you can add anything, you can remove anything, you can delete anything, and and you can retrieve anything. So this is what is collection and why do we need collection. Okay. Now comes importance of collection. Yeah. So importance of collection is, again, it reduces the program effort. You don't need to write the data structure algorithm from the scratch. It has some pre-package where you actually get all the data structure, and it increases the program quality and it increases the speed of your data. I mean your program as well. So this is the main reason why collection framework is important in Java. Now we will see what is the difference between collection and collections, right? So what is the difference between collection and collection? So collection is an interface and collections is a class, okay? So collection used to represent a group of objects as a single entity. For the collections is basically defines the different utility methods for collection object. If you want to call the collection interface, what you need to do, it comes under the util package java.util.collection. You can call the collection interface. And for the collection, it's a utility class. Okay. Then it's like collection helps to derive data structure of the collection framework. We will see later in the section how it actually helps using data structure. And collections is basically give us the some of the methods, static methods that help us to manipulate the collection, right? And when I'm talking about static method, what is static method? Static method is something that actually very much memory efficient, and it is accessible. That method can be accessible by the class instances. Even if you don't have the class instances, you can call those static methods. Okay. And for the static method, static member can change the value of it and can access static data members. Okay. So this is all about what is the difference between collection and collections. Now comes the hierarchy we have in collection framework. So if we have interfaces, we have already used the color coding for the interface and the class. For the interface, we have the orange, and for the class, we have the blue color, right? So basically, before we start about interfaces and class, let me tell you that interfaces always implements and class always extends. Okay. So this is the main key point you need to understand. Here you can see collection, that is an interface, and collection interface encapsulates certain other interfaces like list, queue, and set. Okay. And collection does not have any implementation, but you can implementation the sub interfaces like list, queue, and set. And lists have another 4 implementation like array list, linked list, vector, and stack. And queue has dequeue, array queue. Dequeue and dequeue are the interfaces, but array dequeue is the class. Okay. And paradigm also the class. Then we have set, and set also have the 3 implementation. One is hash set, link hash set, tree set. These are all the class, and sorted set, that is the interfaces. Okay. So this is the hierarchy we have for collection framework. And now we will see how this interfaces we can use in our program, right? Okay. But before jumping to the program, let me tell you, there is one more thing we have, that is map. We use map. Map also have a 3 implementation. Map is also an interfaces. It does not come under collection, but when we talk about collection, we use map as well. Map actually provides a key value pair. We will see how map we can use in our program as well. For now, you need to understand that map also have a 3 interfaces. 3 implementation you can say. That is hash map, hash table and tree map. Okay. Now come Java interfaces. What is Java interfaces? The interfaces are similar to classes but with collection of abstract method. When I am talking about abstract method, what does that mean? That means that classes, that methods does not have anything written before. Okay. That interfaces is basically have it's something like class, but it has some methods that does not, like, we can declare those methods later. Okay. So you don't need to think about, like, you don't need to like implement, like, the methods are the abstract methods. Okay. And interface does not have constructor like we have in class. Interface does not have constructor. All the methods are abstract in interface. Yeah, all the methods, there is no implemented method will be there in interfaces. Then multiple interfaces can be extended by interface, right? I mean, if you want to extend the interface, that time you need to extend the interfaces, right? Now, an interface can contain any number of methods. So you can write 10, 20, 30, any number of methods you can declare in the interfaces, and interface cannot extend by a class. You always need to understand that an interface cannot be extended by a class. It can only implement by a class. If you want to use an interface using class, you need to implement it. You can't extend it. Okay. So this is about what is interfaces in Java. Now let's see what is list. Okay. So we talk about that interfaces that we have under collection, right? So Java list is also interfaces and the child of collection, which extends the collection interface. Okay. So this Java list extends the collection interface. Okay. But in list, you can assure that the insertion order of your input insertion order will be remain same. List contains the duplicate elements. When I'm talking about contains duplicate element, yeah. It does not care about the element you have in your data, but it cares about the insertion, the way you insert your data. Okay. List can have null value. Yeah, the list you have that can have a null values, null elements. It does not have any problem to like contain a null value. List elements can be fetched using index number. So list element, if you want to fetch a list element, you can just directly call using the index number. Yeah, I will show you everything in the code. Okay. And obviously you need to understand, you need to remind that indexing of the list is start from 0, not from 1. Okay. And list allowed to do operations like you can add something in the list, you can remove something in the list, or yeah, this is the thing you will do using list. Okay. Now comes the types of Java list. What are the types we have in Java list? We have array list, we have linked list, we have vector. Okay. So what is array list? Array list belongs to Java util package and it helps to create dynamic arrays. Like the normal array, you can say. But here is the catch, that normal array and the array list. I mean, in the normal array, you need to provide the length of your data. But for the array list, you can be dynamically add elements to your list, right? So this is the main catch between array and array list. Okay. Array list implements list interface, right? It actually implements the list. Okay. That is under collection. Then array list is dynamically resizable and provides flexibility and functionality. Obviously, it's very dynamical. I mean, if you want to add some new element to your array list, you can directly using a .add method. I will show you how can you do that. It's dynamically resizable. So it does not slow down your program when you do this dynamical resizable thing. And then it provides a flexibility. It's very much flexible when you use this array list. And then come the functionality. Yeah, it has so many functions, right? Then comes array list class has predefined methods to manipulate the list easily. Yeah, there are so many predefined methods we have in array list that will help us to manipulate our list easily. So this is about array list. Look, let's see how can we implement an array list in Java. So here I will show how can you do that, and then we will go for a practical implementation. Okay. So first, if you want to import package, what you need to do? Using import java.util.star. We use star. Basically, it will fetch all the things. Import java.util.star. .star is like something you don't need to specifically mention everything like separately. Star is something, it will actually fetch all the things. Okay, so if you use java util.star, you will get all the classes and the interfaces under util class. Okay, now how can you initialize? For initializing the list, you need to use array list. You need to call the interface array list. Then the type of the list you have, like string, int, anything. Then you need to provide the name of the list. Suppose I am using over here fruit list, right? Then you need to write new, the way we create the object, same, new, and then again you need to write the class name, array list, and then the type of the list, that is string, and the bracket. Okay, this is how we initialize array list. Now if you want to add some element in the array, how can you add that? So you need to do the list name dot add, and then the data you have, that is apple. So I have apple, banana, orange, and lychee. Okay. So what I need to do, I need to call the list name. Then using dot add method, we can store all the data, right? And if you want to display the list, what you need to do? You need to call system.out.println and then the list name, and it will show all the list. Now comes the indexing number in list. What is indexing number? So we have 5, 9, 10, 23 number list. But when I'm talking about indexing number, it starts with 0, right? So 5, the index number for 5 is 0, for 9 is 1, for 10 is 2, and 23 is 3. So you have to remember all the time that indexing number in list starts with 0. Okay, and now we will see how can we implement list in our class. How can you make a class and how can you implement list on over there? Okay. So let's get started. We will do this in Eclipse. Now as we see that how array list work, let's see in the code file how we can actually implement array list. Okay. Now we will see the implementation of array list in Eclipse. So I made this class in front of you guys. So let me make one more class where we will implement the array list. Okay. So what we need to do? We need to go to src. Then we need to do create class. Okay, new, then class. Okay, so now I just need to write the class name. As I'm implementing array list, maybe I'm going to take the name as array list. Okay, so my class is public. I don't want to make my class private or protected. Then what we need to do, I just need to add the main method. Okay, now this is finish. Yeah, here you will get your class, that is I made my class, that is array list. Okay, now we need to add the package, right? What we need to write? Import java dot, it is belongs to util package dot util dot star. It will fetch all the things, and then we need to use semicolon. We need to understand, we need to remind that Java is a case sensitive language. Okay, so when I'm saying that a case sensitive language, for that you need to have a look at the capital letter, the small letter we are using over here. Okay, fine. So already we call the package. Now what we need to do? We need to write array list. This is the interface we have. Then you need to specify what type of array list you want, right? Suppose I want string type. This is string. Then you need to provide the array list name. So suppose I am going to write fruit list. is equals to, you need to create the object new, then array list. If you want, you can add the type of the array over here. If you don't want, you don't need to mention that. Then the first bracket, then semicolon. This is how you need to call array list. Okay. Now you can see if I can run my program. Yeah, we actually, this is okay. You need to specify which Java class you want to execute. I want to execute array list. Okay. Then okay. Now let me click to run. Yeah, it's working, right? Now if I want to see that how can you add something to your list. So suppose I have orange apple in my fruit list. What I need to do? Fruit list dot add. And you can see this is showing that string type. I am allowed to add only string type of a data, right? So add, then I need to add into the invited comma. You always need to remember that whenever you are going to add something in Java in string, you need to add that invited comma. You need to basically you need to provide that data in between that comma. Okay, so I'm going to use orange, and then I need to specify the semicolon. You can see it already takes. Now I'm going to add apple. Yeah, so here again, but I didn't add dot add, so it's giving me error. So I'm going to use dot add method. Okay, sorry, I just wrote fruit list. Then comes fruit list dot add grapes. So guys, this is how you can add the data in your list. Okay, and now if I want to see this is working or not, let me check. Again, array list I want to execute. Yeah, this is working perfectly. Now if I want to print our fruit list, whatever the data we have, if you want to see, if you want to visualize that how your fruit list is working, so system dot out dot println, right? You can use print as well. Println we use for the next line. Okay, you have to remember that. So array list I'm going to use, and then okay. Yeah, you can see we got that thing in the console that we have orange, apple and grapes, right? But when I told you that I will talk about static void main method. So Java has the main method that is public static void main. Okay, you can say this is the entry point to the application. If you write any class, any object, and if you write any method, if you want to execute that, you need to come to main method. This is the main key point of a Java program. Okay, and always the signature of the main method will be public static void main string args. Okay, and it actually pass a command line arguments through args parameter, which is a type of string s. So this is the thing you need to understand every time, and you need to remind all the time when you start working with Java. Okay, so yeah, we can see that how you can add something using array list to your array list, right? Now we will see how can you if we want to see that you want to set some parameter, right? So before setting some parameter, let me tell you how indexing works in an array list. So if you see that if I say fruit list of 0, right, and I just write I just want to print that, so system dot out dot print ln, and then if I want the first element of the fruit list, so now if we want to use the first element, right, so how can you do that? So just if you want to get the first element, we use dot get method. Okay, so let me print that for you guys. You can see that again you need to use the class you want to execute. you can say orange. So what actually happened in a list, it starts with 0. Whenever you are using any list, the indexing start with 0 with list, okay? You need to remember that, not with 1, it actually starts with 0, okay? Now if you want to go for set something, okay, and for list, you can say one thing, it actually maintain the insertion order. You can say first I insert orange, so it actually takes orange first. Then I insert apple, it takes the apple, right? Then I insert grapes, it took grapes. So it does not change the insertion order, right? It maintains the way you insert your data into the list, okay? And then if you want to state something, right? So what we need to do, fruit list, maybe I just want to change orange with guava, right? So that time what I need to do, fruit list, then dot, then set. See, you can see first is int, that is your index number you need to provide. Then the string, the data you want to replace with, right? So yeah, so this is one I'm gonna take. Now I am gonna do what? That first index, right? To 0. Then what data I want to give, that is guava, right? Now this. Okay. So let me see my program is working or not. Yeah, we are gonna use this. So this is, I didn't print it. Now let me print it. So let me write that the first list, we use plus sign. If you want to like concat something, this is the way you if you want to add some text with your output, this is the way we can do that. Now after setting this, we actually need to let me check that if we can do this. So now I am gonna print the list we have changed, right? Now I'm gonna write, this is the converted list. You can see, right? Let me run it. Yeah. See, the converted list has guava in the first index, right? We are able to change the first element of our list successfully using set and get method, right? But if we want to remove something, if we don't want anything from our list, right? So what we will do? So again, the same thing, you need to write your list name. Right now I'm writing fruit list dot remove. We have a remove function. Then you need to provide the index number, right? So maybe I don't want grapes. So this will be our 0, 1, 2. So that index will be 2. So I provide the index number and that semicolon. Always you need to write semicolon in your code. That is the main thing about Java. So let me check if my remove function works or not. Yeah, so that is after removing the list, after removing grapes, right, from the list. Okay. Let me check. Array list I want to execute. Okay. So yeah, you can see the first list we had, that is orange, apple and grapes. After that, we have the converted list, that is guava, apple and grapes, right? Now we want to remove grapes from our list. You can see we successfully remove grapes from our list, that is guava and apple. Now we have guava and apple, right? This is how you can manipulate your array list. These are the main function we have for our array list. There are many functions we have. You can explore. These are the basic functions you really need to know about if you want to use an array list, if you want to manipulate our array list, okay? Or maybe we can sort our list, but I just need to check that if we can do that. So these are the, you can see, these are the list, these are the methods we have for list. So If you want to see the size of your list, you can see this. Right? I just system. This. You can see it is going to give me the list of the size of the list. Yeah, it's giving me 2. So my array size, my list size is 2, right? So let me write it for you guys. Yeah, you can see. I just need to use arraylist.java. Okay. So yeah, my list size is 2. Okay. So this is the main functions, main methods we have to manipulate or to use our array list. Yeah. So you can see I have already added those things that that how can you use add function in a list? How can you use set function in a list? I have shown you guys if you want to access any element from your list, how you can do that using .get function. And if you want to use if you want to remove something from your list, you can use remove function. But let me tell you one thing, guys. While you are actually increasing the number of the list, the number, like the size it grows in the array list, that is 50% of its size. So always remember that always array list grows with the 50% of its size. So these are the main key point you need to understand when we talk about collection. So when you go for any interview, so they ask you this basic questions that what do you think how the array list goes, okay? Or how can you add something in your array list? So these are the main thing you need to understand when you start learning collection framework. Now we will talk about linked list. But what is linked list? Linked list is a linear data structure and all the elements are linked with each other. When I'm talking about linked with each other, what does that mean? Okay, so basically linked list has a 2 part, right? One part contains the value you have and the another part contains the address for the next element, right? And each element has the reference to the next element. That is the thing that each node, we referred every element in a linked list, that is node. And each node contains one part is the value and the next part is the address for the next element, right? So linked lists are almost same with the array, but in linked list, the memory location are not contiguous, okay? And they are linked with each other, right? Using pointers. Now comes the head of the linked list. But head of the linked list contains the address of the element, okay? But it does not contain the data. And when it comes the end of the linked list, the last element of the linked list does not contain any address because that is last. It only contains the value of the linked list. Like, so these are the main thing you really need to know about linked list when I'm talking about. Okay, and yeah, every element in linked list is called as node, and linked list can contain duplicate value as well. Okay, and linked list implements the list interfaces that we saw in the before part as well. It implements the list interfaces and it maintains the insertion order as well, right? But why do we need linked list? Okay, because linked list has a good memory allocation. The alignment of the memory is nice. The inserting, deleting, searching element using linked list is quite easy. That is not easy with the array. Okay, and if you do some deletion or adding some elements in array, that is very expensive. For linked list, you can do it easily. Okay, and linked list provide the dynamic allocation as well. Its memory allocation is good. So this is why we really need linked list. Okay, linked list also had that set and get method as well. And in linked list, in the performance of linked list using add and remove is far better than array list, and but worst in get and set method. Right? This is the thing you need to remember when we start talking about collection framework. Okay. So now let's see what types of linked list we have. Right? We have singly linked list, we have doubly linked list. But what's the difference between singly and doubly linked list, right? Why do we need doubly linked list? So basically in the single linked list, what we have, the node we referred, it has two parts. One contains the data and the second one contains the address, right? But for the doubly linked list, we have three parts in our each node. First node, first part contains the previous element address, then the data, and the third part is going to store the next element address. Okay, but why do we need this? Because using single linked list, we can't traverse backward. So this is the limitation of single linked list. But when we come to doubly linked list, using this part, this extra memory allocation part, okay, we can go back, right? We can go traverse as well. This problem, it actually solves the limitation we have in single linked list. Now we will see how we can implement linked list using collection framework. So first we need to import the package, the same package we are going to use, that it is the part of util, obviously util package, so we are using util. Then we will use the initialize linked list, right? How can you initialize linked list? Again, you need to call the linked list class, then you need to provide the linked list name, and we will see all the things how you can use this linked list in the code, right? Let's see how can you do that. Now we are going to create a class for linked list. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go that our project, that is demo1, then we will go for the source file, source folder, yeah, and under that we are going to create the class. Okay, so new class. Okay, so I am going to get the name for the class, linked list. And when you are going to use the class, always maintain that your class name should start with the capital letter. Okay, so this is the convention we use for Java. So now I'm going to use again the public static void main, the main method we need to have, that I explained earlier as well. Why do we need it? Yeah. So now again I'm going to import java .util .star, then semicolon. I import the pre-package, the package we need for just to call the linked list. Now I am going to call the linked list. Okay, linked list. Then you need to provide what type of linked list you want, right? So I want a string type. You can use int type, you can't use something different. But for my case, I am going to use the string type, those string. Okay, then I am going to use curl list. That is equals to new. I'm going to make the object of it linked list. If you want to see that what type of linked list you want, yeah, I'm going to use string and then the bracket. That is complete. This is how you can call your linked list. Okay. Right. So now we will see how can you add the element in your linked list. Okay. So adding the linked list element, what you need to do? You just need to use add method, the way we did in the same in the array list, right? Car list dot add. Now I'm going to use some car name, as I said. So maybe Alto, right? Let's give next I'm going to add something. Maybe the car name can be, I'm gonna use Lambda, right? Everyone's favorite. So this is how you can add the element in the list. Okay, so yeah, you can see I add 2 elements. If you want, you can add thousands of elements in your linked list, right? Their memory type will be the way I discussed, that it has a node, and that node is going to store the value of your the data you have, and the next the memory. Okay, so this is how linked list work. Each and every node is connected to each other. Okay, now if I want to print the list, right? System.out.println, and then we are going to pass the list name. Okay, so I'm going to use the linked list demo.java. So you can see that I put that Aldo and Lamborghini. You can see this two already there in our linked list, right? Now we will see some of the predefined function we have in our linked list, okay? Like how can you remove something? How can you, like if you want to add something in the first element, right? If you want to add something in the last, okay? How can you do that? So for that, I can just do curl list dot add. You can see there are the method you can use for. I am going to use add first. So what it will do, it will actually take the data from me and it will add in the first, right? As linked list maintain the insertion order, the way you insert it, right? So if I'm going to use BMW, right, you can see, and then if I'm going to print the new list, right? So I can add that add new element in the first, right? So you can see this is how you can add a element that is in your list. Let me check how it's going to work. Yeah, you can see that BMW came first and then it's come the Alto, then the Lamborghini, right? This is how it works, right? Suppose if you want to add something in the last, okay? So curl list dot add, you can see there is an option comes that last, okay? So now you need to provide your data. So I'm going to use Hyundai. Okay, and let me print my new list. Add new element in the last. So you can see that Hyundai came the last. Now this is how it works, that predefined function we have in linked list, okay? But if you want to just get something using, like if you want to add using index, but when I'm talking about indexing, you need to understand that indexing in linked list, that is also start with 0, right? So curl list dot add, okay? So I want to have something using like index. So maybe my index is, suppose I want to use a 4, or I can take 0, 1, 2, suppose 2, right? 2, comma, the data I want to give, that is Toyota, okay? Now let me show how it's going to work, right? So add element in the third position, as our indexing starts with 0, right? Always remember that our indexing starts with 0. So you can see, let me do that, linked list demo.java. Okay. So you can see that add a new element in the third position. Yeah, it came, Toyota comes in the third. So how it's calculated? That 0, 1, 2. So it will be third, right? So we added Toyota in the third. So if you mention the index and then if you want to add some data on that specific index, you can do that using linked list, right? So these are the basic predefined function we have in linked list. Now let's see what are the other predefined function we have. Suppose if you want to remove something from your list, right? So how can you do that? So maybe I want to remove Toyota from my list. I don't like Toyota, okay? So this is the thing, I'm just giving the example, not real in life. Yeah. So this is curl list dot remove function. You can see we have remove. So we have two functions. One, if you give the string value, that which one you don't want, or if you give the index value, right? So I'm going to take the string. I'm going to give the proper data that I don't want, right? Suppose Toyota, right? I don't want it. And then I will print our list. That let's say it's worked or not. So let me just execute my program. Okay, you can see I don't have Toyota in my new list, right? I actually removed Toyota from our list. So this is how you can, if you want to remove something using index or using string, right? You can go for it. Okay. Now, if we want to clear all the list, what I have, I just want to delete it, right? So what you will do? Curl list dot clear. So what you will do, it will clear your list properly. Okay, then system dot out dot print. Let's see what we have in our list after using the clear function. Yeah, you see we don't have anything in our list, is the empty linked list. Okay, so this is how, if you want to do something with your list, you can do it, right? But if you want to use a pop function, right? If I don't want to clear it, okay, I don't want to clear. I just want to show you that how the pop function works, right? So let's see. We have the pop function in our list as well. Now you can see our list has BMW, Alto, Lamborghini and Hyundai, right? Now I'm going to use pop function, right? Dot pop. Let me see what's going to happen with my list. So we all know that pop is like just to remove the first element from your list. Check. Yeah, you can see that BMW, we don't have BMW. It will pop. It will actually remove the first element from your list. So this is how actually our linked list works. And this is the predefined function we have for our linked list, right? So when you start working with linked list, you really need to have idea this predefined function. It makes your life more easy that how can you manipulate your list, right? How can you add something? How can you delete something? How can you, like if you want to add within a specific index, if you want to add in the first, last, everything you will do, just what you need to do, you just need to call the functions, okay? So this is the thing we actually do in linked list using collection framework. Now we will talk about vector. But what is vector? Vector is also a part of collection framework. Vector is like dynamic array, which can be expand and shrink. Both you can do with the size of the vector, right? You can store an n number of element in vector as well, right? It is also similar to array, you can say. Okay, so it is a part of Java collection framework since Java 1.2, not from the beginning. Okay, in Java 1.2 they added vector in the part of collection framework. Vector is also a part of util package. Okay, and what is the difference between vector and array list? So the basic difference between vector and array list is vector is synchronized. And vector has contained many legacy methods that are not part of collection network, right? And the default size or the initial capacity of vector, you can say that is same. Now we will see how can we implement vector in Eclipse, okay? So how can we call vector, right? How can we use vector, right? So as anyway, it is a part of util package again. And we, for the initialize vector, I will use Eclipse to show you how we are gonna use. Now we are going to use class, right? So making the class, the same process we will do. We will use and then new, then class, and now we are gonna give the name, that is vector demo. And now we will select the public static void main method. Now first we will import util package for it. That Java dot util dot start. Okay, first we actually import the vector, import the package. Now we will use the start using the object. We will create the vector object. What we will do for that? That first we will write vector and then new vector. That is your vector name, and that is equals to the way we create the object, right? New vector. That is how you are going to create the object of vector. Okay. If I want to execute the program, let me check is working or not. Yeah, it is working. Suppose we want to see what capacity it has for the initially. So what we need to do? Let's see. I said it is same. Let's check that it has what capacity it has initially. That is equals to new vector, your vector name dot capacity. The first thing we got, right? Then we print the number we have. Let's see what is going to give. Yeah, it is giving the 10. So what we say, the initial capacity we have for vector, that is 10. Okay, this is how you can initiate vector. You can check. As we see, how can you see the initial capacity of vector? Now we will see how can you add data to your vector, right? So what we will do, new vector, the vector name we have, we declare dot add the object, the same as list, the object you want to add. Suppose I want to add apple, right? Then if you want to add more data to your vector, that is dot add orange. Maybe I can add few more, like dot add grapes, right? So these are the things I have added. Okay, so let me check that it is added in our vector or not, right? How can you check that? We actually need to print our vector, right? And we can see the size of the vector, right? So let me print it, that what we have right now. You see my vector, what is that? Yeah, you can see I have added apple, orange and grapes, right? So at least what data we have added in our vector, that is already added, right? If we now if we want to see the size of our array, so how can we check that? The same thing we are going to do, but we will use dot size. So if we want to see the size of the array, size of the vector we have, what we need to do, that and plus that we concatenate the vector in the when we are going to print new vector dot. Now what we use size, that will give the size of our vector, right? Let me run it. So let's see. It's supposed to give 3. Yeah. So it gives 3, that our vector size is 3. Okay. There is one more way you can add element to your vector, right? How you can do that? Same new vector. We have dot add element, right? In that also the same way it will add the element, the data you want to put in your vector, right? So suppose I'm gonna add dog, okay? Or maybe I'm gonna add new vector dot add element, that is cat, okay? So yeah, let's see the new element is added to our vector or not, and the size of the vector as well. First, let's see our like the elements we have in our vector. Yeah, so you can say that dog and cat is added, and obviously vector maintains the insertion order. Always remember that list, linked list and vector, they all maintain the insertion order, the way you insert the data to your list object or vector object or linked list object, right? So if I'm going to use the same thing, the size of the array, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Let's see size of the array, what is going to show. Yeah, this is showing 5. So this is how actually we use vector, right? We implement vector using collection framework, right? So till now we saw that how can you use linked list, how can you use array list, how can we use vector, right? Now we will see the other part, that what are the other thing we have using collection framework. Now we will talk about Java Q. But what is queue, right? Queue basically is designed in such a way so that the elements added to it are placed at the end of the queue and removed from the beginning. And queue extends the collection interface and it follows the FIFO approach. When I'm talking about FIFO approach, let me tell you what is FIFO approach. So FIFO stands for first in, first out, right? Let me give you an example what actually I want to mean by FIFO, right? Suppose you want to buy something from a store, but that store has a queue, right? When you come to the store, you need to stand in the queue, right? So when you added in the queue, that time you will you will stand in the queue in the last of the queue. So basically for that you can say when you added in the queue, you added in the last. But when someone got the item from the store, they will leave the store, they will leave the queue, right? So the removing from the queue will be from the first. So same thing happened with the queue technique over in Java as well. They maintain the same thing. When you insert something to the queue, it will add that thing in the last. And when you remove something from the queue, it will remove from the beginning, right? So this is the thing I said, queue insert the elements in the end and removes from the beginning, right? Queue does not allow any null operation, and that will not support any null operation. You really need to understand that queue does not allow any null operation, okay? And queue has two interfaces. One is linked list, one is priority queue. But you guys have a doubt that what is the difference between queue and priority queue? Let me tell you what is the difference between queue and priority queue. So queue for the queue is where the insertion is done at one end and removal is done from the other end, right? Okay. But from the priority queue, what priority queue does, the elements can be inserted in any order, but removal of the element will be in a sorted manner, right? So for that, if you want to have a sorted queue, we use priority queue for that sometimes, right? So this is the basic difference between queue and priority queue. So let me show you how can you implement queue with using collection framework. So first we need to import the util package we have. Then we need to initialize the queue. How can we initialize? We can call queue or we can use priority queue. I will show you how can you call the queue and how can you use the priority queue, right? So how can you initialize them both? Okay. Now comes the elements. How can you add element? We use .add method to add the element in the queue, right? And if you want to display the queue, the normal thing, do write system.out.println, then pass your queue name, right? Now comes the predefined function we have in queue. So what are the predefined function we have? We have .pick. What is .pick? .pick will return the first element of your queue, okay? And when you use the remove function, I told you it use the FIFO technique. When you use the remove function, it will remove the first element, okay? First element from your queue, right? If you want to see the length of the queue, we use .size. So let's see, and let's go to Eclipse and let's see how can we implement queue in Eclipse using Java. So we came to Eclipse, okay? So already I have made a class for queue. You all know how can you make a class. Where I did, I actually called initialize the queue using priority queue. You can see this. This is using priority queue. Then what I did, now we will see how can we implement the queue using Eclipse in Java, right? So what I did, I actually called a class that is queue demo. Now I actually initialize the queue, right? I first write priority queue, then the type of the queue, that is string, then the name of the queue want to have, that is I want a queue normal, then new priority queue, then the what type of a queue you want, that already I have specified. This is the optional. If you want, you can put, otherwise you can skip it. Again, I use string and then the first bracket, okay? And after that, I use .add method to add elements, to add data to our queue, that is orange. First I add, then I add apple, then I add grapes, then I add lychee. Maybe I'm gonna add one more, that is queue.add. I am going to add banana. Okay, so yeah. So I have added, right? Now, if I want to see that whatever the data I have added, that is added properly in the queue or not, let me check it out. Let me run it basically. Yeah, you can see apple, lychee, grapes, orange, and banana is there. But it's not. It does not maintain the insertion order, the way we insert. Because I told you that priority queue use the sorted manner. You can see we have A, L, G, O, B, right? We came to Eclipse. Now we are going to make a class. I make a class for it. That is queue demo, right? Now what I did, I actually call the priority queue. Called priority queue. Then you need to specify what type of a queue you want. That is string queue I want. Then I add queue, the name of the queue you want to put. That is, I want a queue name. That's normal queue. Then I use new priority queue. Then again, what type of a queue you want. This is the optional. If you want to put, you can. Otherwise, you can make it null as well. So I again use a string and then the bracket. Right. This is how we initialize queue. Then how can we add element to the queue? So dot add method we used. In the dot add method, I pass the data. That is, first is orange, apple, grapes, lychee, and banana. Okay? We actually give those data to the dot add method to see that our queue is taking that element or not. Let me execute the code for you guys. Yeah, you can see it takes and it stores all the data. That is apple, lychee, grapes, orange, and banana. Okay, so these are the this is the main method, we can say, dot add method, which actually help us to add something to our queue. Right now we will see that how can we use, like how can you get the first element from the queue, right? So let me just try to print that. System dot out dot print ln, and in that we will use queue dot, you can see these are the option we have. So dot peak I'm gonna use. Let's see what will happen with that. What is going to print, right? You can see the apple. It will give you the first element. Okay, it will give you the first element of the queue. That is how pick works. Okay. Now we will see some other technique as well. Let's see. There is one more method we have, that is system dot out dot println. If you use dot element, that also will give you the first element of the queue, right? Queue dot element. Okay. Let's see what is going to give. See, for element and pick, both are going to give you the first element of the queue, right? If you want to use remove method, if I want to use the remove, right? So if I want to remove something, dot remove, let's see what is going to remove. According to the method, it should remove the apple, right? The first element of the queue it should remove. Now I am going to print the queue you can see that using remove, what it removes, the first element. So it is perfectly using FIFO technique, right? This is all we really need to know about queue when we talk about queue, right? So these are the basic function again, guys. I am talking about that these are the basic function you really need to know. You need to understand. If you want to manipulate a queue, that time you need to understand that, okay? And for the remove purpose, we will have one more function, you can say, the method we have, that is dot poll, right? Let me see what is like how it's going to work. Yeah, you can see first it remove apple when I use remove, and then when I use dot poll, it will remove the grapes, right? So this is how remove and poll works. It will remove the first element of your queue, the FIFO technique, right? So yeah, this is the main method, you can say. You really need to have an idea when you start working. Now we will talk about Java set. That is also the part of collection. Okay, so set is an interface which extends collection and implemented by hash set, linked hash set, or tree set. Okay, But the main thing you really need to remember, okay, that set does not contain any duplicate values. So suppose, let me give you an example what actually I want to mean that it does not contain duplicate value. Suppose you have a 5 set of data, okay, where you have 5 data points. Suppose 1, 2, 3, 3 and 4. When you put that data into your set, it will eliminate that 3. Okay, it will have 3 ones in a data set. So what you will get? 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so this is how actually set works. So basically, when you want to have a distinct value in your data set, not a duplicate one, you just want to have a distinct value, right? That time you can use set. Okay, set is based on the normal mathematical set concept. The concept we have, it actually maintains that abstract concept of set from maths. Okay, then set allows the null values. Yeah, set actually allows you to have null values in your data set, but set does not maintain the insertion order. When I'm talking about the insertion order, the way you insert your data, it will not maintain that. Okay, so this is the basic thing you really need to know when we are talking about data, when we are talking about set, right? Set has some methods, like set has add method, set has contains method, set has is empty method, it has iterator method and remove and size. We will see all the method in the later in the video. We will implement all of them. Okay. Now come these types of set, right? So we have 3 types of set. Okay, set implementation basically. 1, has set. 2nd, linked has set. 3rd is tree set. Okay. So what is has set? Why do we need linked has set? Why do we need tree set? Right? So has set is basically the normal set we use. Okay, and has set is not order, but it is faster than tree set. But how it allocate the number? So has set put the number in a hash table. Okay, and for the tree set, what you will get extra in the tree set, when you put your data in the tree set, that time your data will be sorted automatically. So what it returns? It returns the sorted data. Okay, and the linked has set, it is use the linked format in a hash table. So this is the main 3 difference you can say about this hash set, linked has set and tree set. Okay. So, but tree set is slower than has set. Okay, you really need to remind those things that tree set is give you a sorted order data, but tree set is slower than has set. Okay, but has set will not give you a sorted data. Now we will see the implementation of set. How can we implement set, right? So when we are talking about implementation of set, first we need to import the package, the same package we are using throughout the collection, that is import java.util.star. Okay, now you need to initialize set. So next we need to initialize the set. How can we initialize the set? First we really need to mention that set, the interface you need to call, then you need to call the which type of set you want, right? String, int, what type of string? That I want string. Then what I need to add? The name of the set. Okay, that is food set I want. Now then we need to use new. Then we call the hash set, and again you need to put which type of set you want, that is string, and then the bracket. This is how you can initialize set, right? If you want to add some elements in the set, we use .add method, and if you want to display it, we will display it using system.out.println, right? Now, what are the implementation? What are the predefined methods we have, right? So for the duplicate value, I will show how can we. I will go I will add the same data twice in the set, and I will show you how it's handle those things, right? Okay. Next we will go for implementation of set. Okay. Now we will see the implementation of set. Okay. So what we need to do? Again, I'm gonna create a new class for set. So in the source folder, I will go to new, and then class, I will give a set demo class. I need to have that, right? And then I will use the main method, then finish. Okay. So first thing we do, import java.util.star. Yeah, we import the package. Now we will call set interface, right? So what we need to do, set. Then what type of set you want? I want a string type. Okay, so you can say then what name you want. I want new set is equals to new. I want a hash set. Then which type of set I want, that is string, and then the bracket. This is how we declare set, right? Now if we want to add some new data to your set, new set dot add, I'm gonna add the name of Sam. And now what I'm going to add, new set dot some other name I'm going to add, right? J. Now again I'm going to add Sam. Let's see how the set is going to handle the same data twice. I said it's not gonna take the same data twice because it does not support the duplicate value, right? Next, new set dot, I'm gonna add some new one. Suppose Anil, new name, right? So yeah, I have added all the things. Let me print the set for you guys. Let's see how set is going to take the duplicate value. You guys can see, right? It does not maintain the insertion order. First I insert Sam, but I insert Sam twice, right? One this and second one is this, right? But it takes Sam for once. So this is the way actually set take the duplicate values, right? It does not contain duplicate value. Or this is the thing you can say about set, but it does not maintain the insertion order as well. But if I want to remove something, so how can I remove? So new set dot remove function we will get. Then we need to give the thing you want to remove, right? So I want to remove Sam. Let's see how it's gonna remove it. So system dot out dot println new set. Let me see that it's gonna delete it or not. Yeah, you can see I did not use println. For that it came in the same. So yeah, I think you guys should know what's the difference between print and println. So basically print is something, if you like use print, it will not go to the next line. But ln, we use ln just if the output will go to the next line, right? So it's up to you how can you use your output, how you want to see your output, right? So you can see it actually delete the Sam from the set, right? This is how remove works. So now let me show you how tree set is different from hash set, right? How actually is going to make your data in a sorted format. To show you that I'm gonna use set, that is a int type, and again tree set, again a int type. Okay, so again I'm going to use set, but this time I am going to use integer. Okay, then I'm gonna use set2 is equals to new say hash set yeah, but for int I'm getting an error. Maybe I need to write int. Okay, so yeah, so again I am doing the same I was doing the same thing, but it does not take int. You need to write the full word, right? That integer. You need to have a set that is an integer type. Okay, and I'm going to declare a set that is also an integer and set3, but it will be the part of tree set. Okay, so let me check that. Yeah. So we actually made that. Now what we need to do? Say to dot add. I'm gonna add suppose 2. Then say 2. I'm gonna add 10. Sorry, I didn't use dot 2. Yeah. Now I'm going to use say 2 dot add again 2. Let's see it's gonna take the duplicate value or not. Next I'm going to add some more data on say 2 dot add suppose 5. Yeah, this is all, and let me print it out. System dot out dot println, and we will pass the asset. Now I am gonna add the same thing with the set 3 using tree set object, right? Let me do that. Right, let me just run the code. Let's see what it gives the output. Yeah, you can see for asset for both the cases. Okay, fine. What I did, I take 5, 10, okay, 2, 2, 5. Okay, at anyway, it both are give me the sorted order thing. But let me add something extra over here for that we can understand. Yeah guys, I added some more value to it like 90, 87, 12. Okay, so these are the things we added in the asset. You can see in the result this is not in the sorted order, right? So I am going to add the same thing to the tree set as well. Let's see what it will give us the output. So if it's going to give us a sorted output or not, we are going to check that, and how this is going to handle the duplicate element as well. We will see that as well, right? So that anyway we know it's gonna eliminate those duplicate elements. Let's check. Okay, you can see in the tree set what we got, that all the for the both tree set and the hash set, for the both duplicate values are eliminated, but for the tree set we got the output that is in the sorted manner. So this is the main difference you can say about hash set and tree set. Tree set, for the tree set you can get a sorted manner or array, and the sorted manner set, sorted manner data. But for the hash set, it does not care about the sorting, it just care about the duplicacy of your element. But one thing about hash set, it is faster, it is more faster than tree set. Tree set is not as fast as hash set is. Okay, so this is the main thing we used in set. This is the basic of sets, you can say, about the collection framework. Okay, and we also have linked hash set the same way we do it, but for the linked hash set, it actually stored the data in the hash table in a link format, right? So this is the main part of the set we really need to know about collection framework. Now we will see the map. But what is map? Map is not the interface or subtype interface of collection. Okay, so this is different from collection interface. This is not the part of collection interface. But why we are talking about map over here? But map is also used when we talk about collection. This is also actually a big factor we use in our everyday programming, that is map, that help us to pair the key and the value. And I will give you an example what is key value pair I am talking about. Okay, but one thing you need to remember, that map does not contain any duplicate key. Value can be duplicate, right, respect to the keys, but the key cannot be duplicated, right? And one key can contain one value only, not the multiple value. These are the things we really need to remember when we are talking about map. So Java map is basically like two interfaces are basically used to implement map, that is map and sorted map, and three classes, that is hash map, tree map, and linked hash map. Okay, And the order of a map depends on the specific implementation, that is depends on tree map or linked hash map or the hash map, right? So we will see all the things in details. Okay, and map is really a bit different from collection, and it is not the part of collection framework. Okay, and yeah, this is all we can say. Let's see how can you implement map. So implementing map, we first need to import java.util.stuff, right? The same package we are using. But before starting with that, I told you that we have 3 implementation of map, that is hash map, tree map and linked hash map, right? So hash map is the implementation of map, but it does not maintain any order, right? So hash map does not maintain any order. The insertion order it does not maintain. And for the linked hash map, it is also implemented by map and it inherits hash map class, okay? But it maintains the insertion order, right? This is the basic difference between hash map and linked hash map, right? And for the tree map, this is implementing map and sorted map, and it is a sorted type map. If you want to have a map that is in a sorted order, you should go for tree map. So this is the basic 3 difference of map, hash map, linked hash map and the tree map. Now we will see the implementation of map, and I will show you each and every types of map, how can you implement those, right? So first what we need to do, we need to import the package. So we need to import java.util.stuff, right? How can you initialize a map? So initialize a map, you need to do map, then what type of a key you want to input, right? Your key can be string, your key can be int, your key can be float, right? So here I am using string type, okay? Now comes the key, the value. What type of a value you are going to put in your map? Here I am using integer, okay? Now you need to put the map name, right? I gave it as a hash map. Now you need to create the object the same way, right? Now new hash map, then again specify the key value, key type and the value type, then the bracket, right? This is how we use. But when we are adding some element in map, we use dot put function. And how we can get the key, how we can get the values, how we can get the pair, everything we will see in the Eclipse, okay? So let's see how we can do that. So here again for the map, we are going to make one new class under source folder. New, I'm going to add a class, right? So here we are going to use map demo. Then we are going to select the main method and then finish. Yeah. Now we will import the package, right? What's the package? java.util.start. Okay. Now what we will do? We will check, like we will start doing the map implementation, right? So we will call map. I want a key type of string. I am going to add that is string. I want to have a value that is type of integer, right? I am going to write integer. So one thing you should remember, it does not take int the short form of it, right? You need to write the full form, that what type you want. Or string, for string it does not take str. You need to write string, right? The full form. For integer you need to write the full form, that's integer. Then you need to provide the name, right? Demo map, right? Equals to, I am going to call new. What type of map I want to call? I want to call hash map, right? Let me check, right? Here again I am going to repeat what type of a key I am going to use, that is string, and the value type is integer, right? So yeah, this is how we can initialize map. Now we are going to add some value to it, okay? So here I use demo map dot. Here what we do, we use put function, right? To add something, we use put function to add something to our map, right? First, I am going to add some name, and according to that name, I am going to store the value, right? So let's see, I am going to add Anil, and in the value, I am going to add maybe he got something around 50. He's not that good a student, yeah. So you can see this is how we can add the data on the map, right? So again, I'm going to add some more data to see other methods we have, right? Why it's getting complete, right? Okay. So again, I'm going to add Sam. It's a good student. I'm going to add 80, right? And I am going to add more, 2-3 more value to show you guys how actually it's working, right? So John, he is also a good student, maybe the best student. Okay, so what function let's keep? Okay, let's again take the computer. So put add John, and he's a good student, so I'm going to add 90 for him. Yeah, and this is the last one I'm going to put. What? 76 for that, right? So this is how you need to explain, or you need to add your data to the map, right? It actually takes your data in a key value pair. For that, if you want to extract data using key, you can do that. If you want to extract data, just the values, there's the keys, you will do that, right? So it's kind of a pointer kind of thing. You can say like using key, you can extract the value, right? Let me just print system.out.println. I think you guys are quite clear why we use print and println. Yeah, you can see we got it. Like for the John, I got 90. For Ria, we got 76. For Sam, we got 80. And for Anil, we got 50. So one more thing. You can see it does not maintain the insertion order, right? As I say, hash map does not actually maintain the insertion order. Let's see if I are going to use a tree map, maybe it's going to maintain the insertion order, right? But no, but tree map also does not maintain the insertion order. Only linked hash map maintain the insertion order. So let me add something over here for linked hash map. Again, the same thing I'm going to do. And here I am going to give demo map 1 the new name for our link hash map. Let's see how it's going to work. Does it give us that sort like that what to say, the insertion insertion order is going to maintain or not? Let's see. Use this. Right, and I'm going to put the same value over here. Let's see how it's going to put, right? So we will get the difference between them. So when for the interview time, we actually asked you what's the difference between hash map, what is the difference between link hash map, why in the what scenario you need to use those things. Be sure guys you have the proper idea that what is hash map, what is the difference between hash map and linked hash map and tree hash map, right? So I think this will guys help you out. Let's see what we will get as the output. Yeah, you can see I actually gave Anil first, then Sam, then John, then Ria. Yeah, it's maintaining the insertion order, the order we have, right? Let's see if we go for the tree hash map, if it's going to give us a sorted value or not, right? Now we will going to use a tree hash map. Let's see it's going to give us the sorted order, in a sorted order or not. Our output is going to sort it or not. Let's see. So yeah, what we need to do, we need to call map, then string, what type of a key you want, then the value, what type, like your value type, then the name you want to give. I gave demo map 2 for tree map, and then comes new, then call the tree map interface, and then this is how you can call it, right? Now I'm going to add the same value for the tree map as well. Let's see what output we will get from them, right? So I just need to change the name for them. Let me change the name for them. So here we go. Let me just execute the code. Yeah, you can see that first one we have, that is hash map. It does not maintain any insertion or order, or not even sorted order. For linked hash map, it does maintain the insertion order we have, but it does not give you the sorted order. But tree hash map will give you the sorted order output, right? If you want to have a sorted ascending order or sorted order output, you can use tree hash map. So this is the basic difference between three types of map. You guys should remember all these things, that actually in the interview they ask all these things, right? Now let's see what other things we can like. Suppose maybe you want to iterate, like in printing that map, you will get all the value. But if you want to have a only key, if you want to fetch the key or just want to fetch the value, how can you do that? In that case, what we use iterator as well. We use for loop. So here I am going to use for loop, and I will show you how you can do that, right? So first we need to write for, then under that we need to write map, right? Then what we need to write, dot entry. Okay, I'm going to add entry method, and here you need to put the k and v, right? So here, if you want to iterate through each and every element of your map, how can you do that? Or if you want to have just the values, if you want to have just the keys of your map, how can you do that? You can use iterator or you can use for loop. So here I'm going to use for loop. So what I need to do, I just need to write for the for loop, and then I just need to call the map dot entry method. I need to call, then I need to write map and then semicolon your map name, that here I am using demo map, right? And then you need to call dot entry set. Okay, so this is the like signature you need to understand, you need to remind to iterate through each and every element in map, right? Now I'm going to write system dot out dot println, right? Now what I need to do, I just need to call my value or the key, right? So here what I am going to do, that is I'm going to write map. So as I say that we said like map, right? Map semicolon demo map dot entry set, right? So what basically it works as is like an alias to your map, right? So you can see this is map dot. If I write dot, you will get so many functions. So yeah, you will get dot get key. So what you will get, all the key from your map, right? Let me just show you guys how can you get all the key, not the value. So we'll get only the key, right? In the maps. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, you can see I got all the key, that is John, Ria, Sam and Anil, right? So if you want to have only the values, how can you do that? That's system dot out dot println, and then I will call map dot get. Did I get any option? Yeah, I got the get value option, right? So I'm going to use it. You can see. So let me just print it out for you guys. Let's see. Yeah, you can see I got what I got. It's actually let me just off this one. Maybe first it's giving me the value, then it's giving me the key, right? So yeah. So if I want only value, right? You can see that we got only the value, right? That using dot get value function, we will get all the values. Using dot key function, dot get key function, we will get all the keys. This is how you can manipulate your data using map. And this is why map is one of the most popular, like you can say, interface we use when we use for our network, like for our program as well. And when it comes to collection, we always go for map as well. We really need to understand and we really need to have a good idea about map. Now we have learned all the concept about collection framework, right? And as well as map. We learned about list, we learned about set, we learned about vectors, we learned about maps. And like subtypes of them also, we actually look into that, right? Now, if we have a case study, right? The base, like you can say a business problem, where we have a problem and we really need to solve that problem using this concepts. Now, let's see how can we solve that problem using this collection framework concepts, right? So there is a company called Facebook, right? They faced a problem. Basically, Facebook is a virtual library software company. So this company provides you different types of book. It's kind of library. The normal library we have, this is like a virtual, the online library, right? So as our society is still growing and we all prefer the online services, so this Facebook actually provides you that online library, right? So a professional from that company was trying to figure it out that total how many books they have, right? When I'm talking about library, you can understand there are lots of books are there, and that professional, he actually works in that with that company. He was trying to figure it out that actually how many books they have. I mean, there will be so many repetitive book, right? And there will be many book like he doesn't have idea. That's not, maybe they don't have the proper database for that. So they want to make a proper database where they can have the distinct number that actually how many books they have, not the repetitive book, and what types of book they have, right? So let's see how can we solve that problem using that collection framework concepts. So first, what we need to do, we need to store all the books, right? So first, the book they have, they need to store that thing into a list. Then what we need to do, we need to convert that list into set. So why we need to use set? I told you before that set is something we use to get the distinct value. So if you have some repetitive book, if you enter that into the list as well, so it will directly eliminate that book and it will make it 1. So it will count that all the repetitive book at 1, right? Then count total books present in the virtual library. Then we can count that set object using that predefined function, or you can count that using for loop as well, right? That how many books you have. And lastly, what you need to do, you need to make a key value pair. So for key value pair, we can use map, right? We know all the concept. Let's see how can we actually do that. So yeah, so this is the code. I will like show you guys how can we do all the like code in Eclipse as well. Before that, I'm just giving you a brief that how we are gonna do that. So here I use a book list array, book list named array list, where I add all the books they have, right? So the number you are seeing that is very less. So if you want to add thousands of books, you can add that. But for me, it's taking actually, I mean, like I was trying to give you a brief about that. How can you actually sort it out? But for the real case problem, there will be thousands and thousands of books, right? As I'm saying, it's a library, okay? Then what we do, we actually convert list into set, okay? So we actually initialize a set that is distinct book. Then what we did, we use a for loop, right? In that for loop will go till the book list size, and it will add all the elements we have in the list that is into the distinct book list. That is a set object, right? Next, what we need to do, we need to map it, right? We need to, let's see what type of books we have, right? So for that, what I did, I take a library map function, right? Then I take a, you can say a list again, that is B list I took. Okay, then I add all the book name again. Okay, and I know this books can be the part of educational book, right? So I add them library.put, the way we actually do the map function. What type of key I actually use, the string type key. My type of key will be string. Okay, And I mentioned, and one more thing you can see, guys, I use that a list, right? I mean, list of string I want as my value. Okay, not a normal list, not a normal value, right? I will show you guys what actually I want to mean by when I'm giving a list of value, right? Okay, I will show that. Okay, so what I did, I actually add that b list value, b list, that is the educational type like list, you can say, book we have in that list, and then I put the key that is educational, and then I pass that b list to that library map function, right? Again, I did the same thing for novels, like the novel books we have. I took almost 4 to 5 books under novel, and I pass that list under that key novel, right? Then I have detective novels. For that, again, I add some book, and I use a key that is detective novels, and I pass that detective novels list to that, right? This is how we can solve that code. And after that, the output we will get, the genre we will get, right? We will get the genre, basically the key, and the value will be our books names, right? So the library will be in a sorted manner. If you go to the online virtual library, if you put the genre you want to search for, you can go there and you can see what are the books they have. All the distance book, not a repetitive book, right? This is how we can solve our business problem using collection framework. Now what we will do, we will make a class for our respective problem, right? So I will give the class name at Facebook, right? The company name we have. Okay, so I will go to the source folder, then the new, and then we will make a class. Okay, I am going to give the name as Facebook. So I am going to add that public void method and then finish, right? So yeah, you can see I got the class. Now I need to import the package java.util.star. Okay, so I import the package. Now what do I need to do? I need to add those book name, right? So it's actually time taking, so I did it in the previous as well. So what I need to do, I just need to first I will just create the object of the array list, right? So I will do array list. Then what type of a list I want, right? I want a string type because my book name will be in the string name, right? So then I'm going to use book list, right? I am going to use book list. That is equals to new array list string then bracket. So this is how we can create a object of array list. Let me execute. Yeah, so I actually create the object of the array list, right? Now we need to add the book we have. So it is very time taking to add so many books. So I add that in the previously. So this is the thing. So yeah, so let me copy that. So we have at least 10 to 12 and more than that books, right? To add it, right? So yeah. Okay, so I'm getting crossfire because you can see my book list, the name I mentioned and the name I add, that was not same, right? So what I did, I actually use book underscore list, the variable name of my list. Then I add the book name, right? That I have doing greatly, linen, the element finding your passion changes everything. So we have lots of book, right? So I add those book in my list. So they are actually repetitive as well. So that I don't know how many books are repetitive we have. So yeah. So let me just print the size of the list. System out dot println. I hope guys you got understand that was the meaning of print and println, please keep nurture your knowledge on these things, because for the Java, advanced Java, that is the main part. Like most of the interviewers are going to ask some question from this part as well. This is one of the most important part, you can say, when we talk about advanced Java, right? So let me check the size of the book. So this is my size of the library, you can say, size of the library. And for the concatenating, we use class sign, right? Always remember these things when you are actually working with this collection framework and Java as well. So yeah, so my library size is 24. That is too low, I know. But if you guys want to add more data to your list, you can go ahead and do that. So basically, when you start working with the lots of data, you will get a proper clear idea about what actually we're trying to do, what actually we are actually using collection framework, right? So this is why collection framework is one of the most used framework, you can say. Okay, so now we have this. Now what we need to do, we need to create an object of set just to check how many distinct book we have, right? So first I will call set. What type of set I want? String type. Then I'm going to add distinct book in the library. That is equals to new. You can use tree set if you want to have a sorted manner, sorted manner book list. You can use that, but here I'm going to use hash set, right? So any variation according to your uses, you can go for it, right? So then I will use for. I hope you guys know what actually how we are going to how we actually initialize a for loop in Java, right? This is quite different from Python. Equals to 0 I less than is equals to, it will go till the size of the list, right? So it will go book list dot size, right? This is how we actually initiate a for loop for Java, right? So what am I going to add? I'm going to add distinct book library, our variable, our object for set dot add book list dot get, and what we will pass on that? I, right? Let's see it's gonna work or not. Okay, I didn't add that. Right. Let me check, and after that I will say why we get this error, right? So yeah, why we get that error? Because we started from 0, right? And I use that equals to sign. It should go less than the size of the book. You have to be careful that when we get that error, that out of bounds, that while out of bound, why it is like the length of the size of list is actually getting out of bound, right? So this is why we are getting this. So let me check that what we have in our set object right now. System dot out dot println, we will pass distinct book library. Okay, we get the data in our set, right? Now let me check what's the actual size, what's the size of the distinct book, right? So now you can say the library has the distinct number, that actually how many books they have, right? function from set object dot okay, just okay. So it has size as well, right? So let me see what is the actual size. So guys, please be sure that you are using plus sign, you are using semicolon. This is the main thing. Yeah. So my library has 15 actual book, but before it was showing 24, right? So we made that if you add thousands of book, maybe I'm using a small example, but when actually you have thousands of book, that time you really need to understand how SAT is making your life like so simple, how you actually use your time for the actual program, not in that you need to write a code from the scratch. How can you just get that distinct value, right? So if we don't have SAT, maybe we need to use a for loop, we need to use if loop, if statement. So using those things, your program will become more complicated. This is how collection framework is popular, you can say, right? So we get that. Okay, now what we need to do, I just want that key, whatever book I have, right? So I want them to store them in a proper genre, right? So if I want to use the proper genre, right? So that time what we will do, we will use a map. So we know that in map we have key value pair. So in one genre we can add the list of books. Okay, that will be the pair, right? That will be the value. Okay, so let me just initialize that. I think you guys will understand that map. Then I am going to use what type of key and value we want, right? Now as we see that we got the distinct book, right? Now what we need to do, we need to add the map value. Why we want map? Because we want genre basis book, right? So we know map has the key value pair. Now we have thousands of books, right? Now for my case I have 15 books, right? Maybe my five books belongs to same genre. 6 books belong to same genre, but they both are different. So I want to segregate my book using the genre, right? So for that, what I will use a map function, right? So for that, what I do, I actually take a hash map interface I call it. Then what type of key I want? My type of key will be string, that is genre, right? So maybe it will be novel, maybe it will be detective novels, maybe it will be educational, right? So my genre will be string. But just look at this, guys. This is actually important. But my what type of a value I'm going to provide? I am going to provide a list type of a value, right? My value will be list of books, right? So for that I am going to use an array list. That array list is type of a string, right? So again I'm going to explain this because this is really little bit complex and confusing. I can understand. You can see type of key is string, right? But type of value is list, right? Why it is list? Because I am going to provide, there's this genre is novel, right? I am going to provide a list of detective books. So my value will be list, right? So what type of a list I want? That is also a string type, right? So this is how I actually added string, comma. The type of value I am going to put, that is array list. Then the list will be string type, right? Then I put the name of the map, that is library, right? Then what I did, I called new. I use hash map. According to your preference, guys, you can use any of them. I use hash map. Then string type. And what type of a value I'm going to use? List type of a value, right? And to make the list, what I did, I actually add that, you can see there is again, I use a B list, right? In that B list, what I have the book that is the part of educational purpose, right? So here my key will be educational, right? And what will be my value? This B list, right? I added the B list dot add the book name, right? The way we add element in the list, right? So I have 5 books that is the part of educational journal, right? So I use B list dot add daring greatly, right? Then B list dot add live in. Okay, these are the book name. We have the part of B list. Then what I did, library. I have the map function is library. Then I use, how can we add something to the map? We use dot put function, right? So what I add, dot put the key that will be educational. And one more thing you guys need to understand, key cannot be repeated, right? It always, your key should be unique. Okay, so educational. Then I added B list, the list of book I have, that is the part of educational book, right? So I added B list. Okay, same, I have some novels, right? I add a list. I make a list of novels, that is a string type. I add those books in the part of novel list, and then I add that list to under novel key, right? Novel is my key over here, and I pass the novels list, right? You can see. Now again I make a list that is detective novels I have. I made them a key that is detective novels. The key will be detective novels, the genre of detective novels, and I pass the list that is detective novels, right? You can see. Now let me see if I want to see all the value I have, right? What I will do, I need to iterate the map, right? How can you iterate the map? Using iterator, using for loop. So here I am using for loop. So for loop, first I write for, then map dot entry, the way we iterate, right? Map dot entry. Then we use map. Okay, you can use anything. There's an alias you can say. I use map. Then semicolon, the library, the map name we have, dot, we call entry save method. Okay? So dot entry save. Now what we will do, using map or the alias we give, that map dot get key, if we do, then we will get all the key, right? The same way we did in the previous time as well. Dot get key, it will give me all the key, and dot get value, it will give me all the value. Let me check that the genre wise, like I'm able to do that or not. The distinction, the segregation of book, right? In the library, that on the genre wise, do I have the books or not, right? So when we are getting lang error, the most of the reason maybe we are getting lang error because of the parenthesis, right? So guys, if you check, so you guys need to understand these errors when it's giving. Okay, the lang error we are getting because of that parenthesis. I didn't check it actually. So you can see genre I give, then detective novels, right? This is the book names, right? You can see the first what I said, that get key. So my key will be detective novels, right? Then the book's name, right? So for the book names I have this, the girl with the dragon tattoo, and there and there were none. These are the books we have, the part of detective novels books name, right? And for the educational books name, you can see we got daring greatly, Lenin, the element. These are the thing we got, right? So our data is now segregated. Our data is clean right now. Okay. So that is the process we can use. We can just we use that collection concepts to solve these business problems, right? This is a very small business problem I have shown you guys over here. But if you have real-time business problem, you guys can go ahead with this collection framework. This will actually help you to solve your problem with a very less time, and you can focus on your program. You don't need to write the code from the scratch for the data structure, right? So this is how collection framework is actually helping us, right?
In this video, let me introduce you to hashing. Okay, so here, what is hashing? Okay, what are the different uses of hashing when you use it in your program or when you're writing your application? Let's check out those in this particular video. All right. So first of all, what is this hashing? Okay. So you can say hashing is nothing but a code. Okay. So say for example, you have your name. Okay. So you have your name, and if you want to convert this name to some code, okay, let me say I'm going to hash your name. Okay. And that hashed name would look something like this. Okay. So 1 A B and some symbol dollar. Okay. So it's not mandatory it should look like this. So it's like you have a name, you're going to apply some method and convert that particular input to a different form, something like this. Now, how hashing will play an important role when you're writing a program using Java. Okay. So in Java, you have something called as collections, right? So collection examples are, you have hash map, hash set, linked hash map, linked hash set. Okay. So what are these collections? Collections are nothing but readily available classes with which you can implement your applications. Okay. So those are your collections. Now, hashing is nothing but a unique code which will be generated for your values. Okay. You can pass any value, okay, to your program. That value will have an attached hashing code. Okay. With the help of this hashing code, you can perform operations such as search, delete, or insert, or any other operation very easily. Okay. So say for example, if you want to search for a particular value inside your linked list. Okay. So one option is you have to search from beginning till the end, right? In the worst case. Okay. So the time complexity would be O of n, right? Until you traverse till the end of your linked list. But here what you can do is you can simply calculate the hash value, and once you get the hash value, you can simply store that value there, or simply search for that value with the help of this hash code, right? Which will narrow down your search operation, right? So in such cases, hashing will play an important role. That is why it is very important to learn. Fine. So here, as it is written here, hashing is a method to allocate a unique code for any object. Okay. So in your programs, you have your objects, right? So all these objects will have its own unique hash code, okay, to identify themselves in the program. Fine. That is your hashing. Now, the problem of finding or storing or any other operation in your program will be very shorter with the help of this hashing method, right? So in collections such as hash map or hash set or any other collection in Java, if you use this hashing method, all the operations duration will be short. Fine. That is the advantage of this hashing technology. And then you're going to write a hash function or an algorithm through which you can map your data with some integer value in your program. Fine. So that is how a hash code will be generated. Now, one more important thing to note here is every hash code you generate, okay, should be the same every time you run your program. Okay. So any two same objects must return the same hash code every time you run your program. Okay. Your function or your hash function should take care of this particular point here. Now, what is the use of this hash code? Okay. So what it will do is it will narrow down the search operation, right? So in a linked list, if you want to search for a particular item, you might get it in the first location, the middle location, in the last location, or anywhere, right? But the problem is in the worst case, you have to traverse till the end. But here, with the help of this hash code, easily you can check for that in a hash table. All the hash codes are stored in a hash table. Okay. So whatever value you want to search, you get access to the hash code. You can directly go to the table and access that particular location using the hash code. Okay. So this will narrow down your search operation and other operations as well. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood the introduction to hashing part. Fine. Now we are in our next topic, which is how does hashing work? Okay. So here we'll try to understand how exactly this hashing works. Okay. With an example, I'll try to explain how exactly in the background this hashing works. So hashing, as we know, it's a unique code, right? Now what we do is we try to store the information in the form of a key and value pairs so that we can easily identify the data with the help of this key, right? So it's always a key and a value pair. Okay. Now this key is nothing but the input to our hashing function here. Okay. So we need to apply this hashing function in order to extract the value, right? Every key has an associated value. Okay. Now this key has to be given as input to the hash function so that we can access the value present at that particular location. Now all this information is stored inside a table called as hash table. Okay. Now all this hashing code, okay, the key and the value, everything is stored inside a hash table internally. Okay. Now you need not worry about this. All you have to worry about is what is this hashing, how does it work, and what is this hashing function, right? And after that, your hash table should also support the basic functions like, insert, get, that is extract, and deletion operations, right? So in generally, these three functions must be supported by your hash table. Now, this code, generally, it is an integer code. The hash code, what we're talking about, it's generally an integer code which is always mapped to the object using your hash function. As simple as that. Now, the thing is, how does it work? Okay, so let me take an example. Suppose we want to store list of countries, okay, and their capital cities. Okay, so we want to store this information. So how do we apply hashing to this? Okay, what we can do is we can consider the country names, okay, as key and the capital cities as the values. Okay, so for me, if I have a country name which is a key, then an associated value is nothing but the capital city of that particular country. Okay. Now, country is the key and the capital city is the value. Fine. So let us try to explore this example more. So consider this table over here. Okay. Now here we have countries such as Oman, Italy, Russia, Croatia, and Indonesia, right? And on the values column, we have the capital cities, right? So this position is nothing but the index value. Fine. So internally, what will happen is whatever key you have. So say, for example, you have Oman, right? So you have Oman here. So this Oman will have an associated hash code. Okay. And that hash code will make it store at this location 4. Now in this example, to keep it very simple, what I've done is I've considered the count of that particular country name as the index value or the hash code. Okay. So say, for example, Oman is 1, 2, 3, 4 letters, right? So it has a length of 4. So what I've done, I've stored it in the index location 4. Okay. And the associated value is nothing but its capital city, which is Muscat. Fine. Similarly, the length of Italy is 5. So I've stored it in the index location 5. Russia is 6. I have stored it in this location. Croatia is 7. I have stored it here. Fine. Similarly, we have the capital cities as the values. So these are your keys. So in this example, based on the length of that country name, I'm locating it in those positions. Fine. Now we have one more, which is Indonesia, which is 9. We have located it at the index location 9. Fine. Now what is the problem here? Now can you see the positions 1, 2, 3 and 8 are blank. Okay. Because as of now, we don't have a key value for the position 1 and for 2 and 3 as well. So these are wastage of our memory, right? If we don't have anything to store. Suppose if we have allocated so much memory. So this is one thing to consider. Now to understand it in simple terms, we are considering our hashing function as finding out the length of that particular country. In this case, it is Oman, right? The first insertion operation, right? So it is 4. We are simply inserting that in the position 4. Now the problem is, what if we have another country of 4 length. Okay, so that time what will happen? A collision can take place, right? So suppose if you have one more country with a length 4, right? So you should design your hashing function in such a way that it should take care of the collision as well. So this was a very simple example for you to understand. Like this, you can design the hashing function in such a way that it should also take care of the collisions which might happen in the future, right? Suppose if I want to insert one more country name, let me take India. Okay, so what is the count of India? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So if I want to store this, I have to store this at this particular location, right? That is here, right? But we already have one more country there, that is Italy, right? So there is a collision taking place over here. So you should design your hashing function in such a way that it should also take care of collision. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood how exactly hashing works. Okay. And what is this hashing function and how this hashing table looks like. Fine. Now we are in our next topic, which is collision handling, right? So it is very important to handle the collisions which might occur in your hash table, right? Because those can cause a lot of problems during your hashing. So let's see how to handle collisions. There are generally two methods for handling the collisions. Let's check out those. So the first one is called as separate chaining. Okay, so how do we handle this collision with the help of this separate chaining? Okay, now just look at this example over here, that is this table. Okay, so if we have this country, okay, so suppose we have this country Oman. Okay, so this Oman is nothing but our key value. Okay, and the capital city of Oman, which is the Muscat, is nothing but the value, right? So this is our key value pair in this particular example, right? So if you want to store this information in a hash table, so what we'll do is we'll just count the length of this particular country just as an example, and we'll consider that as the hash code for our indexing. So OMAN is nothing but 4, right? So what we'll do is we'll simply place that in the location where 4 is pointing to, right? So now after this, what we have is we have a country called as Italy, right? So which is of 5 characters, right? ITALY. Okay. Now the capital of Italy is Rome. So that is what is being stored here at the position 5, right? Now the problem occurs when there is one more country with the same length. That is, we have India with the same count. So how do we solve this problem? Right? So for that, what we can do is we can use this separate chaining method. Okay. So what this will do is, due to this same index values, okay, we can use this separate chaining method wherein we are going to use the linked list. Okay. With the help of this, we can allocate the values in a chain format. Okay. So look at this particular scenario here. Italy and India both are of length 5, right? So both should ideally be placed here. But what is the solution for that? We are going to link both the key value pairs, right? So Italy, Rome linked to India and Delhi. So this is how you can solve the problem which might occur in your hash table, right? So in this particular example, we are going to solve the problem in this fashion. And then we have another country, that is Russia, which the capital is Moscow. We don't have any problem, right? And similarly with Croatia. Fine. So this is how we are going to solve the collision handling with the help of separate chaining, wherein we are going to use a linked list. Right. So next up, we'll try to see one more solution for this collision handling. So there is something called as open addressing. Okay, now what is this open addressing? So let me take an example. All right. So you have these locations. Okay, suppose you have some value over here and some value over here. Okay, now if you want the next value to be placed in this location, okay, but this location is already used by some other value, right? So what is the solution for this? You are going to find out the next available blank location to fill in the next incoming value, right? So this is the solution for handling another type of collision, right, which is open addressing, because you cannot store two values here, right? So suppose if you want to store one more value such as minus, right, you cannot store it in the same place, right? So you are going to store it in the next available location. Okay, but this solution is not that good as of a separate chain, right? Because here in open addressing, there is a restriction on the usage of storage space, right? You can sometimes exhaust your storage limitation, right? So that is the problem with this open addressing collision handling technique. Okay, and some more methods under opening addressing are, you have something called as linear probing and double hashing, right? So if you are going to compare this with separate chaining, this process is slightly slower. Okay, so it all depends on what type of application you are going to use. Okay, so based on that, you are going to decide. If you're okay with the slower process, you can use open addressing, but if you want a smaller or faster operation, then you can go with separate chaining method. Right? So I hope with this you have understood how to handle collisions in hash table. Now we are in our next topic, which is hash table. Now what is this hash table first of all? So it is nothing but a class which implements hash table, and it is a part of Java collections framework. Okay, so there are a few different things which you should know about hash table, but I think if we implement this hash table in Java, you will get a better understanding of this particular collection. All right, so let's quickly jump to demonstration part. So here we have the implementation for the hash table. So due to the time constraints, what I've done is I have the program for you people here. Don't worry, I'll explain each line so that you'll have a crystal understanding of what exactly this hash table is all about. All right, so first of all, you have to import this hash table class from this library, that is java.utility. All right, and then we will also import one more file from java.utility, which is the iterator, that is to iterate the contents in your hash table. Now we will start our program by declaring a class, giving it a name hash exam1. Then we have our main function. So now the first question is how to create this hash table. Okay, so hash table is a class. Okay, and in the angular brackets we are going to pass the type of hash table. Okay, so if I want to store one integer as the key, okay, and string as the value, I can do that as well. Okay, so it's up to the programmer, he or she wishes to store the key and the value in what type of data. Okay, so in this example, I want to store an integer value as a key and string as a value pair. Okay, so hash table is nothing but it's a way to organize your key and value pairs, right? So after that, we are going to create an object of type hash table, and on the right hand side, we are going to allocate memory, right? So here it's not necessary to pass integer and string. So if you do it on the left hand side, it is understood that you are going to pass the same values here. So then the next question is how to insert the values, right? So once we have defined the hash table, the next step is to insert some values into our hash table, right? So how to do that? We have this method called as put method. Okay, so this put method will help us to insert values into our hash table. So for that, what you have to do, simply use this object what you have created of type hash table. So ht.put1 comma a. So what is 1 here? It is our key value, key, right? So 1 is nothing but key of type integer, and a is the value which is getting stored with the help of this key 1. Now what happens exactly here is this key, what you have here, is being converted into a hash code. Okay, so that hash code will help you perform operation quickly, such as the searching operation or delete operation, right? Any operation which you want to perform will be done quickly with the help of this hash code. All right, so that is the reason we have the key value here and we have the value here. Fine. So similarly, I'll be inserting some more key and value pairs. So 2 and B, 3 with C, 4 with D. So this is our insertion part, okay, wherein we are inserting these key and value pairs into our hash table. Fine. So after that, what we are doing is we are simply printing the contents of our hash table. So for that, what you can do is you can simply use this HT, which is of type hash table. Fine. So after doing that, we'll try some more methods, right? So we'll try to get the value with the help of the key. Now observe here, with the help of key 1, we are trying to get the value, that is ht.get1 will get the value present at the key 1. Okay, and that value is being stored in this variable VAL. Alright, and after that, what we are going to do is we are going to simply print whatever is present in the variable VAL. Fine. So not necessary it should be 1, you can take anything. Let me do it for 3, right? So whatever is present at the value present with this key 3 will be displayed. Fine. Next, we'll check out one more method, that is remove method. Okay, so here we are going to remove whatever is present in the value pointed by the key 2. Alright, so here what we are going to do, we are going to simply pass the key value. So here I am passing 2. So what is present at the value here? It is nothing but B, right? So what will happen? B will be removed from our hash table. Fine. So that is the job of this remove method. Now after that, we can also use an iterator method. Now this is what we have done here. Okay, observe this. So import java.utility.iterator. So if you want to simply traverse or print the contents of your hash table, fine. So what you are going to do is you are going to take help of this iterator class with one more method called as keyset.iterator. Fine. So what we are trying to do here is we are trying to iterate through our hash table. Alright. So this is the syntax for that, to declare it. And then we are also going to use a while loop, the object which you have created with the help of the iterator class. So itr.hasNext, right? So what this hasNext will do is it is going to check if there is any element present in the next location or not. If yes, it is going to return true. If not, it is going to return false. So while itr.hasNext, that is, if there is any element present in the next location, then go inside the while loop and execute all the statements, right? So here what do we have? We have integer.next, right? So again here we are checking if any element is present. If it is present, then simply return it. Okay, we are storing that in this variable key, and then we are trying to get the value present in that particular key location, right? So ht.get key, right? So we are starting from the beginning, right? And then we are trying to print whatever key and value pair we have iterated, right? So that is the job of this particular code here. Now what we'll do is we'll simply run this code and check the output and also try to modify the code present over here, right? So let me just save it and let me run it. So can you see the output here? So we have these contents, that is A, B, C, D, right? We have A, B, C, D. So now 1 is equal to A, 1 is mapped to A, 2 is mapped to B, 3 is mapped to C, and 4 is mapped to D, right? So this is what this particular printf statement is doing. And then what we have, what is this C? Where has the C come from? So if you see here, we are trying to get the key value here, that is ht.get3. We are passing this, storing it in this variable val. Okay, and then we are trying to print whatever is present in this variable val. And what is that? It is nothing but C, which is present at the location pointed by the hash code or the key 3. Fine. Now, after that, we are trying to remove whatever value is present at the hash code pointed by this key value 2. So what is present? B, right? So we are simply removing B from our hash table. Fine. So after that, we are using the iterator method and trying to iterate through the hash table. If you see here, we have 4, which is having the value D. We have 3, which is having the value C. And we don't have B here, right? Because we have deleted that particular key and value pair, right? So ht.remove, we have passed 2. That is, it will delete this particular content from our hash table. As simple as that, right? So finally, when we iterate, we are going to see this particular output with the help of this iterator method. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood how a hash table is declared. What are different methods such as, ht.get, ht.remove, ht.keyset, right? Now let us try to modify our code. Okay. So what I'll do is, let me just try to store null in the place of this particular value. Okay. And let's me save it and try to run it. Okay. So can you see here? We cannot store a null value either in the place of a key or in a null. Okay. So that is the rule of a hash table. Okay. So let me change it. So let me make it D. Okay. And this time let me make null in the place of a key. Okay. So I've saved it. There is no warning here, right? But when I try to run it, I'm going to see an error. That is exception in thread, right? So always remember, we cannot give null value to our key or value. Fine. Now what I'll do is, I'll try to duplicate my key. Okay. So what I'll do is, let me write E here. Let me write E. Okay. Now look at this here. All the key and value pair. Okay. But the key 4 is repeated, but the values are different, right? We have D and 4 here. We have E and 4 here. Okay. So what could be the possible output? What will our hash table do? So let's check that. Okay. So let me not delete this time. Okay. Let me comment this part. Okay. And let's try to run our program. Fine. So can you see here? 4E, whatever is the latest value present in that repeated key. Okay. So I have 4D, 4E here, but it is displaying 4E, 4E here. That is, it is considering the latest value of that particular key, right? So we cannot store duplicate key values here. Fine. But we can store duplicate values. Okay. So let me show that for you, that to you as well. So this time let me make this 5 and let me make this D. Okay. Let me save it and let me run it. Okay. So can you see here? The values can be repeated, but the keys cannot be repeated. Keys should be unique, right? Because you are going to generate a unique hash code for each of the keys present over there, right? So it is very, very important for your key to be unique. Yes. So what else we have seen? How to print the contents of our hash table, how to get the value with the help of a key, how to delete a particular value pair, key value key pair. So this time let me delete 5, right? So let me save it and let me run it. Okay. So can you see here? This 5 is deleted once I read the statement, right? But here I'm not deleting it. So if you run it, it is going to print here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then I'm going to remove, okay, what? 5. So it is going to print 1, 2, 3 and 4. That's it. It's not going to print the key and value pair 5. Right? So these are the few methods of your hash table class, and this is how you are going to declare and use it. Okay, so I hope with this example you have understood how a hash table works, and we cannot store null values either in the place of key or value, and our key should always be unique. Okay, but your values need not be unique. It can be repeated. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood how a hash table works. Now we are in our next topic, which is hash map. Okay. Now what is this hash map? This hash map is again a class which is implementing the map interface. Alright. So here, whenever you insert the elements inside the hash map, there is no order maintained. Right. So the order in which you insert the elements is not going to be maintained here. Okay. And it can also have one null key. Okay. And multiple null values. Okay. So hash map is nothing but a combination of keys and value pair, right? And here you can have one null key but multiple null values, and more than one null key is not valid. Okay. So if you do that, what will happen is whatever is the latest value of that particular key is being considered inside the hash map. Alright. So what we'll do is we'll quickly jump to the demonstration part and see how exactly this hash map works. So this is one example for hash map implementation. So starting from the beginning, we have to import this hash map class from the java.utility library. Okay, it is present over there. And once we do that, we have our class hash exam over here. We are starting with our main function, and then how to create or instantiate a hash map class. Okay, so hash map, in this particular example, we have string as our key and integer as our value. It can be anything. Okay, combination of two strings or integers. It's up to you, the programmer, right? So here I want to store the detail of an employee and his or her salary. Okay, so string will be the name and integer will be the salary. Fine. And then this is the way you are going to instantiate your hash map object. So here I've taken hmap1 as the name. Fine. And then to allocate the memory, we are going to use the new operator. So new hash map, angular brackets can be left blank. Okay, because whatever you specify on the left hand side, the same thing will be initialized here. Fine. So the next thing is to add values or add elements to hash map. Okay, so how to do that? Simple, use the object name hmap1 dot put method. Okay, so this will be the first value to get inside our hash map. So here John is the key, the name of an employee, and the salary associated to John, which is the value. Alright, so through this key we are going to get this value, and this particular element is being converted into hash code. How? Because we are passing keys to all our elements here, right? So that key has to be hashed, right? So that easily you can perform your operations such as search, deletion, insertion, right? So for that reason, we are going to hash it. Now, similarly, we are going to insert 4 such elements into our hash map. Fine. So once we insert, to display the contents of our hash map, we are going to simply use the object name, that is hmap1, inside our print statement. Fine. And after this, we can also print the size of our hash map using the size method, like this. Alright. So here, the size of the hash map is, it is going to print it. Fine. And then if you want to check for a particular key, if that key is present in the hash map or not. So for that, you can use this contains key method. Okay. So what we are going to do, if hmap.1.contains key, we are going to pass the key value here, map. Alright. And this, if it returns true, always remember dot contains key will return true or false, a boolean value, right? So if this is true, then we are going to get the value present at Mac. That is, whatever value Mac is pointing to, we can access it using the get method. Fine. So only if this key is present in our hash map, only then it is going to execute. Otherwise, it is not going to execute. Now what we'll do is we'll quickly run this code, check the output, and try to modify our code a little bit. Fine. So let me run it. So can you see here? We have 4 elements here, right? John, Frederick, Mac, Amy. So can you see here? It is not going to maintain the insertion order. Okay. See, first John should have come, then Frederick, then Mac, and then Amy. But can you see here? It is simply inserted in a random way. It is not going to maintain the insertion order. Okay. That is the point you have to remember about the hash map. Fine. And then we are going to print the size of our hash map, which is nothing but 4. And then we are going to search for this particular key Mac if it is present in our hash map. If yes, then we are trying to access the value with the help of that particular key, which is 25,000. That is the salary of Mac. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll try to modify our content. So suppose Amy got some promotion, okay, and the salary got increased to 30,000. Okay. So what we'll do is I'll simply write hmap1, okay, and then dot put, okay. Here, let me use the same key, Amy, and the salary is now upgraded to 30,000. Fine. Or let me make it 36,000. Fine. And then we'll try to print the contents of our hash map. So what should happen now? This Amy, what we have here with the value 27,000 should be updated with the latest value, that is 36,000. Alright. So let's check that whether it is working or not. Can you see here? The latest value is updated to 36,000. The previous salary of Amy was 27,000. Fine. Now, suppose you want to create a new hash map with the same elements present over here. Okay. You need not again use these 4 steps to insert. Okay. What you can do is you can simply instantiate one more object of type hash map. Okay. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just copy the statement and here I will write hmap2. Okay. And here I'm going to pass hmap1. Alright. So what I've done here, I have to create exact copy of the elements present in hashmap hmap1. Similarly, I'm going to instantiate one more object hmap2 with the same elements present in hmap1. Fine. So let's check that. So let me print hmap2 here. Fine. So let me save it. Let me run it. But before that, let me just type in here system.out.println. Okay. So hmap2. Okay. So let's check if we are able to copy the contents or not. Okay. So what is happening here? So it is displaying the previous contents. It is displaying the size. It is displaying our print statement, but it is not displaying the hash map 2 here, what we have over here, right? So what to do? Okay, what is the solution for this? What you can do is you can simply copy these statements, okay, and then instead of doing this, okay, you can leave it blank, and here you can make it like this. Okay, and let me change the values. So let me write Maven, let me write, then let me write Kemo here, and let me write, fine. So now what should happen ideally? So let me do this. Now if I print hmap2, okay, so let's quickly run and check. Okay, so can you see here? So this is the content of our hmap1 object. The size of HMAP1 is 4, and then HMAP2 we have these. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood how a hash map has to be instantiated, how to use the methods associated with a hash map, and what are the differences. Fine. Now one last thing to check is, what if I give a null value here? Okay, will it work or not? Fine. So let me just save it and run it. Okay, so can you see here, one null value is allowed, that is what it is printing here. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood how a hash map works. Fine. Now we are in our next topic, which is linked hash map. Okay, so it's nothing but combination of your linked list and the hash map. So how linked hash map will help you in operations such as searching, deleting, and other methods, right? So let's check those with the help of a demonstration. So here's the code for linked hash map. So what I'll do is I'll explain line by line how linked hash map can be implemented and what are the different methods in regard to the linked hash map. Alright. So first of all, we need to import this library, that is java.utility completely. Okay. So because we are using different classes of this java.utility, that is the reason we have put a star here. Alright. Or if you want individual, you can do that as well. Now here we have our class linked hmap, and then we have our main method. Fine. And then this is how we are going to create instance of your linked hash map class. Alright. So linked hash map, here in the place of key and value, I have string. Okay. It's up to you. If you want integer here, you can make it integer. If you want string, you can make it string. Alright. So in this case, I want to store the country names with the capital city. Okay. So wherein both are of type string. So that is the reason I have defined them as string in the angular brackets. And then I have given LH map as the name for this particular instance. And on the right hand side, I'm going to allocate the memory for my linked hash map. Fine. Now, the most important thing here is how different is this linked hash map from other collections. Okay. So it maintains the order in which you are going to insert the key and value pairs inside the linked hash map. Okay. So for example, if I have inserted Oman Muscat, that will be the first one in your linked hash map. Next, it is going to follow India with Delhi. Okay. So it is going to maintain that insertion order. Okay. We'll see that with the output. Fine. So with the help of put method, I'm going to insert these key and value pairs into my linked hash map. Fine. So after insertion, we will also check out few different methods. Okay. So first of all, we are going to print the contents of our linked hash map. Just simply use this object LH map. Fine. And then we are going to print the size of our map with the help of this method size. And then for any key, you can get the value. Okay. So that can be done with the help of this get method. Okay. So LH map dot get Oman. Okay. Similarly, if you want to get for, like Russia. Okay. You can do that as well. So let me just change it. Fine. So you can pass any key here. And then I'm going to check, does it have Russia key? Yes or not. So dot contains key is the method to check if a key is present in our linked hash map or not. Okay, it is going to return true or false, a boolean value. Fine. So this is your dot contains key method. And then if you want to delete any particular value, okay, so what you can do is you can use the dot remove method as I have typed it here. Okay, so I'm going to print that I have removed this particular element from my map. Okay, that is what this dot remove method will do. And then finally, again, we are going to simply display the contents of our linked hash map. Fine. So let's execute this first and then try to modify and see what are the different things related to a linked hash map. Fine. Let me just save it and then run it. Okay. So can you see here? this is the way I have inserted my values in the linked hash map, right? So first we have Oman, Muscat, then India, Delhi, right? And then Russia, Moscow, and then Japan is equal to Tokyo, right? And the size of our linked hash map is 4. And the value present at the key Russia is Moscow, right? Key are nothing but the hashed code, right? Which can contain some value. Because the hashing code will help you for the faster operation for retrieval or deletion or any other operation. And then we are going to delete the element Oman with the value Muscat, fine. And then we are going to simply delete the latest content of our linked hash map, which is India, Russia, and Japan, because we have deleted the Oman and Muscat key and value pair. So we have deleted that using this dot remove method. Now, this linked hash map can also contain null value in the place of a key. Let us check that. So what I'll do is I'll simply type null and then let me store Tokyo itself. Let me try this. So LH map. Yes. Fine. Let me save it and let me run it. Fine. So can you see here? It is storing this value Tokyo with the null key. Okay. So one null key is allowed in a linked hash map. Okay. Can you see here? Now what I'll do is I'll try to store one more null key. Okay. And let's check what will happen. So what I'll do is this time, let me store something like Canberra. Alright. And now let's check what will happen. Okay. So can you see here? It ignored the null comma Tokyo pair and it has considered only the latest null key and value pair, right? Which is null is equal to Canberra, null is equal to Canberra. Okay. So it is going to store only one null key, not more than one. Okay. So that is how a linked hash map works, right? So can you see here? We have two, right? Now let me store null here as well. Okay, let me do that. Let us check what will happen. Okay, now let's run it. So null is equal to null. Can you see that? And then let me give null here, and this time let me Maldives. Okay, and this will be null. So let's check whether it will store two null values or not. Okay, so we have two null values and one null key. Okay, let's check whether it will work or not. So let me run it. Okay, so let me show you what is happening over here. So can you see here? It is storing null is equal to null. Okay, plus it is storing null as the value. So you can store more than one null value, but you cannot store more than one null key. Only one null key is allowed. That's it, not more than one. So this is how a linked hash map works. And this is how it is different from other collections. It will maintain the insertion order. You can store one null key, not more than one, but you can store more than one null values, right? So here I have stored two null values, right? Can you see here? So this is how your linked hash map works. So I hope with this you have understood all the methods and the instantiation part of a linked hash map. Now we are in our next topic, which is hash set. Okay. Now this hash set collection implements the set interface. Okay. And here you cannot store the duplicate values, right? Because that depicts your set interface, right? So duplicate values are not allowed in a hash set, right? But the values can be null. Fine. So how does a hash set work and what are different methods of a hash set? Let's try to understand. So this is the code or the implementation of hash set. So we need to import java.utility to make use of this hash set in our program. Now this hash set needs only one argument, that is, we are going for string in this particular example, right? Similarly, you can store or you can pass integer, string, float, any other data type, right? But in this particular example, we are going to use string. This is the instance what we are going to create for a hash set. And on the right hand side, we are going to allocate the memory using the new operator, right? So it's not mandatory to write string here as well, right? And then instead of put method, okay, we are going to use the add method to add the elements to our collection, right? So here we are going to use the add method to insert values to a hash set. Fine. So similarly, we are going to insert 3 values in our hash set, right? How do we do that? Simple. You have created an object of hash set here. So headset dot add a country name, Italy, right? So once you execute this statement, that particular country name will be added to the hash set. Now it's not mandatory that it should follow the order in which you are giving it, right? So set has its own set of rules, right? So here internally hashing is being applied for the values and a hash table is being created to store all the values with the hash code, right? So if you perform any operation such as search, delete or insert, that particular hash code plays an important role. Fine. So it's a combination of hashing and the set properties that gives you your hash set. Fine. And then once I've inserted, we are going to check the contents of our hash set. Now what I'll do is let me add one more content. So headset dot add. Let me add one more country. So let me add Maldives. Okay. Let me add Maldives and end it with a semicolon. Fine. Now I have added 4 countries here, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm trying to demonstrate the remove method. Okay. So headset.remove will find out this particular element, that is Cuba, and try to delete it from our hash set. And then here I'm going to type Cuba, right? So after removing Cuba, what is our latest hash set list? Fine. And then we are going to check using the contains method if this particular country, Italy, is present in our hash set or not. Okay. So it is going to return a Boolean value that is true or false. Fine. And then we are going to iterate through our list, right? So here we are going to iterate over our hash set. So for that, what we have done, we have used the iterator method, headset.iterator, while vals.hasNext, that is, if any element is present, right, it will return true. And once it is true, we are going to print the contents using vals.next. So again, this next method will check if there is any element present or not. Fine. So first, let me execute this. And let's check the output. So can you see here? We have 4 country names: Cuba, Maldives, Italy, Russia. But the insert order was Italy, Cuba, Russia and Maldives. Can you see that? It is not going to maintain the insertion order. Fine. And then after removing Cuba, with the help of this remove method, we are seeing Maldives, Italy and Russia. Fine. And then we are going to check if Italy is present in our hash set or not, in the list or not. So it returned true. That is the Boolean value. Fine. And then we are going to display the contents of our hash set. Fine. Now let us check few more things. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll try to insert a duplicate value. Okay. Let me insert this Maldives second time. Okay. So let me write here duplicate value. Okay. So let's check if it will print this or not. So I'm running it. Can you see here? It is not going to print that particular duplicate value. Can you see here? Cuba, Maldives, Italy, Russia. That's it. Fine. Now let's insert a null value and check whether it will take or not. Okay. Let me insert null. Let me save it and let me run it. So let me just write a comment. So null value. So if I run it, can you see here? It is considering the null value. Fine. But it will not take the duplicate values. Now let me insert one more null value and check whether it will take or not. No warnings. Let's go and check. So can you see here? Only one null value, right? Because set property says no duplicates, right? So this is what it is depicting over here. Fine. Let me just delete that. All right. So no duplicate values allowed in a set, but a null value is allowed. That too only one. Now what else? There are different methods on which you can try out your hash set properties. Fine. So hash set plays an important role because here it's a combination of the hashing technology plus the set properties, right? So this plays an important role whenever you are, building an application or writing a Java program using collections, right? So that is why a hash set collection is a very, very important concept. Fine. Similarly, what you can do is you can create one more instance. So let me just copy this. Okay. And let me just write it here. So headset 1. Okay. So what I can do is using this, okay, I can insert some more values. Headset 1 dot add. Let me write some country name, USA. Fine. And let me just display that as well. So this will be headset 1. Fine. So if I run it, so can you see here? USA. Right. Now this instance is different and this instance is different. Fine. So remember that. This is a different instance what you have created and this is a different one. So in headset you have these countries as values and in headset 1 you have USA. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood what is a hash set. Okay. How does it work? What are the different properties and methods with which you can explore hash set collection? Now we are in our next topic, which is linked hash set. Now what happens in linked hash set? So it's a combination of linked list with the set properties, right? But the most important thing to note here is it will maintain the insertion order. Okay. So unlike hash set, linked hash set will maintain the insert order in which you are going to insert the elements in a linked hash set. Okay. And it will also store a null value. But what about duplicate values, right? Will it store or not? What we'll do is to try to understand this better, we'll quickly move to the demonstration part and check all the properties of this linked hash set. So this is our implementation part. So here we have this code. Okay. Don't worry, I'll explain this line by line. So first of all, we need to import this java.utility.linked hash set, right? Because all our collections are present in this java.utility library. Fine. So once you've done that, we can begin our programming with the class. And then we have our main class. All right. So first and foremost thing when we start implementing our main method is we need to instantiate our linked hash set. Fine. So for that, what I've done, linked hash set, I want string data type as my values. Fine. So I'm using that. You can use anything. You can use integer, float, double. Fine. And then I'm going to create an object of type linked hash set. And then using the new method, I'm going to instantiate the memory. Fine. And then what we're doing is we need to insert or add values to our linked hash set. Fine. So for that, what we are doing, we are using the add method, just like the hash set. Fine. Now the major difference here is in hash set, it does not maintain the insertion order, right? But here it's a combination of the linked list and the set interface, right? Combination will give you the insertion order method, right? So say for example, if I have inserted in this particular order in my linked hash set, so the same order is being maintained here. Fine, we'll check that. And then first what we are going to do is we are going to print the contents of our linked hash set. Alright, then we can also print the size of our linked hash set with the help of this size method. Okay, and then we can also check if any value is present in our linked hash set or not with the help of this dot contains method. Okay, so here we are checking if CCC is present in our list or not. Similarly, with the help of dot remove method, you can remove any content of your linked hash set. Fine. And then finally, we will also print the latest collection of our linked hash set. Okay. So what I'll do is first let me run this code. Then we will also check out few more properties of our linked hash set. Okay. So let me save it and let me run it. Okay. So can you see here? It is displaying the same contents in which it was inserted. AAA, BBB, CCC and DDD. Fine. And the size is 4. And next we are going to check if CCC is present or not with the help of dot contains method. So this will return only the boolean value whether true or not. And then I'm going to remove DDD from my linked hash set. So the latest values present in my linked hash set are AAA, BBB and CCC. Triple D was removed with the help of dot remove method. So now what we'll do is we'll try to add same content. Okay, so what I'll do is let me add lset dot add. Okay, let me add AAA. Okay, and then let me also add a null value. Okay, let's check whether it will take or not. And this comment, let me put it beside this. And here let me just write add null. Alright. So let's see what will happen. So semicolon outside. Yes. So what is happening here? AAA is being considered only once. That is, no duplicate values are allowed here as well because it is following the set properties. And null is allowed. So it is being stored. And now the size is 5. C is present true. So the latest collection is AAA, BBB, CCC and null. Okay. So no duplicate values are allowed in linked hash set as well. Okay. Because it is following the set properties and it says it will store only unique values. Right. So it is not going to store the duplicate values here. Fine. Now the most important thing is whenever you are trying to store such contents or values in your collection, here internally a hash table will be created with hash codes, right? So whatever value you are trying to store, each value has an associated hash code, right? So for operations such as, displaying the contents, displaying the size or checking if any value is present or delete using the dot remove method, all these operations are quicker because of this hash code and the hash table maintained in the background. Okay, so these play a very important role in our Java collections. Fine. So I hope with this you have understood how this linked hash set works. Okay, let me show you one more thing as well. So this is not mandatory. Okay, this will also work because on the left hand side, if you mention, it is understood that the same value you are going to pass it here. Fine. So let me also show you one more thing. So let me copy that and let me paste it here. Okay. So here I can create one more instance. Okay. With the help of linked hash set class. So here it is going to implement the set interface. Okay. Remember that. Now after this, what I'm going to do is here, let me just write lset2. Okay. lset2 and here let me add null. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now let's check what will happen. We should also print the contents, right? So what I'll do is I'll copy this. I'm going to paste it here, but this time it is for the next instance, L set 2. Okay, let's see what is happening. So can you see here? Linked hash set contains triple E. Now this is a different instance what you have created, right? And this is different. Okay, so here for the second instance, I'm just going to print the content, which is triple E. Okay, and then let me add this null value as well. Okay, so now if I run it, let me add 2 null values and check what will happen. Okay, so will it take 1 null value or 2 null values? Let's check that. So what is happening? It is considering only 1 null value. Okay, so I hope with this you have understood what is a linked hash set, how is it different from a hash set. So here the important thing to note is it maintains the insertion order, unlike a hash set. Okay, so with this, let's conclude this linked hash set.
So yes, now we will see about Java multitasking. Before start with Java multitasking, let me give you an example. For that, you can understand what is this multitasking stands for, right? Did you ever think how can a computer or a machine perform multitask concurrently when it has single processor, right? So do you ever think what is happening inside your computer when you browse a web or listening a song or writing an essay or playing game at the same time? The main idea behind this is sharing the same memory, right? Your machine divides its attention between separate time and in the ways it can use the maximize the resources of your machine, right? So this is where multitasking comes into the picture. Now let's see what is multitasking in Java. So multitasking is a process or an ability to perform multiple activity concurrently, and this can be divided into process-based and thread-based. So multitasking has a two part, right? One is process-based and second one is thread-based. And multitasking is used to utilize the CPU of your machine. And multitasking has two ways. I already defined this previously. That is process-based and thread-based. So what is thread-based multitasking in Java? Thread-based multitasking helps to run different parts of the same process simultaneously. Let me give you an example. For that, you can understand what is thread-based multitasking. Suppose a person using his or her MS Word to print and also format the text, right? This is also multitasking, right? So thread-based multitasking share the same memory, and communicating between two threads is less communicating between two threads is less expensive and thread is lightweight, right? Where process is heavyweight. Now we will see what is process-based multitasking. So process-based multitasking stands for processing multiple processes to execute concurrently, right? Suppose an example is a person using his or her computer to listen a song as well as working on software, right? So each process has separate memory area in computer. This is the difference you can say in between thread and process, where thread using a same memory location and process use the separate memory area in the computer, right? And communicating between two processes costly and process is heavyweight, where communicating between two threads is less costly, okay? And switching from one to another thread is time consuming, right? So this is the difference between thread-based multitasking and process-based multitasking, right? Now we will see Java thread, right? So I was talking about thread-based, but what is thread? Thread is the smallest part of the whole process, which is lightweight in nature and can run concurrently with other parts of the program. Okay, threads are small and independent. It has separate path of execution, And if one thread get the exception, it does not hamper the other exception because of its separate path. Suppose you have multiple thread in your program. So one thread suppose got the exception, but for that your program will not stop. The other thread will still continue executing because all the thread has its own separate path, right? All threads share a single memory, right? So because of this, thread is less costly and using thread is quite usable as well, right? You can say that. Now we will see what is multithreading Java. So multithreading is Java stand for execution of multiple threads simultaneously. In Java, multithreading and multitasking both are used to achieve multitasking in Java. Okay, but multithreading is popular than multitasking because it uses the same shared memory. When you use the same shared memory, your program will be less costly and effective as well. So for that, multithreading is popular than multitasking. And if one thread get the exception, I told you before as well, if your one thread get the exception, it does not hamper the other exception because of its separate path. Multiple operation can be done using multithreading and it saves times and money as well. So this is the concept of thread in Java and the multithread in Java. And we will see how can you create a thread and how can you create multithread in a single program as well. Now we will have a look at what is the life cycle of the thread, right? We all human beings have our life cycle. We born, we live our life and we go for day, right? So there is for the thread also they have their own life cycle. So let's have a look at what are the life cycle, what are the stages they have in their life. So basically there are all total 6 parts in their life cycle. So life cycle of a thread has 6 parts which starts from creating a thread till in the thread. So we have new, we have runnable state, we have block state, we have waiting state, we have time waiting and terminated. And now we will have a look at each of them. And after knowing all those states, we will implement those states in a Java multithreading program, right? So first start with new state. So what is a new state? So a new thread begins its life cycle in the new state. It remains in this state until the program starts the thread. It is also referred to as a born state. So basically we can consider this state as a born a baby. The way a baby born, the same way the thread born by using new state, right? When the thread is born, we can call that this is in a new state. Now comes the runnable state. So in the runnable is basically after a newly born thread is started, the thread becomes runnable. Okay, a thread is in this state is considered to be executing its task, right? So basically when we say our thread is in a runnable state, right? So in that mean your thread is actually executing the task you have given to that particular thread, right? So actually it starts working. Okay, so in that case, we can refer that state as a runnable state. Now we will have a look at the blocked or waiting state, right? So what is blocked or waiting state? So sometimes a thread transitions to be waiting state while the thread waits for another thread to perform a task. A thread transition back to the runnable state only when another thread signals the waiting thread to continue executing. Right? Maybe you are working with multiple threads, right? So you want to a particular thread to be blocked for some times, right? In that time, we are going to use blocked or waiting stage. Okay. And after your work is done with the other thread, that time you can again say, no, this thread, I put that thread in a blocked or waiting, they can start working. Right? So in that meantime, when the thread is not working, the state is known as blocked or waiting state. Right? Now we will have a look at what is time waiting. Okay? The thread is in time waiting state when it's called a method with timeout parameter. A runnable thread can enter the timed waiting state for a specific interval of time. A thread in this state transitions back to the runnable state when that time interval expires or when the event it is waiting for occurs, right? So this is how where we use that time waiting state. Now the last stage of the thread is terminates. So terminates in state used to exit the thread, but this termination happen because of many reasons, like normally or some unusual error occur, right? So basically, if you want to stop some of the thread, like to just make them, no, we don't need this thread anymore, so that time you can use the terminate function. Or sometimes we got some unusual error for our thread, that time also with this terminated state can be come, right? So basically, terminated or runnable thread enters the terminate state when it completes its task or otherwise terminates, right? Once you have give the task to your thread, it's already done, so it will go to the terminate stage, because that thread knows that it, like, they has nothing to do, right? They have nothing to do right now, and they are actually going for their last state, that is terminated state. Or some of the unusual reason can be occurred for that thread throws into the terminated state, right? So this is the life cycle we get from a thread. So this is the whole life cycle of a thread. Okay, now we will have a look at how can you create a thread. But before start with that, let me tell you that thread have a priorities as well. So every Java thread has a priority that helps the operating system determine the order in which threads are scheduled. Java thread priorities are in a range between minimum property, a constant of 1, and maximum property, a constant of 10. By default, every thread is given priority norm priority, that is a constant of 5. Threads with higher priority are more important to program and should be allocated processor time before lower priority threads. However, threads priorities cannot be guaranteed the order in which threads execute and are very much platform dependent, right? Now we will see how can you create a thread. So creating a thread can be in two ways. First way is if you want to extend the thread class, and the second way is implementing runnable interface. So we have two ways to create a thread. You can extend the thread class or you can implement runnable interface, right? So what is class and interface? This is a basic concept of object-oriented programming. I hope you guys have a proper idea about what is the difference between class and an interface, right? Okay. Now we will have a look at the code. How can you do that? So here my class name is thread2. And always remember that this is a convention of Java. When you start writing any code and if you are giving any name to the class, that class name should start with the capital letter, right? So here my class name is thread2 and I give like the T is in the capital letter. Now I'm going to extend the thread class. Okay, class is always be extend, and the interface we cannot extend. The interface we always implements, right? Now when you go for using the extend thread class, always you need to write, like you need to override the run method. That is, I have public void run, and in that what I said, I just said if I use the run, basically what it happened, I told you in the life cycle as well, when you just born the thread is born, right? But after that, we need to invoke that particular thread to in the run state to say, okay, you have born, now please start working. For that, we need to override the run method. Okay, so what we have done in the run method, I said, like I just want to print that thread is running currently, right? So I said system.out.println, we use this for printing, like if you want to print any object in the Java. So I said in the system.out.println, I just want to print thread is running currently, right? After that, we need to have a main method, because in Java, the program starts from the main method only, right? So I have declared in main method that public static void main string args. I said I just want to create an object of class of my thread2. So what I did, I use object name m1. So thread2 m1 is my object name, and I create the new object. How? Is equals to new thread2. right? Now I want to start my thread. How can I do that? By calling the dot start function. So m1 dot start. So you can see in the output we will get thread is running currently. So here we are seeing all these examples theoretically, and I will do all this program in Eclipse as well to give you a proper example that how actually we are going to do and what are the outputs we are going to get, right? Before that, I want you guys to understand the concept properly to go further with the multi-threading in Java, right? Now we will see the second one, that implementing runnable interface. So when I'm saying that you are going to implement a runnable interface, that time we are not going to use extends, right? We are going to use implements function. So here my class name is thread demo1 that implements runnable. Okay, here also you need to override the void run function. I say the same thing, thread is running currently. Okay, but here there is the catch, right? How we are going to create the object for that. So first I need to create the object, that is thread demo1. T1 is my object name, and I'm creating the new object for my class using new thread demo1. Now I need to create an object for thread, right? So what I did, I said thread T2 is equals to new thread, and I'm passing my object of thread demo class, that is T1, right? After that, what I need to do, I just need to write as samely T2 dot start, and your thread will be started, and you can say it will give you an output of thread is running currently, right? I hope you guys can understand that how we can create thread in two multiple ways, right? Using one, extending the thread class, and second one is implementing the runnable interface, right? Now let's have a look at thread scheduler in Java. What is a thread scheduler? I have told you guys before as well what is thread priority in Java. Now let's see what is thread scheduler. So thread scheduler is a part of Java virtual machine which decide the sequence of thread. So basically we don't decide the sequence of thread. This thread scheduler is actually going to decide the sequence of your threads. If you use multiple threads, so then your thread scheduler is going to get the sequence of that. In Java, one thread can run at a time. Okay? So in Java, what we have, we can say that only one thread, right, can run at a time. Because if you want two thread will run in the same time, that is not possible. So there is a limitation we have that one thread can run at a time. There is no sequence guarantee for which thread to get executed, right? So you cannot give the guarantee if you have multiple thread in your system on your program. So you cannot give the guarantee maybe one will go first, two will go second, right? It's all depends on the thread scheduler. So we will have a look at that as well in the demo part. Now let's see what is sleeping thread. Okay, it's actually sounding little mysterious. Let's see what is sleeping thread. So sleeping thread is called as using the sleep method of thread class to sleep a thread for the specified amount of time. So basically, if you want to say, I don't want my thread to work right now, I want to make that thread sleep. Okay, so how can you do that? Using sleep method, you can make a thread sleep for specific time. Okay, thread class has two specific methods to call sleep for a specific amount of time. Okay, so first one is, if you want to just call this sleep function, how can you do that? So doing that, I can say public static void sleep function. Under that, I can say long milliseconds. So how many milliseconds you want that your thread should be in a sleep state. Throws interrupt exception. So it can be throw an exception. So in that case, we say that throws interrupt exception. Or the second way is, you can say public static void sleep method, and you can say long millisecond, and second parameter can be int nanos. And again, it's going to throws interrupt exceptions, right? These are the two ways by which you can actually call your sleeping method to make your thread sleep, right? Now we will see a demo of it. How can you do that, right? So in this case, you can see I have a class called demo sleep thread, actually which extends thread, or you can use implement runnable methods as well, right? So it's up to you which one you want to go for, right? I just want to override the class of void run. Then I said in for loop int equals to 1 and less than 5. So basically my loop will go till 4, right? It's less than 5 and I plus plus. Try, we use try and catch block to throw a exception, right? To check a exception and catch. If it's actually get an exception, it will show that what actually the exception we got, right? So we use try catch block for that. In the try, I said thread.sleep. I want to make my thread in a sleep position for 1000 millisecond, right? So you can see I give for 1000 millisecond. Then I use a catch function. I mean, in that I said what are the exception, that interrupted exception if we got, and E is the object of that interrupted exception, right? And I'm going to system.out.println and I'm going to see what the exception I got, that is E, right? And lastly, it will give me that if it's in the try block, if it's not in the catch block, if it's in the try block, then it's going to give me the value of I, right? So then what we need to do, we need to call two function over here, two thread, right? So because if the first thread is in the sleep, then second thread will start working, right? So in that I created two object of the thread, right? How can I do that? By creating an object of my class, that my class is demo sleep thread. T1 is equals to new demo sleep thread, the function. Then I'm calling again demo sleep thread T2 is equals to new demo sleep thread, right? So I say just a start for T1 dot start. If you want to use, you can use T2 dot start as well, right? Then you can see that in the output you will get 1, 2, 3, and maybe you can get the same number 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 because you actually your one thread is becoming in sleep when the other thread start working, right? So we will have a look at these things as well in the demo part, like what actually the output we are going to get, right? Now let's have a calling thread twice. If I want to call a thread twice, what will happen then, right? If I want to play with this thread thing, how can I do that? So twice calling the start method for one particular thread is not possible. But if you call twice, then an illegal thread state exception is thrown, right? So what I did, I just want to play with my thread. I just want to see if I want to call my thread twice, what it will give. But your thread will say, sorry, you will get an exception, right? I'm not going to take start for twice, right? So what I did, I have a class saying thread2 and I extend the method threads where I override the run method, that is public void run, and then I'm going to just print that thread is running currently. Okay. Now what I want to create an object of thread2 class. So I create in one an object of thread2 class calling new thread2. Now I'm going to call m1.start, m1.start 2 times, right? You can see first time it took the start, thread is running currently. For that, we got the output. But in the second time, it gives me an exception in thread, that Java lack illegal thread set exception. So you cannot call twice a particular thread, right? Okay. Now we will have a look at call join method. So what is call join method? So join method in Java threads waits for a thread to die and it causes the currently running thread to stop executing until the thread it joins with completes its task, right? So what actually it want to say, right? So basically join method wait for a thread to die. It's actually wait for a thread which is going to die. Okay, and it causes the currently running thread to stop executing Okay, because it does not want that two threads will start like fighting with each other. Wait. Okay, so for that, the current running threads to stop executing until the thread it joins with completes its task, right? For that, we use join method. So you can see in my join method in Java class, I extend the thread, and then in the run method, I am going to write for loop. Okay, that for loop is start from 1 and go till 4. Okay, and after that, I am going to use a dot sleep method. And the millisecond will be 500 milliseconds. For that, your thread will be in a 500 millisecond state. Okay. Then what I did, I actually create some of the object of my join method in Java. So I create T1, T2 and 3 thread in join method Java. Now what I do, I did this T1 dot star. Okay. Try, in the try block, I said T1 dot join. And I said in the exception, if you want to throw any exception, in the exception class, I called the object, and I just said system.out.println e, right? And then I called T2 and T3 for the start, to start the thread. Okay, this is how we use join method. And we will have a look at all of them, that what will be the output you are going to get in the Eclipse. So now we are going to use Eclipse IDE, that is integrated development environment, to create our first thread, right? In this case, I will show you how can you create your first project with Java, right? So to create a project in Java, you need to go to File, and there you need to click on New, right? From that, you will get a multiple options, but you need to choose Java project. I am going to use Java project. Now you need to give the project name for your Java project, right? So here I want to give Multithread maybe. Okay, so we have created the name of the project of a Java, that is Multithread demo 1. Now we are going to click on next. So you can see there is a source folder. So if there is a source folder, it's basically a source folder for our project. So all your code, all your Java file will store under this source file, right? Now we are going to click on finish. And yes, I want to create a module info.java. Let me create it. Okay. So we have got our project Multithread demo 1. Now I'm going to create the first class. How can you create your first class? Go to source folder and then click on over there. You will get an option of new, right? From that new, what you need to do, you need to go to class. This is the way you need to actually make your first class. So my class name will be over here, that create thread, right? So always make sure your class name starts with capital letter. This is a good convention of doing the coding, right? All the professionals maintain some convention when they actually start coding professionally. Now comes the main method. This is actually the heart of Java program. So if you want to execute any program in Java, in that case, be sure always you have this main program. Say this main method. If you don't have this main method, your program is not going to run, because the main point, the first point when the program start executing in Java, that is from the main method. So we are going to tick on that, right? And now what we need to do, we need to go for finish. So this is how actually we are going to use our first class, right? Now as we have created our first class, that is create thread, now we are going to create a thread by extending the thread class, right? So how can you do that? So already we have our class name create thread. Now I'm going to write extends, and then what class name I want to actually extend, that is thread. As I didn't write the class name, it's giving me an error, right? So I'm going to write thread. Okay, so I want to extend my parent class, that is thread. Okay, now I'm going to override the void run method. So it is a public void. Void means actually it's not going to return anything, right? So then we are going to write run method. The name of the method is run, and the curly bracket. Then whatever you want, you can give that, right? For my case, maybe I'm going to write system dot println. I hope you guys have an idea about what is the difference between println and print. So basically print is something if you don't want a space, right? So if you don't want to have a like a gap between two lines, so that time we are not going to use println. But basically println, when you have multiple line of output, if you use println, it will give a one line gap between those outputs, right? So this is a very important question for the interview. What's the difference between print and println? Right now I'm going to write, I have created my first thread. Right? Okay. Fine. Right? Now I'm going to give the semicolon. Now what I need to do? I told you I need to create the object of my class, right? So my class name is create thread, and my object name maybe I'm going to write obj is equals to new create thread, right? And I'm going to use the round brackets. So this is how actually we create the object of our classes in Java. Okay, now I'm going to say that object dot start. So what it will do, it will start the first thread in our program, right? So I'm going to write obj dot, you can see I get multiple methods, right? So here I'm going to write start. So I got this start method. So I'm going to do that. Let's see what we will get. To execute your code, always remember that in Eclipse, you need to click this play button. It's like a play button, right? You need to execute your code. So here you need to actually say which class you want to execute. So for my case, I want to execute create thread.java, right? Okay. And let's see. You can see I got my first output that I have created my thread, right? So this is how we actually create our first thread using what? Using thread, extends threads class, right? Now I will show you the second way how can you actually create your thread using actually implementing runnable interface, right? So let me create one more class for that. Okay, so go to new, you need to go to class to create a new class. Maybe this is also create thread but two, right? Two class cannot be in same name. Now again we are going to click on the main method and then finish, right? So we got our class. Now this time we are not going to extend this, right? We are going to implement, because runnable is an interface and interface always be called by implementing that interface, right? So I'm going to write implements and then the interface name, that is runnable. Okay, so I have actually called. So I am getting a little bit of, so some of the reason runnable. Okay, so let's see, I'm getting a error. What error I am getting? The type create thread2 must be implement the inherited abstract method runnable.run, right? So here it's giving me a error, but for the extending the thread, it was not giving me any error. But as it's an interface, it's saying you actually need to implement run method over here, right? So let's see what we can do that. What I am going to do, I'm going to write public void then run method, right? I'm going to implement the run method, then the curly bracket, right? So here you can write, I'm going to write the same thing, system dot out dot println, and I'm going to pass that I have created my first thread, right? Okay, I write this. Oh my god. Okay, so you can see I have already implemented that and we don't have the error over here. right? Now we will see how can you call them, right? To calling them again, we need to make an object of my class. So what is my class? Create thread 2, right? And I'm going to write the object that is obj again. I'm taking the variable name obj, that is will be my object for my this class, that create thread 2. I'm going to write new and I'm going to write the same thing, create thread 2 and the round bracket. This is how I'm going to create the first object of my class. But here I need to make a object of thread class as well. So thread maybe A is equals to new thread, right? And from this we actually need to pass the object of our class, that is obj, right? So you can say this is how if you want to call a thread using runnable interface, right? So now let me execute that. So what we will do, right? So you can see we actually our thread is running, right? Okay, but we did not get the output. So now, as we have already seen how can you actually create a thread using extending thread class, now we will have a look at how actually you can create a thread using implementing runnable interface, right? So let's first create a class for that, right? So creating a class, again I need to click on the source folder and then I need to get the new one, right? So I will get the new option and from there I need to create my class, right? So in the class I'm going to write my create thread 2, right? Again, always be sure that whenever you are going to make a class, the first element of the class will be capital letter, right? Now I'm going to click on the main method, that is the heart of Java program. Now I'm going to click on finish, right? So we get it. Now what we need to do? We need to implement the runnable class. So I'm going to write implements. Which interface I'm going to implement? I am going to implement runnable interface, right? So runnable interface, right? So you can see still I'm getting an error. But why I'm getting an error? Because my interface is an abstract method, right? It has an abstract method of run method. So I need to implement that method as well. Otherwise, I will get the error. Now I'm going to write public void. We are using void that will not return anything. And the method name is run. And after that, the curly bracket. Now I'm going to write the same thing, system dot out dot println, and in between that I want to pass I have created my second thread. I have created my second thread, right? So if when my thread is started, that time it will give me this message. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to create the object of my create thread demo class, right? So let me create that, create thread demo, and then I need to give the object name, right? So my object name is obj. I'm going to use that. Again, I'm going to write new create thread demo and then the round bracket, right? This is how we are going to create the object of our this class. Now we need to create the object of thread class, right? Always remember when you are going to implement runnable, that time you actually need to create an object of thread class as well. So thread, and again I'm going to write obj1 is equals to new thread, right? And in that round bracket we need to pass the object of our this class, so obj. Now this, right? So this is the main key over here when you are going to use implements runnable interface and where you're going to use extends thread class, right? Now I'm going to start my first thread using implementing runnable. So I'm going to write start method. So I have already get that. Okay. So let's see. Let me execute it using this play button. Okay. So you need to actually select which class you want to execute. So for my case, I have only one class. So I have actually used this. I have marked this, right? And then okay. So you can see I got my output that I have created my second thread, right? So this is how you can actually create two types of thread using one implementing runnable interface and one is extending thread, right? Now we are going to see how can you implement sleep method using Eclipse or using Java, right? So let's create this, let's use the sleep method in multithread. For that, we are going to use again a new class. I'm actually using new class to make sure, guys, you don't have any doubts, right? I can do all these things in one class. Again, that can be a problem or confusion for you guys. For that, I'm making a class for each and every methods and each and every thing we are doing, right? So if you guys will be comfortable with this Eclipse as well, you guys will get to know how can you make the classes, how can you make project when you start working with Eclipse, right? So again, we are going to go for new and then class, and here I'm going to use demo sleep. So I'm going to make a demo for sleep method, right? So demo sleep, and again I'm going to take the main method, right? Okay. So how can you do that? For that, I need to again extend the thread class. So here I'm going to make the thread using extending thread class, right? Extends thread. Okay. And I am going to actually override the public void run method. Okay. So I actually override that, and here I'm going to write system.out.println, and then maybe I'm going to write let's start using sleep method. Okay. So almost overriding this void run method is almost done. Now what we need to do, we need to create the object of the class, right? So demo sleep, and then we are going to give the naming for the object, that is obj. You can use anything, ABCD, anything, whatever your choice is. The new demo sleep, right? Okay. So I have created the object for my class. Now what do I need to do? Now I need to just use our try catch block in the run method, or again you can do something like for loop as well. Let's have something new in that. So in the run method, I'm going to use a for loop, right? So we have done the basic, the way we actually create the thread. Now we are going to see how can you implement sleep method, right? So I'm going to use a for loop where I'm going to initialize I is equals to 1, and I will go less than is equals to 10, right? And sorry, 10. And from that, I'm going to use I++ for my I incrementing. And in between the for loop, I'm going to write try block. So why do we use try block? Try block is used to get, if you get any exception, if you feel like from that line maybe you will get exception, you can put that into the try block. And the catch block, if you get any exception, it will show what exception you get, right? For that, in the try block, I'm going to write that, okay, just a second, yes, I'm going to write that, let's have thread dot sleep method. So this is how actually, so you can see we have two ways to actually implementing sleep. One is long millisecond, one is you can give long millisecond and int nanos as well. So in my case, I'm going to take long millisecond. So here you need to give how much millisecond you want. So for my case, I want 500, right? Or maybe I want 1000, right? Okay, now I need to like give the catch block, otherwise he will give me a error for that, right? They always need to go for, if you implement try, you need to as well as implement catch block as well, right? In the catch block, I am going to say, and again here you need to give the interrupted exception, right? So in that case, I am going to write interrupted exception, right? And I'm going to write the object of that interrupted exception. So maybe A. Okay, fine. Now what I need to want? I want to see the exception I am going to get if my thread goes into the catch block, right? System.out.println, and then I'm going to write A. So it will give me the whatever the exception I got it, right? So this is how we are going to write it. And one more thing, if it's in the sleep, after that I want to see the I values as well, right? So system.out.println and then my I value, right? So let's see. And before that, one more thing we need to do, we need to call the start method as well, right? So let me start that. So what I need to do, obj.start. So these are the basic part we all know when we actually create the thread. Okay, so let me do that. Just execute the demo sleep. Yes, so you see I got this. Let's start using sleep method. But you can see I am getting 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, but with a time of interval, right? You can see I got it, but with a time of interval. Maybe I can make it to 10,000 as well. Let's see, it will take more time for that, right? This is how sleep method is working. After start doing your tasking, it will put into the sleep method. So you can see I am not getting any value. So it's actually taking 10,000 millisecond time. That is one I get. So it's taking more than the before one, right? So I change the number of millisecond, that is 10,000. You can see I'm getting 1, 2, it's taking time. So this is how actually sleep method works. Okay, so let's wait till the output we are getting over here, and then I will show you if we have two different threads, right? How it's going to work, right? So maybe here I have one thread, but if I have two different threads, three different threads, right? How my Java actually JVM is going to handle that. Okay, right. So you can see it's just 5 till now. So it's taking a actual time to get printed because they are putting the thread into a sleep method, and when your sleep is continued for 10,000 milliseconds. Okay, 10,000 milliseconds when your thread is in sleep. After that, your thread become activated, and again your thread start doing the task, right? You can see I got till 7. So let's wait for 8, 9, and 10. And after that, we will reduce the timing because it's taking on like 10,000 millisecond time. So we will make it to 500. So it will not take a long time, right? Okay. So it's almost 9 and it's going to be 10. So let me just change it in the meantime. So 500 I have made, this is 500. Now what I need to do, I just want to make one more object for my class, right? So basically what it will do, it will actually call one more thread. So let's see how my JVM is going to handle that. So here I'm going to write obj1.start, right? Let's see what will happen for that. Okay, let me execute it. So you can see it's going 2 times. Okay, it's going too fast. Okay, let me do this for at least for 1,000 times, right? So it will be not that fast. Okay, so basically what my JVM is doing, it's actually taking the output, but you can see it's taking 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. What actually it is doing, it's taking the first thread, it's putting that thread into sleep, and then it takes the next one Okay, so for that we are getting like the number 1 to 10 twice, right? 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 5 6 6 7 7 8 8 9 9 10 10, right? Because first it's taking one thread, then it's like using the task, the whatever the task that thread has, it's doing the task and then it put that thread into sleep. Now the JVM taking the second thread, right? After this taking the second thread, it start doing the task and then again put that second thread to the sleep, right? This is how the sleep method works when you have two threads. Maybe I can have 100 of threads, right? But that can be handled by JVM only. And you cannot ensure the sequence of the thread as well, right? So let's see what next we have in the demo. Now we will have a look at some probability. If we can call a start method twice, then what will happen, right? Always, if you're learning something new, you should go for experiment these things, right? If you start experimenting with this, like that particular topic, you will learn more. So let's see what we have if we just use the start method twice, what will happen. For that, again, I'm going to write, I'm going to create a class, okay? So new, and then class and twice. Let's see, twice what? Start demo, right? This is how I'm going to write the name of the class, and I'm going to use the main method. So what are the common things we need to do? We first need to go for extending thread class. Okay, because I love to use extends thread one because I don't need to write 2 lines of code. But if you guys want, you can use implements runnable interface as well. Okay, so here I'm going to just override the class, right? Public void run. Okay, and then I'm going to write that maybe system.out.println, and then I am going to give you experiment with threads, because I always love to do something if I am learning something new, to do experiments with that, right? So here I'm going to, now what we need to do, we need to create the object. So twice start demo, our class name, and then obj is equals to new twice start demo, right? Yes, so we have created the object of our class. Now what we need to do, we need to actually say start. So obj dot start, but in this case we are going to use start twice. Let's see what will happen for that. Let me just execute that. Okay, you can see first one we got it, that experiment with threads, but for the second start we got a lang illegal thread state exceptions. So always remind that you cannot use start function twice for a particular thread. You need to use start function one if you want to start a thread, right? You are not allowed to use twice the start function, right? So let's see. Now we are going to see what if we can call run method directly instead of start method, right? What our program or our thread is going to give us, right? For that, again, I'm going to write a class. So let me do that. So new and then class. So here what we are going to write, we are going to call run method directly instead of start method. So let's see. Run demo, okay. Okay, public static void main string or the main one. Then we are going to extends thread, right? So then we are going to use the public void run method, and I'm going to write experiment. Okay, I'm sorry. Here I'm going to write that system.out.println and then experiment with run method. Okay, let's see what I'm supposed to get with that. So I think like doing this kind of a experiment with a new thread, you will get a proper idea and a proper like vision about threads, how actually these threads are working, what's the life cycle of these threads, right? So now what I need to do, as I have said that, again I'm to make an object of my class, that obj, maybe you can write is equals to new run table, right? Okay, this is how I'm going to create the object of this particular class. Now what we need to do, normally we used to use dot start method, but here what we will do, we are going to use obj dot run method. So let's see what's going to give me. Okay, but here also we are getting the output, but what actually what's the difference between that? Because each thread starts in a separate call stack, right? Invoking the run method from the main thread, the run method goes onto the current call stack rather than at the beginning of a new call stack. So this is the difference between when you are actually calling run method instead of start method, right? So let's see if we are going to call the second object if you are going to create, right? So this is the difference between when you are going to use run method and when you are going to use start method. So yes, so obj1 dot run, right? So let's see what's going to give me. Okay, for the both cases we are getting the same thing, okay? But the thing is that that's the main problem. You are getting that invoking the run method from the main thread, the run method goes onto the current call stack rather than at the beginning of a new call stack, right? So this is the difference between run and start. How we are going to use join method in the thread? So what is join method? So we have discussed about join method earlier as well, but for the recap, let me give you a brief about join method. So join method waits for a thread to die. In other words, it causes the currently running thread to stop executing until the thread it's joined with completes its task, right? So there is a two way you can do this. So now we are going to do this in the Eclipse. For that, what we need to do, we are going to create a new class for that. Okay, so let me create a new class to do the join method. Okay, so new, and from there we will go for a class, and here I'm going to use a class name join table, right? Okay, so this will be my class name, and I'm going to use the main method as well. So it's taking a little long time. Yes, so we got the class. Let me just click on that. So we got the class. Now what we need to do, the basic thing we need to do, extends from thread class, right? Okay. So here actually for each and every demo we are using a thread class and we are extending from that. But if you want to do these things from runnable interface, that is also can be done, right? Now we are going to do public void run method, and we are going to pass some new thing. Maybe we are going to take a for loop for that, right? So let me do that. Using for loop, it will help you to understand that how actually join method working over here, right? So int I equals to 0, I less than 10, and I plus plus, right? Okay. So now what we are going to do, we are going to use the try block, right? So why we are using try block? I told you that try block is basically, if you think that block, like the code block you have, can have an exception, can have an error, right? So in that time, we actually put that part of the code in the try block to handle that exception, right? So in this case, I'm going to write thread.sleep, the way we are using sleep method, and I'm going to give 500 for this. So I want my thread should be in a sleep for 500 milliseconds. And here I'm going to use a catch, right? So in the catch, again, you need to write the exception. So exception is the parent class, right? So I'm using E for that. And let's see what I want to see. I want to print if it has any exception. Please show me the exception for that, right? So E, right? So this is why we are using try and catch block. Now what I want to see my I value. System.out.println I. So now I want to see my I value. Now what I need to do? I need to create some of the maybe multiple threads over here. So creating multiple threads, what we need to do? So for that we need to create the object of this class, right? So join demo, right, is equals to maybe obj, the first object I'm creating, is equals to new join demo and the round bracket. So this is how we actually create our first objects. So here I'm going to just copy the same line and I'm going to change the object name because we cannot have object in the same name, right? So yes, object 1. So maybe there will be object 2, right? So we have created multiple object of what? We have created multiple object of my class join demo, right? Now what we need to do, we are going to start our first object. So obj.start, okay? Let's see. But now we are going to do one more thing. We are going to join as well, right? So in the try block, again, maybe in the try, there can be an exception we will get. So I want to put them in the try block, right? So obj.join. You can see I got it already. Dot join method, right? And from there, I want to have my catch block. In the catch block, what I want? I just want exception. If I get any exception, please show me the exception. Okay? Okay. Now I want to print the exception. System.out.println, right? Just show me the exception if I have any exceptions, right? Okay. So now this is how we are going to join it. Okay. Now I'm going to start the other two thread of my program. So let's see how it's going to work. Okay, I need to write obj. For that, it's giving me error. Okay, now here I'm going to write obj2.start. Right? So guys, whenever you are learning something, try to have increase interest for that, right? So for that time, you will actually start loving that portion, loving that part of the coding. Coding is very simple. It's not at all first thing we came into our mind that coding is very it's very complicated, but trust me, it's not. It's just like a normal mathematics we do, right? So let's just execute the program. Okay. Fine. You can see I'm getting 0, 1, 2, 3, but I'm getting 0, 0, 1, 1. I mean, there is no other option, right? There is no other way to find it out that what will be the sequence of your object, what will be the sequence of your thread, right? So you can see here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 we got. Why this is so? Because we join our first method, right? So what it did actually said other thread, no, I'm not going to give you the chance to get started. So first let me get start, and then if you have time, then just go and just execute, right? So you can see, let me execute it once more time. So you will see there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Why? I mean, you can see one more thing. If I can give it to 5,000, so you will see that first thread we are having, that is obj, that is actually running first. The other object we have, they are not getting executed. But normally it's not the thing, right? Normally what it used to have if any thread is in sleep, then the next one will come and start executing the task, right? So you can see I'm getting 1 and I'm getting 2. It's taking time because it's not like giving the other object of the thread like get executed, right? First the object obj will be executed, then obj1 and obj2 will be get executed. You can see 0, 1, 3, 4, 5. Right? So this is why actually we are using join method to execute our first, suppose you want that first this thread will be executed, right? The other thread will be on hold, right? So that is why we use join method. You can see 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is actually executing the first thread, right? That is obj, right? This is why we are using join method. Now we will have a look at how can you make your thread a name. Suppose I want to give a name to my thread. How can I do that? Right? The thread class provides methods to change and get the name of a thread. By default, each thread has a name, that is thread 0, thread 1 and so on. We can change the name of the thread by using setName method. The syntax of setName method and getName methods are, we are going to check that in the Eclipse, right? Let's see if I want to change my thread name and if I want to identify my thread through the name. Let's see how can we do that, right? For that, I'm going to just create one more class, new class, and name thread demo, maybe the class name. And I'm going to use the main method as well. Right? Now what we need to do? The same thing. Extends thread. But guys, what I'm doing this thing so many times, did you ever think of? Because I want you guys to be used to with this extending the class from thread or implementing the interface from runnable, right? So this is one of the best part of Java. And if you want to start your career in Java, you really need to have a good idea about multithreading, right? And whenever you go for any interview, right, in that time, they will ask you about the multithreads, obviously, because this is the most useful part, right? So this is why I'm just using classes each and every time. For that, you guys can be quite familiar with the thing that how actually we can create a thread and how we can manipulate them, right? So let's see. Now what we need to do, already we did it. Now we are going to extend thread. Now what we will do, we will use the public void run method, right? And in this, what we are going to add, maybe we are going to say name changer has came, right? Already shown, right? So maybe I want this to be printed when the run method will be executed, right? Okay. Now what we need to do, we need to write, I'm going to write what? I'm going to go for a public static void main. Now I'm going for creating an object of my name thread demo class, right? So let's do that. But this time we are going to make two threads just to identify them. Okay. name thread demo obj is equals to name. So what we did, we use new name thread demo and we have created the object of obj, right? So now I'm going to add one more object to my class. Okay, so let's just copy and paste. Okay, so I'm going to call obj1, and always remember we cannot have same name object for our respective class. Okay, okay. Now what we are going to do, we are going to get the name. Okay, so first we are going to see what is the name we are getting for them. So system dot out dot println, and we are going to use the what? We are going to use the getName method for to getting the inbuilt or default name of my thread, right? So let me do that. Name of default name for the first thread, right? And if you want to concat something in Java, how we are going to do that? We are going to write plus sign, right? Okay. Now I am going to write what? Obj dot getName. Obj dot, and we got it that getName, right? So I want to get the name of obj. Now the same thing we are going to do for the second object or the second thread as well. So default for the second thread, this is according to us, right? So this is my first thread, this is my second thread, and then obj1 dot getName. So let me execute that first. Okay, so you can see, okay, I didn't use println, guys. You can see for that I get all the output in one line, right? So let me use the println because it's so easy to understand. Okay, so you can see I get for my first name of the first thread is thread 0 and the default name of the second thread is thread 1, right? Now what we need to do, we are going to start our thread. So obj dot start, okay, and we are going to write obj1 dot start, right? Now what we are going to do, we are going to set a name for our second thread maybe. So obj1 dot set, right? We got the function that is set name. Now I am going to write the first thread name. So what can be that, right? So maybe Game of Thrones. I'm a big fan of Game of Thrones, so maybe it will be Game of Thrones, right? Let's see. And one more thing. Now we are going to see the name of these two thread after changing the name for the second thread, right? So I'm going to remove the default part because let's see what we will get now. Okay, let me just execute that. Okay, you can see we got it, right? Okay, so we got it, right? Default name of the second thread is thread 1. Name for the first thread is thread 0. Name of the second thread, Game of Thrones, right? Okay, so this is how actually it works. Okay, so this is how actually if you want to put a name for your respective thread, you can do that, right? So I hope you are quite clear with this part of the thread, and let's go and check some of the other demo as well with thread. Now we will look at isAlive method. What is isAlive method? So isAlive method actually to help you to understand your thread is alive or not. So let's have a look at the definition. To know whether the particular thread is alive or not, we use isAlive method, which returns the Boolean value like true or false, right? So let's go to Eclipse and let's see how we can implement that. Now we came to Eclipse and I have already written the code in my Eclipse and we have created a class isAlive. Okay, so isAlive demo is my class name, and what we need to do, we need to extend thread class, right? So we have extend thread class, and from that we actually implement the run method as well. So we write public void run, and in the try block, basically why do we use try block? We use, maybe if you think that part of your code can have an exception, that time we want to handle them using try and catch block. In under try block, we are going to put our thread into sleep using .sleep method, and from that we are saying I want to put my thread into sleep method for 500 milliseconds, and I'm going to show that print that what is the current state of my thread. Okay, how we will get that? We are going to use thread, right? Thread dot current thread, right? So you can see we have written that thread dot current thread method, and then we have called isAlive method, right? So it's going to give me that what's the current state of my thread. Okay, now what we will do, we will go for doing the other part of the program, and in the catch part we are going to say, if you get any exception, please show me the exception, right? So catch exception E and system.out.println E. It will show you the exception you have get, right? Now what we will do, we will go for our main method, and there what we need to do first, we need to create the object of our class, right? First, we create the object of our class, that is isAlive demo, and we have decided the name of the object, that is obj, and then equals to new isAlive. This is how we create the object of a class. Then we are going to print that before starting the thread, right? So if you are not going to write that dot start, we all know that our thread is not going to start. In that time, I want to see the status of my thread. So what I did, I just write obj dot isAlive, right? So this is going to give me the state of the thread before using the start method. After calling the start method, again I'm going to print it that what's the state of my thread after using the start. So let's execute it. So we will get that. So you can see first, before starting the thread, it's got false because we do not use the start method. And if you guys can look closer, you can see our main program has started from the main method, right? Not from the run method. So first is have printed that before starting the thread, it is false. After starting the thread, it is true, right? And lastly, it goes to run method, and it's showing show me the state of my current thread, that is true. So my thread is alive when the thread is in the run method, right? Now we will have a look at Java multithread synchronization. How synchronization actually help us to do the coding in Java. And let's have a look at the definition. So synchronization concept in Java stands for control the access of multiple threads who are using the same memory. So we'll all know thread is actually use the same memory. If we have 3 threads, so it will all the 3 threads will use the same memory. So let's go to Eclipse. Let's see. First we will see if you are not going to use synchronize method, what it will happen. And then we will see if you are going to use the synchronize method, how actually it helps us to synchronize our threads. So we came to Eclipse, and you can see I have created a class called without synchronization.java. Right? I hope you guys are quite clear with how to make the class, how to create your class in Java project, right? So here I have make one class, that is class table. Okay, in that I have a void method, that is print table, where I'm going to send the int n parameter, right? Int n is my parameter. Now what I'm going to write, I'm going to write a for loop. Int I is equals to 1. I'm initializing I from 1, I less than equals to 5 and I plus plus. And then I'm going to print system.out.println n into I, right? So n is basically the parameter I'm going to pass and I is the for loop range, okay? Now I'm going to use again a try block to check, just to put my thread into the sleep method. So thread.sleep and it's going to be sleep for 400 milliseconds. And in the catch, we are going to do the same thing, that is system.out.println and show me if I get any exception, right? And nextly, we are going to make one more class, that is my thread1, which actually extends the thread class, right? And we are creating an object of T, right? This is very important, right? So here we are creating an object of table T, right? Now my thread table T, I'm passing this to my thread1 is my constructor, right? So what is constructor? Constructor is something that is the name of the constructor is always that same name of the class. Okay, so we have three types of constructor. I hope you guys have an idea about that. So my thread1 and we are passing the object of table T. Okay, and we are using this function to refer the current object, right? So this dot T is equals to the new T equals to T, right? And we have a run method again. We are going to implement the run method as we are extending the thread class, right? So in the run method, I say t.print table, that is 10. So you can see in the print table, what I said, I am going to print the end, right? So I am going to give the parameter that is 10. So in this third class, I have class myThread2 and extend thread. Okay. Again, I am going to create a table T, right? The same object of table T, but they are not synchronized. Okay. So let's see how these are going to work. And the same thing we have written over here as well. This dot T is equals to T and we are going to provide 9. Okay. And lastly, what we will do, we will create a class of our class name and we are going to create the object for that. First, we are going to create object for table obj, that is my table class, that is obj and new table. Then the second class that my thread1, T1 and new my thread, and we are going to pass this obj as it's a constructor, right? And for the T2, we are doing the same thing, right? Now what we need to do, we need to start the thread and we have started the thread, right? Let's execute it and let's see what we will get. So you can see I got 10, I got 9, I got 20, 18, 30. I mean, nothing is like if you look at the output, you will not able to understand what is going on, right? So you don't know that what is coming first, what are the thread are actually working. So in that case, this is very impossible to manage this, right? So in that case, we want to go for synchronizing our thread. So let's see how we can actually use the synchronize method. Now we are going to use the synchronize method to get our result in a synchronized manner. And here also we are going to use the same class. I'm not going to write the other class, right? It's a big program and there is no point of writing the same thing. It's just a matter of synchronize method where we need to put it. So after the class table, I am putting that synchronize method to the void print table method, right? So let's see what we will get after that. After putting a single synchronized method. If you can look at the output, you can see I am getting an output in a proper synchronized manner, right? First, I am getting 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then 9, 18, 27, 36, and 45, right? So first, I am getting the 10, 20, 30, 40, and then I am getting the print table that n into I part, right? So this is why synchronize is needed when you have multiple thread in your class, right? It helps your class to understand which thread will go first and which one will go later, right? So this is how we are going to use synchronize method in our program.
Now let me talk about Lambda expressions in Java. So what is Lambda expression? as the name itself makes it little clear, that is, it is an expression, meaning a line of a code or a block of a code. But the block of code or those expressions, those lines of code in Java will not have any name assigned to it. Okay, so Lambda expression is a block of code without any name assigned to it. Lambda expression implementation code can be provided wherever it is made use of. Meaning, suppose if you have to make use of a program that is reversing the characters of a string. So normally what we do, we write a method in Java where we write the codes for reversing the characters of a string, and then wherever it is required to be implemented, we call that particular method. This is how we work in Java programming, right? But if I have to use Lambda expression, what I will do is I will not be defining any separate method or anything, any separate piece of code, but wherever the reversing the characters of string is required, there itself we will write the Lambda expression which will contain the codes for reversing the characters of a string. Okay, so this is what I meant by when I said Lambda expression implementation code can be provided where it is called. Okay, now it represents an anonymous class. Anonymous class meaning a class without any name assigned to it. Right? So anonymous class concept is there in Java. So Lambda expression also is not given any name, right? So it represents, or it is similar to the anonymous class in a way that even anonymous class doesn't have any name assigned to it, and it is declared or defined there itself where it is required. Similarly, Lambda expression also doesn't have any name assigned to it, and it is defined there itself where it is required. Okay. Second, it can be referred as a method without a name, right? So we include certain piece of code, certain implementation code inside a method in Java programming. And same piece of code, if you don't want inside a method, you can directly write it down under a Lambda expression and at the place itself where it is required to be called. Okay, so this is all about your Lambda expressions in Java. Now let me talk about use of Lambda expressions in Java. That is, why was this requirement of adding Lambda expression concept in Java? As this Lambda expression concept is added as a new features in Java programming under Java version 8, but why was the requirement of it? So to understand that, we have to understand first why we create a method in Java. Suppose any given piece of code has to be repeatedly called again and again. We write that piece of code inside a method. And then wherever required, we call that method again and again. Right? Similarly, Lambda expressions are made use there where any given piece of code has to be used exactly once. Suppose I take an example of reversal of a string. Okay? Reversal of a characters of string. Okay, so in that case, what I'll have is that I'll have a piece of code where it is going to reverse the characters, right? Now, this can be included inside a method. Suppose it is included inside a method M1. But this method in the entire piece of code, in the entire program or a software, I have to use only once. Then including it inside a method and calling that method somewhere in my program in the actual code doesn't make much sense. In fact, it increases the overhead. So to solve this problem, what was done is the concept of Lambda expression was introduced. That is, you can put this method inside a Lambda expression, meaning you don't have to create a separate method here. Suppose I am using M1 method in the code at this point of time. Here itself I can write a Lambda expression that will contain the same code which is here for reversal of the characters of a string. And this Lambda expression will not have any name like this method had M1. Because these expressions of reversal of characters of string has not to be called again and again that it needs a name. It has to be called only once. So if it has to be used only once, even if there is no name, directly the code is written there, then also it makes no difference, right? So doing this process solves the complete overhead of creating a separate method, calling that method, and method execution takes a long process at the backend in memory. But if the code is written there itself in the form of Lambda expression, all this backend overhead is reduced. So the advantage to this is, first is your less coding is involved. You don't have to explicitly write a method, call the method and all that. So coding is reduced. Secondly, codes are benefited here which has to be called or used in the entire program only once. Okay. Lastly, it encourages the concept of functional programming. Lambda expression is the concept from the functional programming languages itself. It has been added to the object-oriented programming languages also, but as it belongs to originally from a functional programming language concept, it encourages functional programming also. Okay, so this was all about why was the Lambda expression used or was introduced in Java programming. Now let me tell you how to write Lambda expressions in Java. So to write Lambda expressions in Java, there is a proper syntax that has to be followed like any other programming concept. So the syntax here is in various formats depending upon the number of parameters being passed to that block of code or to the Lambda expression. Okay, but basically if I try to explain the syntax of Lambda expressions in Java, it consists of 3 parts. Okay, the first part is your parameters. Okay, so this is your parameters. Second is a arrow symbol, okay, pointing towards right side. And then this is the second part, okay, a arrow. And third part is the Lambda expression codes, the actual Lambda expression code. Okay, so the first part, that is parameters, are included inside a round bracket, then followed by which there will be an arrow, and the last part is included inside a curly bracket ending it with semicolon. Okay, so broadly this is the syntax being followed, but now depending on the parameters, this part of the syntax differs. How? If there is no parameter being passed to this Lambda expression code, to understand what parameter is and what this expression codes is, consider a method. Okay, suppose there is a method void m1, and this method is having a parameter maybe string a1. Okay, and what the code consists of is the code to reverse the characters of a1 string, right? Now, if this method I don't want to write because this method is being used suppose only once in my program, I have to convert this into Lambda expression. So the syntax, how is that related to this method? Which part of the syntax covers which part of this particular code? Let me tell you, that will make it clear. So parameters here are these parameters which are passed to this method. So in this method code, only one parameter is being passed, that is a1, which is of type string, right? So just write a1 here in the round bracket. Okay, then arrow symbol, and in the curly bracket you have to write this part represents this curly bracket. Okay, the first part represented the parameter to the method. Fine. So the code to reverse the characters of string char a1 will be over here. So as this parameter a1 or the variable a1 is being used in this Lambda expression, those are written here in the round brackets. Okay, so this is how it is defined. Now suppose there can be sometimes a code which does not require any parameter. Okay, there may be suppose a code called as void. Suppose this method is there, void m2, which is not taking any parameter, and it prints the message. Simple, there is system.out.println message inside this, so it prints some message. It will not take any parameter, right? So this method has to be converted in the form of Lambda expression. Then how will you write? So in that case, parameter will not be there. So it will just be an empty round bracket. Okay, followed by which there will be an arrow symbol, and then there will be this curly brackets which will contain the system.out.println code to display the message. Println. Right? So this is how we write Lambda expressions in Java. Number of parameters keeps increasing. You can add all those parameters here, separating it with a comma. You can see the second syntax written here. First parameter, second parameter, third parameter, and number of parameters can be there. All you can write in the round bracket, separating it with a comma. So I hope you are clear with how to write Lambda expressions in Java. Now let me talk about functional interface. So what is functional interface? An interface having a single abstract method inside it is called as your functional interface. Now, what is an abstract method? A method which is not having a implementation code then and there is called as your abstract method. Meaning, the interface will only have the method declaration. The implementation will not be there. Normally, in Java programming, an interface has abstract methods defined inside it. But if an interface has only single public and abstract method, then it is called as your functional interface. These methods can have n number of static methods and n number of default methods. Still, it will be called a functional interface. Suppose, for example, I define an interface here. Okay, interface I1. Inside this, I define a public method, public abstract M1 is a method. Then I define one more method inside this interface I1, that is your public abstract M2. Now, is this interface a functional interface? No, because this interface has two abstract methods defined inside it. But if suppose this first method is public abstract M1, second method is public but not abstract. Let me erase it for you. So, public static. If it is a static method, and this is your abstract method. So, abstract method will not have its implementation code here, but static method will have the implementation over here. Okay. Then is it this interface I1 a functional interface? Yes, it is a functional interface because there is only one public and abstract methods. It can have one more. Suppose it has public, not public, it has default M3 and then its implementation code here. Then in that case, this interface I1 is still a functional interface. So interface can have n number of static methods and number of default methods, but there should be only one public abstract method. Then it is called as your functional interface. There are certain examples already existing in the packages of Java. So runnable, predicate, these are the examples of functional interface. Runnable interface has only one method defined inside it, one abstract method inside it, that is your run method. So it is a functional interface. Runnable is a functional interface. Similarly, predicate also has only one method that is called as your test defined inside predicate interface. Hence, predicate is also a functional interface. So this is all about the functional interface. Now let me talk about functional interface implementation. So to implement the functional interface, I'll be using IntelliJ IDE, where I'll be writing a code how to write a functional interface and then how to implement the methods of the functional interface into another class. So let's go to the IDE and write the code. So here I have already created a file with the name of example. So class is example here, and then public static void main method is also defined inside it. Now, as I have to write a functional interface codes, so I have to create an interface here, right? So creating a functional interface has the same syntax as creating any other interface in Java. So interface, keyword, and then the name of the interface. You can give any name here. I'm giving the name as string example because I'm going to write a code for reversing the characters of a string. Okay, so the interface, now we should have only one abstract method inside it, right? So I'll define a method which is having a return type of string. Okay, and the method name is suppose reverse, and it takes the parameter also of type string x. Okay. As the method is abstract, we need not use abstract keyword here, but not defining any implementation code, not providing its implementation, ending it with semicolon itself says that it's an abstract method. Now, inside this, we can have n number of static methods. Still, this will be a functional interface. If I define another method, suppose void m1, so this is no more a functional interface. Okay, because we have two methods here which are abstract. But I can have a static method here, static void m1, and then it will have an implementation code here itself, right? Similarly, you can have default n number of default methods also, void m2. Okay, still this will be a functional interface. So the definition of interface is clear, I guess. How we know that, if the interface has only one abstract method, still it is a functional interface. Why is this methods not counted? So to understand that, let's see a class here. So class may be string implement impl. Okay, right? So if this class implements string example, then it will ask to override, right? In the IDE, this is a defined feature. It will ask to implement method. So you can see here, it is asking me to just implement reverse, which is abstract method, and the second one is void m2, which is a default method. Static method is not being asked to be overridden. Okay, so default method, if you don't override also, it is fine. Only this reverse method has to be definitely. See, I'll only override the reverse method. Still, it is fine. There's no error, compile time error here. Okay, so that's the reason. Whenever in later stage I want to use a method without a name of this interface, then only this reverse method will be actually called as a method of the interface, string example. Okay, so that's the reason. You can see here clearly that which method has not been counted and which has been counted. So that's why even if one abstract method is there in the interface, then it is a functional interface. So let me just quickly delete all these. Okay, so as this class we have already created and it is overridden. So as like any other interface, functional interface, we have to implement or override the method reverse into the class which this interface is being implemented by. And there in that class, you have to provide the functionalities of implementation code for this abstract method reverse from the interface. Okay, so here we'll provide the code. So let's write. So I'm going to write a code to reverse the characters of the string. So here I'm going to take one empty string maybe C1 equals to. Okay, now to reverse it, we have to use for loop here. Int I equals to, starting from beginning, right? So x dot length -1, because length will give the total value as starts from, the index value starts from 0, right? So it should be -1. I minus will start from last, will go till the first. Okay, before that, I should be greater than equal to 0 and I minus. So now in this we can write C1 is equal to C1 plus X dot caret. Okay, I. And then we can return this C1. So return statement can be written here. Return C1. Okay. So this for loop is closed here. This reverse method is closed here. And this class is closed here. So why is this error here? Okay, is it not returning? Okay, this return will be outside this for loop. This should be over here. Not. Okay, let's not get confused and let it be over here. Okay, so fine. Once this for loop will complete, then it should return the string C1, right? So okay, this is correct. Here it should be C1. So this is how we'll implement this interface. Now to call this, I'll go to the main method and the name of the class is string impl. So I'm going to create an object for this class. Okay, e equals to new string impl, and using this we can call reverse. Okay, let's pass the string from here as it takes a string parameter. So hello. Let's see, it should reverse the characters of hello and display it to me. So let's check the output. Okay, I'm not printing it, guys. So let me just quickly write system.out.println, and at the last we'll have this. So okay. So you can see it is printing the reverse characters of hello. So basic point here was to understand functional interface. So this is called as your functional interface, even though it has another methods which are static and default. So you can have n number of default and static methods, but there should be only one abstract method. Then only this will be called as your functional interface. So this was all about the implementation of functional interface. Now let us talk about functional interface with Lambda expressions. So functional interface with Lambda expression, how can it be written? So Lambda expressions are used to implement that one abstract method which is defined inside the functional interface. That's why we have this concept of functional interface. As in the functional interface, there is only one abstract method, and Lambda expression refers to the method without any name, right? So it will be automatically understood that Lambda expression, if it is referring to the particular interface which is having only one abstract method, then it means that Lambda expression is referring to that one method which is there inside the functional interface. That's why along with Lambda expression, the only concept of functional interface can be used. We cannot use that interface which has multiple number of abstract methods. Okay. Few things to be kept in mind here, that return type of the Lambda function, that is the Lambda expression code, should be same as the interface type. Lambda function here refers to the Lambda expression or the Lambda code. The return type has to be of the same type of the functional interface. Meaning, after the Lambda expression is executed, the value returned from it should be stored in an object reference of type functional interface. For example, if you see here, there is public static void main method inside the class example. Here, the predicate functional interface is used. Predicate is an inbuilt functional interface in Java programming, which has only one method called as test. This test method of predicate interface is built for comparing the given data, the given parameter, to others. Test will have only single parameter. So that's what here you can see when the test is called, the test function is called, it is having only one parameter. This is the Lambda expression written. X arrow. So X is a parameter to this Lambda expression, having arrow symbol after that, and then in the curly bracket ending with semicolon is the body of the Lambda expression. So inside the body of the Lambda expression, there is a code written to check if this X value is same as the text hello or string hello, then it should return true, else return false. Okay, so you can see the return. This is the Lambda expression starting from X till last. So the return type or return value after the Lambda expression is executed is stored in a reference, in an object reference P1, which is of type predicate. Okay, predicate of type string. So P1 type, data type is string, but it is of reference type predicate. Okay, so predicate is a functional interface. Now you can see here, without being the name used in implementation, the test method name used, directly this test method is being called here by the object reference of type predicate. P1 is object reference, so P1.test is being called with one parameter passed here. So this definitely will call this lambda expression, will invoke this lambda expression, because there is only one method inside predicate interface, that is your test method, and this lambda expression is referring to that itself. Okay, that was the reason that the functional interface should have only one abstract method. So this was an example of inbuilt predicate interface, which is a functional interface having one abstract method test, and how in lambda expression this is called. Before understanding how to write the complete lambda expression in Java, let us know few tips and tricks, or you can say few rules to be remembered for lambda expressions in Java. So rules for lambda expression in Java is that the variable type should be of interface type. That is, when the lambda expression returns or executes completely, and finally it should be referred by an object reference of type interface. And that interface should have only one method, and that method should be abstract public method. Next rule says that the lambda expression should have same number of parameters and same return type as that of the method in that interface. Meaning, if I am referring to a functional interface which has one abstract method which has only one parameter passed to it, then while defining the lambda expression for that, we should have only one parameter for the lambda expression also. If the method defined inside the functional interface has two parameters, then the lambda expression being written for that particular interface should have two parameters given to it. So that says your second rule. So these are the two rules which you have to remember before writing lambda expressions in Java. Now let me talk about the lambda expression program in Java. That is, I'll be going to the IntelliJ IDE where I'll be writing the code and demonstrating you an example of lambda expression code. So let's go to the IDE. So here I have already created a file with the name of example. So the class name is also example. Public static void main method is also defined there. Now I have to write a lambda expression here. So to write a lambda expression, I should have a functional interface. Either I can use any inbuilt functional interface in Java programming like runnable, predicate, or I can create my own functional interface here in this code itself. So I will demonstrate you by creating a functional interface in this code itself. So let me write an interface. Okay, so the interface name suppose is your string example. Now inside this interface, I'll have a method string reverse. So I'm going to write a lambda expression for reversing the characters of a string with the help of functional interface. So this will take a string parameter again, okay, of type string. The parameter will be of type string. So this is your interface with one abstract method. So it is called as your functional interface. Now to implement that, we don't have to use implements keyword or anything because I'm going to use the concept of lambda expression here. So just you have to write class example, that's it. And in the main method itself, we can write our rest of the lambda expression code. Okay, we need not implement the interface string example to use the method reverse. Okay, so how can it be done without implementing it? Let's see with the help of lambda expression. So what I'll do here is that as before writing a lambda expression, the lambda expression result should be referred by object reference having of type interface, right? So the interface name here is string example. So string example, suppose result is equal to the parameter passed. Now here I will write the lambda expression. So the syntax for writing lambda expression is first in the round bracket I should write the parameters of the lambda expression. So let's write that. Here the parameter will be same as the parameter to the method of the interface. So method of the interface is reverse method. Reverse method has only one parameter, that is string x. So this lambda expression, if it is referring to this particular method, then it should be having only one parameter. So yes, it is referring to this method because the return type is of string example, that is same as this interface type. So definitely this lambda expression is referring to the method reverse. So it should have only one parameter passed to it because there is only one parameter to method reverse. So let it be x, or we can give any other name just not to be confused. Okay, then the statement, the syntax of Lambda expression says arrow symbol, followed by which there should be curly bracket, which should end with semicolon. Right? Now, inside this, I will write the code for reversing the characters of a string. So the code will be simple ones. So let's take a empty string. Okay. After that, for all the characters of the string, int I equals to s1 dot length -1. I should be greater than equal to 0. I plus plus. I plus plus. Sorry, not plus, as we are starting from end. So it should be I minus minus. Now for all of these, okay, let's not have this, as there's going to be only one statement. So C1 is equal to C1 plus S1 dot caret. Okay, I. Now this should return C1. Right? So this is how we write a lambda expression. It should end with this round curly bracket and then semicolon. So this is your lambda expression code. Okay, so in place of overwriting this method reverse from and implementing this interface string example, as it is a functional interface, we can just simply make use of it directly here by using lambda expression. Okay, now how to demonstrate or print the result of it. So to print the result of it, let me have dot string system.out.println, and here you have to call the method that is your reverse, right? And with the help of which object you can call? The object reference used here. So result is the object reference being used to store the output of this lambda expression. So result dot reverse. Okay, and you can pass the string here. That's it. Now let's execute and check if it's working fine. So you can see here, yes, it executes fine and returns the reverse of the each character of the given string, hello. Okay. So this is all about your implementation of lambda expressions in Java. So you can see here you have to make use of this. Now if suppose here I define one more method, void m1 and like this, then there will be the error. Okay, the complete code will have an error, and when you try to run this, you can see what message it throws. So it says Java example is not a functional interface. String example is not a functional interface. So clearly you can see here that it says that it is not a functional interface. It means it should have only one method. So you have to have only one abstract method inside it. Then it will not throw any error and show the result correctly. So I hope you understood the whole concept of functional interface, how it is linked with the lambda expression. Now let me talk about lambda versus interface. That is, what is the difference between lambda normally and interface? As lambda is being interlinked or related to interface, so it's important here to understand what is the difference between these two, or is there any difference? So yes, difference is that lambda expression can be used only for those interfaces which has single abstract method inside it. And such interfaces are called as functional interface. So lambda expression can be used only for functional interface. Few examples of functional interface are runnable, predicate. So all these inbuilt interfaces in Java have single abstract methods. The interface can have n number of static methods, but lambda expressions is applicable only for those interfaces which are having single public and abstract method. That is your functional interfaces. It cannot be used for more than one abstract methods. That is, the interface has more than one abstract methods, then lambda expression cannot be used for such interface. Now let me talk about how can you create a thread using lambda expression. So to understand that, we have to go to the IDE. So I'm going to use IntelliJ IDE, where I'll be writing the code of how to create thread using lambda expression. So let's go there. Here I've already created a file with the name example. So the class name is also example, having public static void main method inside it. Now let us write a code here for creating a thread. Okay, so we know that we can create thread using two ways. One is your runnable interface and one is your thread class. So here I'm going to create thread using thread class, but I'll be using the concept of lambda expression here. Okay, so how can we make use of it? Let's see that. So in this, I'll be creating a thread. Okay, so thread class T is the name of the thread, use equals to new, then thread constructor. So inside the constructor of the thread, I am going to write the lambda expression, which will be invoked once this thread constructor is invoked. Okay, so to write a lambda expression, the syntax we know already, right? That is your round bracket. So as there is no parameter which I'm going to pass to this lambda expression, so I'll just have an empty round bracket and then arrow symbol, and then we need to have the curly bracket, the body of the lambda expression. Okay, so in the body of the lambda expression, what I'm going to write is for, let's just print the double of the numbers from 1 to 5. Okay, so I less than equal to 5, I plus plus. So here I'm going to write that, okay, let me not have so many curly brackets, as I'm going to write only just one line of code here. So even it will work without the curly bracket. So it is going to print something thread plus thread plus T, okay, I into 2. So I'm just going to simply display. Now this should end with semicolon. Okay, so this is your code. Okay, now after this, we should start the thread also. So t dot start, then only this constructor will be invoked and the code will run. So you can see here, this is how we refer to or write a lambda expression from a thread. Okay, so I've created a thread here using this lambda expression, meaning this lambda expression is passed as a parameter to the constructor of the thread, and it will complete its execution from there itself. So we can just check the output of this. So you can see the output of this, that this is what I'm trying to print. From 1 to 5, I'm printing the double of it multiplied by 2. So 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. So output is correct. So this is as simple as writing a simple thread, just that we have to write a lambda expression over here. So you need not have a separate method somewhere and then invoke that method with the help of this thread, but directly that method code, you can write it here in the form of lambda expression. So this will definitely improve the overall performance of the code. So I hope you understood this, how to create a thread using lambda expressions in Java. Now let me talk about lambda value capture. So what exactly is there under lambda value capture is that I'll talk about two things here. One is the output of the result of the lambda expression is referred by an object that is of type interface. And second point is that the variables which are declared in the scope of lambda expression is only accessible by the lambda expression. What is the scope of lambda expression? So to define that, let's understand with the help of an example. Suppose I defined a class A here, and inside this class, there is public static void main method. Okay. Public static void main string args. Now, inside this, I'm making use of lambda expression. Okay. Suppose there is some interface. So I'll take example of the inbuilt interface itself. Okay. So predicate is an inbuilt interface, right? A functional interface in Java. So predicate string type, suppose, and R1 result equals to, and then this is your lambda expression. So this lambda expression, suppose, is ending here, and then the main method and the class ends. So here, the scope of lambda expression is defined such that if the variable is declared inside this class, so int a equals to 4, if I define this over here, and then this int a can be referred inside the lambda expression, that is over here. If I want to make a is equal to a plus 4, I can do it over here. But make sure as it is inside static I have written, so this should be static. But this is what defines the scope of the Lambda expression. That is, if a variable is defined inside the enclosing class of the Lambda expression, then that variable can be accessed by the Lambda expression also. Can be accessed by Lambda expression, meaning inside this curly bracket in the code block of Lambda expression, we can include that. Okay. Second is if the variable is defined inside the Lambda expression code itself. That is, inside this curly brackets, if I would have defined some variable int b equals to 3, suppose, then definitely inside this Lambda expression itself, I can refer b anywhere. So 2 places if I define a variable that is inside the enclosing class of a Lambda expression or in the Lambda expression body itself, then those variables will be accessible by the Lambda expression. Okay, just you have to make sure that if you are accessing some variable from a static field, then that should be declared static. But normally this rules applies that the variable declared in scope of Lambda expression should be accessed in Lambda expression only. Okay. First thing was that the return value from Lambda expression has to be stored in a variable of type interface. So you can see here this variable, that is object reference of type predicate. Okay. So these 2 things are important here to know under Lambda value capture. Now let me talk about method reference in Lambda expression. So method reference meaning how can you refer to any defined method in Java programming from Lambda expressions. Okay, so there are 2 variations for it. One is static method reference, another is your instance method reference. So first I'll talk about static method reference. Okay, so let's understand this with the help of an example. Suppose inside a class, any class, suppose example is the name of the class. Inside this class example, suppose I have a method defined as a static method. Okay, so static void m1. Okay, now this method has certain code here, the implementation code. Now from public static void main method, public static void main string args, I want to make use of the concept of the Lambda expression and I want to call this method m1 inside the Lambda expression. Then how can I refer to this static method from Lambda expression? So we know that the syntax to be followed is round bracket with parameters, arrow symbol and curly brackets and then ending it with semicolon. Right? So here but we'll use a shortcut method with double colons. So all this will be replaced with just 2 colons. Okay. So how we can do that? So I'm going to use a concept of thread here to call this method. Okay. You can refer it anywhere like that, not necessarily in the thread. So I'm going to create the object of class thread. Okay. And in the constructor for the thread class, I'm going to call this method. Okay. So here to call the static method, and here I'm going to actually write the Lambda expression. So normally you would have written round bracket and then this over here. But in place of this, we have a shortcut. Let's understand that shortcut here. So for that, what I'll do is, as it's a static method, to refer the static method, I can just use the class name. Need not have any object or anything. Just directly use the class name, that is your example, 2 colons, okay, and then the name of the method m1. Fine. So this is how we will refer to a static method from the main method, okay, or from the Lambda expression. That is, this is the shortcut symbol which can be used. This is equivalent to this part. Okay. Now, how can we refer an instance method? That is an instance method reference. How can it be done? So for that, I'm going to again have a class. The name of the class let me have as example itself. And in the class, I'm going to have a method void m1 where I'm not declaring it as static. It will have certain codes inside it. Okay. Now in the public static main method, public static main string args. Now here if I have to make use of the Lambda expression and call this instance method, then how can we do it? Again, I'll use the concept of thread. You can do it in any other way, but the reference mechanism is same. So I'm creating a thread here, new thread, and then here, in place of writing this syntax of Lambda expression, I'm going to use double colons. Okay. So here, as it is an instance method, I need an object to call this method. So yeah, I have to create an object of the example class. So I'll create that first here, new example. Okay. And then using this object E and then 2 colons, then the method M1. This is how we will use the Lambda expression and call the instance method or refer the instance method M1. Okay, and then you have to definitely write t.start to start the execution of this thread and the method eventually. But this is how we will refer the instance method from the Lambda expression code. Okay, you can write in place of this also, which will be perfectly okay. But this shortcut seems easy to understand and even to write. So this is mostly followed. So this is how we will refer the static methods and instance methods from the Lambda expression. Definitely here also you should type t.start, then only the thread execution will start. An instance method also you have to do t.start. But important point was here, that is reference or method reference in Lambda expressions, both for instance method and for static method. Let us now talk about constructor reference in Lambda expression. So how can we refer to a constructor in Lambda expression or from Lambda expression? So here also, in place of the syntax that was followed for Lambda expression, that is a round bracket, arrow symbol, and then followed by it will be a curly bracket with semicolon at the end. In place of this, I'm going to use the 2 colons syntax. So let's see the constructor reference, how we can have in Lambda expression. So this is an interface defined here. String message having one abstract method. So it is a functional interface, right? I have written FI for functional interface. So this is the string example class having constructor string example, which takes a single parameter. And here it is just in the constructor, it is appending the string that is passed in this constructor with the already existing string, that is great. Okay. So this is the functionality for this constructor. Now, in the class example, in the main method, I'm going to have or refer to this constructor. Okay, a string example constructor. So how it can be done? So with that, you have to define an object reference of string message interface. Okay, this is same string message interface having a object reference equals to. So this is the place where we would write the Lambda expression. So this is the Lambda expression, right? So here, in place of writing that syntax, full syntax, I'm going to use just this. So how can we refer this constructor now? To refer to the constructor, what we have to follow is the name of the class whose constructor has to be referred. Okay. So string example is the class whose constructor is being referred, 2 colons, and then the new operator or new keyword. Okay. So string example, 2 colons, new keyword, semicolon. So this is how we refer to the constructor. And then m1.getString will be called. So getString method will be called of this interface using the object of the interface type, and the string passed is learning platform. So what will happen? This learning platform will be passed to the method getString, right? And as this getString is being referred by this Lambda expression, because it is a functional interface, this Lambda expression is also referring to this constructor which is having already a keyword great. So this text will be passed to this constructor, okay, with the form of string S1. So great plus the string being referred, that is learning platform. So it will be together great learning platform will be the output of this code. Okay, so this is how we refer to the constructor from the Lambda expression. Now let's talk about exception handling in Lambda expression. So why is understanding exception handling in Lambda expression important here? As any other code in Java programming, we can have exception handling. Similarly, for Lambda expressions also, we can have exception handling done. Okay. similarly, how we do exception handling using try catch block or by using throws keyword, using these constructs of exception handling, programming constructs of exception handling, we can do exception handling in Lambda expressions also. Using the concept of exception handling in Lambda expression loses the authenticity of Lambda expression. What is the meaning of this? So Lambda expression was basically designed with the concept that it will save the coding time, right? And in place of defining a method, we went ahead and worked with Lambda expression so that it will save our coding time, right? And hence eventually improve the performance. But adding exception handling code there will lead to increasing the number of lines of code in Lambda expressions also. So the original intention of having Lambda expression is somewhat seen compromising with the concept of exception handling. So to solve that, what can be done is that a wrapper method can be created that can be used for handling the exception and then pass the Lambda expression as a parameter to the wrapper method. Meaning, we can have a exception handling done with the help of a wrapper method. And this wrapper method will be responsible for handling the exception, and Lambda expression will be created where Lambda expression will be passed as a parameter to this wrapper method. Now you must be thinking that then in that case also for every Lambda expression there should be one wrapper method. Then how is it solving the problem of not increasing number of lines of code? So there we can have a generic wrapper method also. So that the same wrapper method that is responsible for exception handling can be used for many Lambda expressions. Okay. Now let's see with the help of this example how try and catch can be implemented in Lambda expression. So here I'm not using any wrapper method or anything of such sort. I'm simply demonstrating you how in the Lambda expressions itself we can use try and catch. Okay. So here example is of the predicate functional interface. So predicate is a functional interface which has only one test method defined inside it, right? It is inbuilt defined in Java. So I'm making use of it here. So from the main method of a class example. So you can see this is the Lambda expression part from here to here, right? And this Lambda expression, if I want to do exception handling, then I have to include this code inside try and catch block, right? So you can see here, this is the code for the Lambda expression, which has been included inside try block, and then followed by which there will be a catch block, okay, which will print the information or handle the exception basically. Okay, and then outside this try and catch block and outside the Lambda expression, this method test has been referred or called, which is defined or declared inside the predicate interface. Okay, so you can see here that unnecessarily 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code is added. So although Lambda expression would have saved some performance or saved some space by writing less lines of code, try and catch block didn't let Lambda expression achieve its benefit. So what can be done in this case? That we don't have to include try and catch again and again. Then in that case, we can have a wrapper method defined. So you can see here in this class, I have defined a wrapper method. Okay, the name I have given of the method is wrapper p itself. The name can be anything, need not be wrapper, but there has to be a method. Okay, so method where it will take the parameter as the Lambda expressions itself. So you can see here, this is the output of the Lambda expression which is being referred by this object P1, right? And output of the Lambda expression is being referred by the object P1, reference P1, which is of type predicate integer, right? So this will be the input to the method, wrapper method. That is, it will be the parameter here. Okay. And the return type will be definitely this itself. Now, inside this, we can write the code whichever we wanted for Lambda expression to have. So we can include the Lambda expressions over here with the try and catch block. Okay, so we can have the catch block also followed by this as this ends here. Okay, so we can have the catch block followed by it, not here. It should have catch block followed by this. Okay, exception. E, and then as system.out.println, system.out.println E. Okay, so catch block definitely should be there, followed by try, or at least finally block. So here I'm telling about catch block itself. So you can see here inside the wrapper method now this has been done. From the main method, what is done is that this wrapper method is invoked, and the parameter which was passed here, that is p1.test, the method was called using this object p1 dot and the method name, right? So that p1 dot method name and system.out.println will be there, but this will be the lambda expression now. Okay, the parameter to this method will be a lambda expression. So you can see parameter, arrow symbol, the body of the lambda expression. So these two things you have to remember. We can define a wrapper method there. Okay, the input or the parameter to the wrapper method will be of the type interface itself, that is this part. And then while calling the wrapper method, as it is a static method, we don't need any object here, but directly we can call it. And while calling it as a parameter, we have to pass the lambda expression itself. Okay, so this is how we can have exception handling done in lambda expression. Now you must be thinking that how is this whole concept of wrapper method reducing the number of lines of code? It is not. If there are multiple lambda expressions in the code, in the complete program, this will end up adding many new lines of code. So in that case, we can have a generic type wrapper methods, meaning not integer. We can have a generic type wrapper methods which can be used for various such lambda expressions. Okay, so this is all about exception handling in lambda expression.
Now let's quickly summarize today's video. In today's video, we discussed what are Java, needs of Java, and other fundamental concepts in Java programming, Java application and collection in Java, concept of hashing in programming, multi-threading, and various methods used for its implementation in Java. Along with this, we also learn all the concept of lambda expression in Java.
If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any new update or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoyed this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video for any query or suggestions, and I will respond to your comments.